Comrade Li, please, take us to Beijing as soon as possible. I have to hurry and expose that wolf, Wen Zhuqing. Li Tingxian frowned. But your health. My health is what it is, I know my own limits. Right now, my only worry is my daughter. I'm afraid if I get there too late, something terrible will happen to her. Li Tingxian nodded. All right. If you feel up to it, we can leave for Beijing right away. After all, the train ride from here to Beijing would only take half a day. Besides, Li Tingxian was also anxious to get to Beijing and inform Gu Jianing and Xing Zishi about the situation. So, they quickly boarded the train to Beijing once again. Meanwhile, after Wen Zhuqing finished his phone call, he went to class. He didn't make any more calls after that. He trusted that person to get the job done. Besides, he couldn't risk making too many calls. If the police started investigating his call records, he'd have no way out. So, Wen Zhuqing pretended as if nothing had happened. But he was very dissatisfied with Gu Jianing's attitude when they met. He knew Gu Jianing must hate him to the core. After all, in his dream, in their past life, he had abandoned her and even pushed her into the fire. So, Wen Zhuqing didn't expect Gu Jianing to have any feelings left for him. But what he didn't expect was that Gu Jianing wasn't even fazed by his threats. That wouldn't do. He felt he needed to find another opportunity to see Gu Jianing again. A sharp glint flashed in Wen Zhuqing's eyes. Li Tingxian arrived in Beijing with Father Qin and the others. By the time they got off the train, it was already evening. Father Qin couldn't wait. The moment they got off, he begged Li Tingxian to take them straight to the Beijing Public Security Bureau. Li Tingxian obliged. After taking their statements, Li Tingxian excused himself. He still needed to inform Gu Jianing and Xing Zishi. The problem was, he didn't know where Gu Jianing was living in Beijing these days. But Xing Zishi should be at the Beijing Military District. Maybe he should head over and check. Soon, Li Tingxian arrived at the Beijing Military District. He'd spent many years there himself. If it hadn't been for that incident with the enemy spy and his request for a transfer, he might still be stationed here. The guards at the military district still remembered Li Tingxian. Although the Li family had fallen on hard times, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Plus, Li Tingxian was capable and outstanding, a man with a bright future. Not to mention, Li Tingxian had a lot of personal charm. He was on good terms with many people in the Beijing military district. So when the guards saw him return, they were pleasantly surprised. Captain Li, are you transferring back to the Beijing military district? You know, everyone's missed you. Li Tingxian shook his head, smiling gently. No, I'm just here visiting family this time. By the way, is Comrade Xing Zishi here? If he is, could you let him know? I have something urgent to discuss with him. You mean Colonel Shun? He's here. I'll notify him right away. Please have a seat and wait a moment. Li Tingxian was momentarily stunned. Colonel Xing? So, he'd already been promoted to regimental commander? Li Tingxian thought, if it hadn't been for the trouble caused by that fake sister, he'd probably be at that level by now too. But he had to admit, Xing Zishi was indeed very capable. And the more capable Xing Zishi was, the better. The stronger he was, the better he could protect Gu Jianing and the child. At that moment, Xing Zishi was indeed at the military district. Since Ningning hadn't joined the army with him, they hadn't been assigned a private residence. But there was a lounge he could use. Tonight, since his training had run late, he hadn't planned to go home and was going to rest in the lounge. But, having just showered, sitting alone in the lounge, he found himself missing his wife and child. Ningning had seemed uneasy these past couple of days. He really should spend more time with her. Xing Zishi wondered if he should just go home now and come back early in the morning. Just as he was considering this, a soldier's voice called from outside the door. Xing Zishi was surprised by the report. What did you say? Li Tingxian is looking for me? Says it's urgent. Yes, sir. Li Tingxian. As soon as he heard the name, the image of that refined, gentle man flashed through Xing Zishi's mind. Xing Zishi knew all too well that Li Tingxian had feelings for his wife. And Li Tingxuan's elegant, gentle demeanor was exactly Ningning's type. Although Xing Zishi was confident he was no worse than Li Tingxian. and he knew his wife loved him deeply. Still, the sudden appearance of a love rival set off alarm bells in Shang Zishi's mind. Wasn't Li Tingxian stationed in another military district? Why was he back in Beijing now? And not only that, but he'd come straight to the military district, asking for him by name? What could be so urgent? Shang Zishi had a lot of questions, but he didn't hesitate. He got up and headed out immediately. From a distance, he saw in the communications room, under the light, that gentle, refined man, like a true gentleman. Shang Zishi couldn't help but mutter inwardly, this pretty boy, after all these years, still looks so attractive. Not a hint of decline. Of course, Li Tingxian had no idea what Shang Zishi was thinking. Hearing footsteps, he turned and saw Shang Zishi striding toward him. Over 1.9 meters tall, with an imposing, unapproachable aura, sharply defined features, and a hint of rebellious indifference in his brows. Li Tingxian slowly stood up and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Li Tingxian. Although both men knew of each other, they'd never formally met or introduced themselves. Not even back when that fake Li Shuao was relentlessly pursuing Shang Zishi. Shang Zishi shook his hand. The famous young master of the Li family. I saw you from afar at the Hua family's place back in the compound. Young master of the Li family? Li Tingxian was a bit taken aback, then gave a wry smile, his lips tinged with bitterness. Back before the truth about the fake Li Shuao came out, he really was known as the Li family's young master. But after that incident, the Li family, and both he and his grandfather, suffered a huge blow. His grandfather had long since retired, and his health had never recovered since then. Of course, when Shang Zishi spoke about Li Tingxian like that, it was definitely not out of mockery. But he would never admit that there was a trace of jealousy in his words. After all, back then, Li Tingxian was the classic, model child everyone talked about, but Shang Zishi felt he was outstanding too, so why did he have to be compared to this so-called model child? Naturally, it was also because Li Tingxian happened to be exactly the type his wife liked. According to his wife, in her past life, she was deceived by that scumbag Wen Zhuqing precisely because she was attracted to his looks. As for Li Tingxian, his aura was like an upgraded version of Wen Zhuqing, but Shang Zishi knew that Li Tingxian was a true gentleman, inside and out. And on top of that, this kid Li Tingxian actually liked his wife. Shang Zishi dared to say, if in her past life the person by Ningning's side had been Li Tingxian, he might not even have had a chance with her in this life. So, Shang Zishi's feelings toward Li Tingxian were quite complicated. You know me? Li Tingxian rubbed his nose. Back at the compound, at the Hua family's place, wasn't it when Dr. Gu went to treat Hua Zhenrong? He wondered if Shang Zishi had seen through his thoughts back then. Soon, Li Tingxian stopped dwelling on it. Instead, he said, I came here today because I have something to tell you. On my way back to the capital on the train, Li Tingxian recounted what had happened on the train, his encounter with Qin's father, and with Bao Shanyan and her son. I learned from that comrade Bao Shanyan that the person now going by the name Zhang Yutong, who was originally called Wen Zhuqing, seems to have a grudge against Dr. Gu. I thought, since I know about it, I should give you all a heads up. Hearing this, Shang Zishi's face darkened. He hadn't expected that, even though Qin's father had secretly brought Bao Shanyan and her son to the capital, Wen Zhuqing, far away in the city, had still found out. And he'd acted so quickly, too. If Qin's father had died, Wen Zhuqing might still have been caught, but there would be no witnesses or evidence. It would be hard to bring Wen Zhuqing down in one blow. After all, intentional homicide is the most serious crime. If they couldn't take Wen Zhuqing down for good, and now that he had his sights set on Ningning, who knew what he might do in the future? Qin's father is at the city police station now. He's already reported it, and the perpetrator has been caught. The case will be transferred to the city police for investigation. I thought it was necessary to let you know so. Shang Zishi nodded, stepped forward, and punched Li Tingxian lightly on the shoulder. Li Tingxian, thank you. This time, Shang Zishi was truly grateful to Li Tingxian. If Li Tingxian hadn't saved Qin's father, he might have died. And telling him about it in time was just as important. I'm glad I could help Dr. Gu help you all. I trust you know what to do next, so I'll be going. All right. I, Shengzishi, owe you one. Shengzishi thought, it's me, Shengzishi, who owes you, not my wife. So don't go thinking about my wife anymore, or I'll have a problem with you. Under the dim yellow light, Li Tingxian could vaguely sense Shengzishi's wariness. Li Tingxian didn't quite understand, but he nodded and left. Still, he felt a bit regretful that he hadn't been able to find out where Dr. Gu was, or whether her child looked like her, or... Li Tingxian wanted to ask more, but he forced himself to suppress those thoughts. In the end, his expression remained calm and composed as he left, disappearing into the darkness. After Li Tingxian left, Shengzishi turned and went back to the communications office, calling the city police station. Once the call was done, Shengzishi drove out of the military district, heading home to the Sihiyuan. Meanwhile, at the city military district, when they were first investigating the matter of Qin's father and Bao Shanyan and her son, they thought it was just a case of someone changing their name, stealing someone else's achievements, and getting into college under false pretenses. They hadn't expected it to involve military personnel and their families. Shengzishi was the only son of the recently retired Commander Sheng, and his future was bright. His wife, Dr. Gu, was a government official and a highly skilled doctor. Wen Zhuqing must have been out of his mind to mess with people with such powerful backgrounds. Was he tired of living? Sure enough, just now, Commander Sheng had called, demanding that they handle Wen Zhuqing's case strictly. They couldn't help but recall what happened that night. That distinguished young man from the Li family who had brought Qin's father and the others to the police station. That young man was a close friend of their chief, someone who had saved his life. Before leaving, the young man had also instructed them that someone as arrogant as Wen Zhuqing must not be let off lightly and must be severely punished. This Wen Zhuqing really is detestable. He sure knows how to stir up trouble. To think he'd provoke people with such powerful backgrounds. And not just one, but two at the same time. That's impressive. But to repeatedly commit attempted murder, he's ruthless, that's for sure. But this time, Wen Zhuqing isn't getting away. Get ready. As soon as the arrest warrant comes down, go arrest Wen Zhuqing. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, at Wen Zhuqing's rented apartment. In the dead of night, Wen Ruqing was dreaming again. The dream continued the one from his previous life. Last time, he dreamed of how he'd schemed to push Gu Jianing, who was of no further use to him, into a raging fire. Not only that, but Gu's elderly parents, while searching for Gu Jianing, had also died in a car accident he'd orchestrated. He'd listened to Gu Jianing's screams from within the fire, unmoved. Gradually, Gu Jianing's cries grew weaker. He knew she was done for. But unexpectedly, at that moment, a tall figure in olive green had charged into the flames without hesitation. In the end, that person carried Gu Jianing out. Wen Zhuqing saw clearly that it was Shengzishi, Gu Jianing's husband in this life. But even though Shengzishi had rescued Gu Jianing from the fire, it was too late. Gu Jianing had already been burned to death. And Wen Zhuqing's plot to kill Gu Jianing was discovered by Shengzishi. At that time, Shengzishi was in a high position and was determined to avenge Gu Jianing and her family. So Wen Zhuqing was arrested. Everything he had built collapsed overnight. In the end, he died miserably in prison. Huff, huff. The last thing he saw in the dream was himself dying with his eyes wide open, full of unwillingness. Wen Zhuqing sat up in bed, gasping for breath. He had always thought that in his previous life, everything had gone smoothly for him. He never imagined he would end up defeated at Shengzishi's hands. Just like that, Shengzishi had destroyed him. So, in my previous life, Shengzishi must have liked Gu Jianing too, Wen Zhuqing speculated. He hadn't been mistaken. In his dream, the look in Shengzishi's eyes as he charged into the sea of flames without hesitation, Shengzishi was absolutely head over heels for Gu Jianing. This Shengzishi actually fell for someone Wen Zhuqing himself had discarded. But it seemed that in both lifetimes, he and Shengzishi were destined to be enemies. In his last life, Shengzishi had caused his death. How could he possibly let Shengzishi off the hook? But, although Shengzishi hadn't yet reached the heights he had in the dream, his status and position were already quite high. And when Zhuqing's own prospects in this life were even worse than before. Now, he had no way to take revenge on Shang Zishi. The only thing Wen Zhuqing could think of was to first drive a wedge between Gu Jianing and Shang Zishi. As long as cracks appeared in their relationship, as long as there was suspicion, he'd have the chance to break them apart one by one. Wen Zhuqing plotted in his heart. He had originally planned to go see Gu Jianing again tomorrow. But now, he changed his mind. He decided to go to Shang Zishi first. He'd tell him that in his previous life, Gu Jianing had been his wife. He didn't believe Shang Zishi wouldn't care. What man could accept that? What man would want someone else's cast-off? Wen Zhuqing was full of confidence at the thought. Just then, the door to the rented room was suddenly knocked on. The knocking was urgent. Zhang Yutong, Qin Honghua, are you in there? It sounded like a man's voice, actually more than one. Wen Zhuqing frowned, unable to figure out why anyone would come looking for them in the middle of the night. Beside him, Qin Honghua, who had been sleeping, was woken by the noise. She grumbled as she woke up. Who is it, in the middle of the night? Half opening her eyes, she caught sight of Wen Zhuqing's silhouette sitting in the shadows beside her and was startled. You're going to scare someone to death, sitting there in the dark instead of sleeping. What are you doing? Wen Zhuqing was half-shrouded in shadow, so Qin Honghua couldn't see the expression on his face. She nudged him with her foot. Since you're awake, go open the door and see who it is. Seeing that he didn't move, and with the knocking growing louder outside, Qin Honghua kicked him hard. She kicked him so hard, he fell to the floor. Hurry up. Are you deaf? Wen Zhuqing gritted his teeth and got up. He shot Qin Honghua a deep look, but she, with her eyes half closed and nearly falling back asleep, didn't notice the flash of murderous intent in his eyes. He stood and walked toward the door. As he walked, a sudden realization struck him. He turned and dashed toward the window on the other side of the room. At that moment, the front door was kicked open with a loud bang. There's Zhang Yutong, he's trying to escape. Wen Zhuqing turned and, sure enough, saw the police. He hadn't expected the police to actually show up. And in that split second, he spotted Qin's father among the officers. Just as he was about to open the door, he'd suddenly heard Qin's father's voice outside. In his plan, Qin's father was supposed to be dead. If Qin's father was still alive and had made it to the capital, then the one who would die would be him. So he had to run. Without hesitation, Wen Zhuqing fled. But he hadn't expected the police to break in so quickly. Wen Zhuqing was never physically strong, he was a weakling. So before he could even climb out the window, several officers had him pinned down. Zhang Yutong, no, Wen Zhuqing, you're not getting away. Premeditated murder. Promiscuity. Stealing someone else's university records. You're coming with us. Qin Honghua, hearing the commotion, had to get up and see what was happening. She heard what the police said. What was going on? Murder? Wen Zhuqing killed someone? Daughter. Honghua. At that moment, Qin Honghua thought she heard her father's voice. She turned and, sure enough, saw her father standing with the police. Wait, the police? Qin Honghua stared at the officers entering and at Wen Zhuqing, who was being pinned down, feeling utterly confused. By now, Qin's father had reached her. Honghua, are you all right? I'm fine, Dad. What's going on? Why are the police here? Dad, why do you look so pale? Even in the dim light, Qin Honghua could see something was wrong with her father's complexion. Honghua, your dad. I'm dying. Meanwhile, the police had already arrested Wen Zhuqing and were escorting him to the station. On the way, Qin Honghua learned the whole story from her father. Wen Zhuqing, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Unable to control herself, Qin Honghua rushed forward and slapped Wen Zhuqing hard, then started punching and kicking him. Pinned down by the police, Wen Zhuqing couldn't fight back. Even if he tried, despite being a man, he was no match for the burly Qin Honghua. Comrade, please calm down, the police said, worried that if they didn't intervene, Wen Zhuqing might actually be beaten to death. Although someone like Wen Zhuqing probably deserved it. But since they'd arrested him, he still had to face justice. Honghua, my daughter. Stopped by the police, Qin Honghua threw herself into her father's arms, sobbing. Dad, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I hurt you. I hurt you. Now, Qin Honghua truly regretted everything. From the beginning, when she'd taken a liking to Wen Zhuqing, her father had warned her that he wasn't a good person. Being with him, she'd likely be taken advantage of. Her father had analyzed it for her in detail back then. He'd said, Wen Zhuqing is a hypocrite. He only knows how to lie and deceive. If he could abandon Bao Shanyan and her son just to get out of the farm and get close to you, then one day, if he finds someone better, he'll abandon you too. Daughter, I can tell Wen Zhuqing is ruthless. You'd best not get involved with him. Don't worry, I'll find you someone better. Her father had made it so clear. But she'd been stubborn. She insisted on marrying Wen Zhuqing. In the end, her wish came true. But the price was her father's life. She never imagined Wen Zhuqing could be so cruel enough to poison her father and repeatedly try to kill him. To Qin Honghua, her father meant everything. Her mother had died when she was young. Her father had raised her single-handedly. They'd been through hard times together, but her father had always protected and cherished her. Step by step, he'd helped her climb up in life. No matter what she did, he made sure she was never bullied or laughed at. If only she'd listened to him back then, none of this would have happened. Dad, I was wrong. You can hit me. You can beat me to death. Back when her father was still healthy, Qin Honghua never thought much of it. Sometimes, when her father nagged, she even found him annoying, thought he worried too much. But now, learning that he didn't have long to live, Qin Honghua felt as if the sky was falling. Only now did she realize just how important her father was to her. No, not just important. He was the most important person in her life. After all, they had depended on each other, struggling through hardship together. Seeing his daughter cry, Father Qin also shed tears. Daughter, after I'm gone, you'll still have Junjun. Take care of Junjun and live well. And don't trust men so easily in the future. Dad, when Zhuqing was arrested, everything he'd done was uncovered. First, he had left the labor farm without permission. Originally, his punishment was to serve 10 years there. But with Father Qin's help, he got out. Of course, Father Qin was responsible for this too. So naturally, Father Qin was also arrested, even though he didn't have much time left. Second, when Zhuqing had assumed Zhang Yutong's identity. Zhang Yutong had died of natural causes, but taking someone else's identity was a crime in itself. And when Zhuqing's academic records were also stolen from someone else. Father Qin had helped him with this as well. This, too, had to be set right. Finally, when Zhuqing had deliberately tried to kill Father Qin. With Father Qin still alive, and with the person who was caught at the train station, there was solid evidence for this charge. All things considered, when Zhuqing was found guilty on multiple counts and sentenced to death. Father Qin was also sentenced. But for Father Qin, it hardly mattered anymore. His body probably wouldn't last another week. Still, knowing that Wen Zhuqing was sentenced to death put his mind at ease. Now Wen Zhuqing would never be able to harm his daughter again. When Wen Zhuqing learned he had been sentenced to death, he slowly raised his eyes, which were icy cold. His voice was chilling, and a strange smile played at the corners of his mouth. You can't sentence me to death because I have memories of my past life. This was Wen Zhuqing's last card. He believed that as long as he was valuable, he wouldn't be killed. In fact, Wen Zhuqing's calculation wasn't entirely wrong. But when everyone heard what Wen Zhuqing said, they found it utterly ridiculous. Past life memories? If he really had them, how did he end up like this? It's true, it's true. Wen Zhuqing immediately spilled everything he'd dreamed about. But the content of his dreams was extremely limited. Almost all of it was about himself and Gu Jianing. He hadn't dreamed about anything else. So he couldn't provide any valuable information. And everything he said about Gu Jianing's past life sounded like the ravings of a madman, as if he were making it all up. It really does sound like a dream. Only in dreams could someone have such wishful thinking. After all, they all knew who Dr. Gu was. She was Xing Zishi's wife, a renowned doctor, a government employee, and someone the state was determined to protect. No matter what Wen Zhuqing said, no one believed him, and he grew anxious. Dreams, yes. If I can dream more, I can provide useful information to the country. Wen Zhuqing muttered, sounding almost insane. Although the authorities thought Wen Zhuqing was crazy, they still gave him a chance. Unfortunately, from that day on, Wen Zhuqing never dreamed again. And the dreams he had before were all about himself and Gu Jianing, with everything else blurred out. So he could provide almost nothing of value. Wen Zhuqing, stop struggling pointlessly. No, Wen Zhuqing shook his head, his eyes bloodshot. Was he really going to be sentenced to death like this? Why? Why, when they both had dreams of their past lives? He was living so miserably while Gu Jianing was doing so well. He couldn't accept it. He really couldn't. Suddenly, he looked up, grabbed the iron bars with both hands, and shouted, Gu Jianing. Yes, Gu Jianing, she also dreamed of her past life. After she was pulled from the river, she must have dreamed of her past life. She must know even more about the future. Go find her, go find her. Wen Zhuqing's eyes were wild with madness. No matter what, he wanted to drag Gu Jianing down with him. There was no way he could suffer, even die, while Gu Jianing lived so well, high above him. The investigators frowned, momentarily silent. Gu Jianing was summoned, and Xing Zishi, worried about his wife, came along too. The investigators told Gu Jianing what Wen Zhuqing had said, watching her reaction as they spoke. Gu Jianing remained calm throughout, only frowning occasionally. Dr. Gu, we called you here because Wen Zhuqing has been insisting on seeing you, demanding a face-to-face confrontation. Would you like to see Wen Zhuqing? Before Gu Jianing could answer, Xing Zishi was already angry. He was about to speak when a familiar, authoritative voice sounded from behind. Why should a criminal get to see my daughter-in-law just because he asks? Is it that easy? Don't forget, my daughter-in-law is a key protected person by the state. Gu Jianing and Xing Zishi turned to see Xing Xinhao, dressed in military uniform, walking in with a stern face, questioning the investigators. The investigators knew about Gu Jianing's relationship with Xing Xinhao, but they hadn't expected Xing Xinhao to show up in person. Although Xing Xinhao had retired, it hadn't been long, and his status was still extremely high. So the investigators immediately became very respectful. Sir, you misunderstand. We're just following procedures. You're right, if Dr. Gu doesn't want to meet him, then she doesn't have to. I'll see Wen Zhuqing. At this moment, Gu Jianing spoke up. Ning Ning. Xing Zishi looked at her. Gu Jianing looked back at him, smiling reassuringly. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Xing Zishi knew how extraordinary Gu Jianing was, which was why he insisted on coming with her. He was afraid something might happen. But now, seeing the determination in Gu Jianing's eyes, he thought, maybe Ning Ning had her own way. You don't have to force yourself, daughter-in-law. If you don't want to go, you don't have to, Xing Xinhao said. Gu Jianing hadn't expected Xing Xinhao to come. Her impression of him improved quite a bit. It's fine, it's just a meeting. Whether it was the arrangements she'd made with Wen Zhuqing before, or the current situation, she had to see Wen Zhuqing. She needed to put a definitive end to what Wen Zhuqing was saying, otherwise, even if she went home today, suspicions would linger. I just saw Wen Zhuqing, he seems to be having some kind of mental breakdown. She had no intention of living a life under constant surveillance. So, right from the start, she decided to nip any suspicions in the bud. Since Dr. Gu is willing, let's go meet him now. Xing Zishi took Gu Jianing's hand. Ning Ning, don't be afraid. No matter what happens, I'm here for you. Gu Jianing smiled and nodded. Soon after, Gu Jianing was taken to the place where Wen Zhuqing was being held. She saw Wen Zhuqing, who now looked a little deranged. The moment Wen Zhuqing saw Gu Jianing, it was as if he'd grabbed onto a lifeline. Ning, Ning, please save me. For the sake of our relationship in our past life, please help me. Wen Zhuqing clung to the iron bars, almost poking his head through them. Gu Jianing frowned slightly, her expression calm. Comrade 1, I told you last time when you came to me spouting nonsense, I don't understand what you're talking about. No, you know. If you hadn't dreamed about your past life, how could you have changed so much? Comrade 1, this is all just your imagination. No matter what Wen Zhuqing said, Gu Jianing remained unmoved. In the end, Gu Jianing seemed unwilling to say another word to Wen Zhuqing and simply got up and left. Once outside, Gu Jianing turned to the investigators. You all know I'm a doctor, right? I just saw Wen Zhuqing. He seems to be suffering from some kind of mental disorder. I think the things he's saying might just be delusions brought on by his condition. My suggestion is to take him to a hospital and have him examined by a reputable psychiatrist. If Wen Zhuqing really is insane, then the words of a madman, how can they be trusted? The investigators were stunned. Wen Zhuqing has mental problems? Actually, that was their first impression too. But Wen Zhuqing had sounded so convincing that they'd started to have doubts. They were well aware of Gu Jianning's medical skills. If Gu Jianning could tell at a glance that Wen Zhuqing had mental issues, well, it wasn't impossible. If Wen Zhuqing really was mentally unstable, then his words truly couldn't be trusted. Dr. Gu, we understand your suggestion. Gu Jianning nodded. Then may I leave now? Of course. They had only invited Gu Jianning for questioning. She hadn't committed any crime, so they had no reason to detain her. Besides, Dr. Gu was a nationally protected talent, and behind her stood Officer Sheng and Sheng Zishi. Thank you for coming. Sheng Zishi was about to take Gu Jianning home when they ran into Sheng Xinhao. Although Sheng Zishi had never been able to resolve his issues with his father, that was a separate matter. Since his father had stepped in to help Ningning, as Ningning's husband, he naturally had to express his gratitude. Sheng Xinhao shook his head. Xingxing's mother is my daughter-in-law. She's part of our Xing family. Of course I'll protect her. But I'm retired now. From now on, the responsibility of protecting the family falls to you. Sheng Zishi nodded to show he understood. If he could reach his father's position one day, not only he, but his wife, children, and family would all be protected. Sheng Zishi was eager to keep moving up. When you have time, bring Xingxing, Yaya, and Tuanchuan home for a visit, Sheng Xinhao said as they were about to leave. He'd said this last time, but Sheng Zishi hadn't given a definite answer. But this time, Sheng Zishi gave a faint Although it was so soft it was almost inaudible, and sounded a bit perfunctory, the fact that Sheng Zishi didn't refuse still brought a smile to Sheng Xinhao's face. Good, good. I'll be waiting at home. There are some connections and contacts in the military district. When you come, I'll hand them over to you as well. Fearing Sheng Zishi would get impatient if he said too much, Sheng Xinhao left without waiting for a reply. Sheng Zishi watched his father's slightly stooped, thin figure walk away, his gaze complicated. Let's go home. Xingxing and Yaya are probably waiting for us, Gu Jianning said, stepping forward and taking Sheng Zishi's hand. Sheng Zishi squeezed her hand back. All right. Sure enough, when the couple got home, all three little ones were waiting for them. When the investigators had come by, Gu Jianning happened to be off from the hospital and didn't have to teach at Beijing University. Xingxing and Yaya also didn't have classes. It was rare for everyone to be free, so they'd spent the day playing with the kids. When the investigators arrived, Xingxing and Yaya had seen them. The seriousness of those people wasn't lost on the children. They were smart, too. So when Gu Jianning and Sheng Zishi left with the investigators, the kids got worried. After they left, the children didn't feel like playing anymore. They just waited at home. Now that their parents were finally back, the kids could finally relax. One by one, they clung to Gu Jianning's legs, refusing to let go, completely dependent on her. Even Xingxing, who was usually reserved, was unusually clingy with Gu Jianning. As for Sheng Zishi, the old dad, he was naturally ignored. After all, Dad could never compare to Mom. They've been waiting for you ever since you left, Grandma Sang said, coming over and picking up Tuanchuan. Gu Jianning stroked Xingxing and Yaya's heads, her eyes full of tenderness, and pulled them into her arms. Sorry to make you worry. But don't worry, Mom and Dad are both fine. Xingxing and Yaya snuggled into their mother's embrace, feeling safer than ever. Back in their room, Sheng Zishi pulled Gu Jianning into his arms, burying his head in her neck. Breathing in the unique scent of her hair, Sheng Zishi finally felt his heart calm down a little. Sorry for making you worry, too, Gu Jianning said, gently patting his back. She knew that the person who'd worried most was Sheng Zishi. After all, her Shiji knew her best. She'd told him the secret of her rebirth. He knew that what Wen Zhuqing said was true. Sheng Zishi shook his head. As long as you're all right. Let's never bring this up again, not even with me. Unless it's absolutely necessary, don't use it. Gu Jianing knew what he meant. She nodded. I understand. Gu Jianing knew that her secrets weren't limited to her rebirth. There was also the childbearing system. She knew she was special, but she'd never thought of making her uniqueness public or handing it over. She knew she was just an ordinary person with simple desires. She just wanted to live this life well and make sure the people she cared about and loved had a better life than in the past. That was enough. Some things are special, but once they become too special, they turn into a deadly sword. That's why Gu Jianing would never make this specialness public, nor would she ever let the tip of that sword point at herself or her family. Don't worry, it's fine. That Wen Zhuqing is just a madwoman. No one would believe the words of a lunatic, Gu Jianing reassured Sheng Zishi. Wen Zhuqing is a madwoman? Sheng Zishi repeated the words in his heart, pondering their meaning. He felt that Ningning must have her own way of handling things. All right, Sheng Zishi agreed. In the days that followed, life in their little family seemed to settle down. There was no news from Wen Zhuqing's side for the time being. Gu Jianing was busy shuttling between Jing City University and Jing City First Hospital. Sheng Zishi also returned to the military district. After telling Sheng Zishi everything that night, Li Tingxian went back to the Li family home. His grandfather's health wasn't great, and he'd been bedridden lately. The doctor said the old man's condition was not good. It was likely just a matter of a few years. Li Tingxian knew that what happened back then had dealt a heavy blow to the Li family, and especially to his grandfather. At that time, his grandfather had been in good physical and mental health. But now, things were different. Still, the old man was very happy to see Li Tingxian return, and his spirits improved a lot. But, Tingxian, are you still not planning to get married? Grandpa Li asked. Li Tingxian was taken aback, unsure how to answer. All along, he'd wanted to find someone he truly liked before getting married. After regaining memories from his previous life, his heart had been set on Gu Jianing. Although he'd been trying to let go of his feelings for her these past few years and knew there was no possibility between them. Still, up to now, aside from Gu Jianing, he really hadn't met anyone else who moved him or made his heart flutter. If there's no love, no affection, how could he spend a lifetime with someone? A trace of bitterness appeared in Li Tingxuan's eyes. This trace of bitterness did not escape Grandpa Li's notice. Having weathered many storms in his life, his senses were sharp. Is there someone you like, but you can't be together? Li Tingxian was surprised. He hadn't expected his grandfather to see through him. Grandpa, He wanted to deny it, but he knew he couldn't fool his grandfather. Yes, Grandpa. She's already married, has a child, a stable career, and a loving marriage. How could he possibly interfere? Grandpa Li hadn't expected this. So you plan to stay single for the rest of your life? Grandpa Li's tone was calm. Grandpa, I've told you before, I want to spend my life with someone I truly love. Grandpa Li sighed. After a moment of silence, he said, All right, do as you wish. If you don't want to marry, then don't. I won't force you. Li Tingxian was surprised. Grandpa, shouldn't you be saying that I'm the only heir of the Li family and that I should get married early to carry on the family line? Grandpa Li smiled, though there was a hint of bitterness in it. I used to think that way, but now I've come to understand some things just can't be forced. Tingxian, I raised you myself. I know you understand how much the Li family means to me. But don't I mean anything to you? No matter what you choose, I just want you to be happy. If not marrying makes you happy, then don't marry. Ever since the Li family began to decline, Grandpa Li had learned to let go. Now it was just him and Tingxian, relying on each other. Why keep pushing? Grandpa, don't worry. If I meet someone I like in the future, I won't run away from it, Li Tingxian said. Whether he would meet such a person, though, was another matter. He'd leave it to fate. Good. After spending time with his grandfather, Li Tingxian went out to buy some things. Just then, he heard a somewhat familiar voice. Tingxuanji, is that you? Li Tingxian turned and saw who it was. It was none other than Fang Manping. And not just her, there was a young man beside her, and the two looked quite close. It's you, Miss Fang. Yes, Tingxuanji, it's been a long time. Are you back in Jing City? Fang Manping asked. Yes, just visiting family. I'll be leaving again soon. Oh, this is my husband, Chu Cheng. Fong Manping introduced them. Li Tingxian and Chu Cheng nodded to each other in greeting. Tingshuanji, you must be busy, so I won't keep you. Let's get together next time if there's a chance. Fong Manping said. Sure. Li Tingxian looked her over and said, looks like you've been doing well these past 2 years. That's good. Thinking back, Fong Manping felt it was all like a fleeting dream. She smiled. Yes, I'm doing well now. She was studying a major she liked at university, had a caring and loving husband, and life was peaceful and sweet. It was indeed much better than before. I should thank you for your advice back then, Tingshuanji. Back then, she'd confessed to Li Tingxian without hesitation. Although he'd turned her down, his rejection had been so gentle that, even though she was unwilling to let go, she had no choice but to move on. Moreover, what he'd said had made her realize a lot, helping her understand what she truly wanted. She also understood that if you want to live well and be loved by others, you must first love yourself. So, Fong Manping was grateful to Li Tingxian. And thanks to his advice, she'd corrected many of her past mistakes in time. Now, she was living the life she wanted. She had really liked Li Tingxian back then. But in these 2 years, she'd let go. And she'd met someone she truly loved. Still, she remained grateful to Li Tingxian. Li Tingxian simply shook his head, said nothing more, and left. Fong Manping watched his departing figure, her eyes full of hope, hoping that the man who had helped her could live a good life. Are you very grateful to this Tingshuanji? Her husband Chu Cheng noticed her mood and asked. Yes, Fong Manping admitted openly. If it weren't for his advice back then, I wouldn't be who I am today. She told him about what had happened in the past. She knew her husband was tolerant and not petty. Of course, she also told him how Li Tingxian had gently rejected her and what he'd said. Chu Cheng truly didn't mind. He just hadn't expected that Manping and this soldier named Li Tingxian had such a connection. This soldier named Li Tingxian, right from their first meeting, Chu Cheng had felt that he was a very charming person. It wasn't just his handsome, clear-cut features, but also his unique and captivating aura. With someone like that, it would be hard for any young woman not to be moved. Especially since Li Tingxian had once saved her. Chu Cheng could understand why Fong Manping had been infatuated with him when she was young. He could also see clearly that Fong Manping had long since let go of her feelings for Li Tingxian. Now, what she felt for him was gratitude. Since that was the case, why should he mind? Besides, there was something Manping said that wasn't wrong. It was precisely because Li Tingxian had saved her back then, and because of what he said to her, that the Fong Manping of today was able to become such a wonderful person. And it was this wonderful Fong Manping whom he had the good fortune to meet. So really, he ought to be grateful to Li Tingxian as well. Chu Cheng took Fong Manping's hand, his eyes gentle. Let's work hard together and make our life even better. And let's wish Comrade Li Tingxian well, both now and in the future. And then, Fong Manping squeezed Chu Cheng's hand, her eyes full of love. They didn't discuss Li Tingxian any further and continued walking home. They were both students at Beijing Chinese University, and after they started dating, they quickly got their marriage certificate. You could say they were already husband and wife, just without having held a wedding banquet yet. After getting their certificate, Chu Cheng, who wasn't originally from Beijing, rented an apartment in the city, and now the two of them lived together. As they walked, Fong Manping suddenly stopped in her tracks again. She stared ahead, momentarily stunned. What is it? Did you run into someone you know again? Chu Cheng asked with a smile. He followed her gaze and saw a beautiful woman holding a chubby baby in her arms. Beside her stood an elderly lady, holding the hands of 2 adorable little boys and a girl, all about 3 years old. Do you want to go say hello? Chu Cheng asked. Fong Manping shook her head. No need. Let's go home. Fong Manping hadn't expected to run into Gu Jianing and Grandma Sang with the children in Beijing. Those 3 kids must be Gu Jianing's and her older brothers. They'd certainly inherited their parents' good looks. Ever since her mother, Fong Wanrong, went to prison, Fong Manping had moved out of the Sheng family home. Even so, her stepfather, Xing Xinhao, had helped her a lot. She was grateful to her stepfather. As for her brother Xingzishi, her feelings were more complicated. Luckily, Xingzishi hadn't liked that fake Li Shuao back then. Otherwise, when the truth about the fake Li Shuao came out, Xingzishi's future would have been affected. Clearly, Xingzishi had good judgment. He chose Dr. Gu, a great and outstanding choice. Fang Manping hadn't gone out of her way to ask about Xingzishi and his wife, but she knew that Xingzishi had been transferred back to the Beijing military district. He was sure to have a bright future ahead. Fang Manping had no intention of trying to get close to Xingzishi. She felt that her current life, though ordinary, was pretty good. Everyone had their own lives, not interfering with each other. That was just fine. Gu Jianing had to teach at Beijing University today. After a morning of classes, she was free for the afternoon. She didn't have to work at Beijing First Hospital, either. So, taking advantage of her free time, she went out with Grandma Sang and the kids. She hadn't expected to catch a glimpse of Fang Manping. Yes, even though she hadn't met Fang Manping many times, Gu Jianing had a good memory. Even after several years, she recognized her at a glance. Gu Jianing had heard Xingzishi mention Fang Manping before, but not much. She only knew that after Fang Wanrong went to prison, Fang Manping moved out on her own. As for what happened after that, she didn't know. But, judging by how Fang Manping looked now, Gu Jianing felt she was doing well. You could always tell how someone was doing from the look in their eyes. When they first met, Fang Manping had been restless and timid. But now, even from just a glance, Gu Jianing could see that Fang Manping had settled down. She seemed calm and at peace. This version of Fang Manping was quite nice. Since Fang Manping hadn't come over to say hello, Gu Jianing naturally wouldn't go out of her way either. They didn't really have much of a relationship to begin with. In fact, they weren't close at all. Especially since their first meeting had been rather unpleasant. Since those things were in the past, just let them stay in the past. They could just be strangers with no further contact. That was fine too. These past few days, Gu Jianing had been waiting for news from the investigators. She hadn't expected to wait a whole week before they finally came. The investigator looked at Gu Jianing with an apologetic expression. Dr. Gu, we've confirmed that Wen Zhuqing does indeed have mental problems. He's insane, so he's been talking nonsense all along. We're very sorry for wasting your time before. Ever since Gu Jianing suggested that Wen Zhuqing had mental issues, they'd taken that suspicion seriously, bringing Wen Zhuqing to several authoritative hospitals for evaluation. In the end, the results were exactly as Gu Jianing had said. Wen Zhuqing did have mental problems. He was prone to delusions and treated his fantasies as reality. For example, the so-called past lives he claimed to have dreamed about. Before, Wen Zhuqing's madness hadn't been so obvious. But in the past couple of days, it had become much more pronounced. He would mutter to himself and even hallucinate people who didn't exist, talking to them. Anyone who saw it could tell at a glance that Wen Zhuqing was insane. Since he was a lunatic, nothing he said could be trusted. So everything Wen Zhuqing had said about Gu Jianing must have been nonsense. Once this was confirmed, they immediately came to apologize to Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing felt relieved, though her face showed nothing. She said, "It's fine. From what I saw, Wen Zhuqing's illness was probably mild before, so no one noticed. But recently, it must have gotten worse, so the symptoms became more severe. It's a good thing someone like that was caught. Otherwise, he'd be a danger to society. Who knows how many people he could have hurt." You're absolutely right, Dr. Gu. And that Qin father, he's already dead. As for Wen Zhuqing, a murderer like him won't live much longer either. The higher-ups have already decided he's going to be executed. Qin father is dead? Gu Jianing seemed to remember Xingzishi mentioning it. After all, Qin father had been terminally ill. Qin's father had indeed passed away. It was already a miracle that his body had held out long enough for him to come to the capital and expose Wen Zhuqing. Moreover, back at the train station, he'd been injured by people Wen Zhuqing had sent. Although Li Tingxian had managed to save him at the time, Qin's father's health was already at its limit. Qin's father was a key witness in exposing Wen Zhuqing, but he was also an accomplice. In Wen Zhuqing's act of impersonating someone else and stealing their academic achievements, Qin's father had helped her. Since when Zhuqing was guilty, Qin's father was naturally guilty as well. Furthermore, during his years as the farm director, Qin's father had committed quite a few disciplinary violations. So even if he hadn't died, he would have ended up in prison. What weighed most on Qin's father's mind as he died was Qin Honghua. But no matter how much he worried, his body had failed him, and he had to leave. Qin's father's death was an enormous blow to Qin Honghua. Before, all her attention had been on Wen Zhuqing, but now that she'd seen Wen Zhuqing's true colors, even knowing Wen Zhuqing would be sentenced to death, she felt nothing. No, in fact, she almost wished Wen Zhuqing, the person who had caused her father's death, would die. But she also knew that, in a way, she herself was responsible for her father's fate. If she hadn't insisted on being with Wen Zhuqing back then, perhaps she and her father would still be living safe and healthy lives. Qin Honghua took her father's body back to their hometown. After burying him, she started a new life with her daughter, Junjun. Without her father's protection and care, life became much harder for the mother and daughter. People whom Qin's father had once targeted now took out their anger on Qin Honghua and her daughter, since he was no longer around. After all, Qin Honghua had once relied on her father's power to act arrogantly. But now, faced with hardship, there was nothing she could do. Her daughter needed her. Even though Junjun's father was Wen Zhuqing, the very person who had caused her own father's death, Qin Honghua never transferred her hatred onto her daughter. She knew her daughter was innocent. Now, the only ones they could rely on were each other. It was only after her father's death that Qin Honghua realized how happy life had been under his protection. Perhaps due to all the stress and hard work, Qin Honghua lost weight rapidly in a short time. Even her personality changed. She was no longer arrogant and domineering, but learned to endure and give in. As for what the future held for mother and daughter, only time would tell. On the day when Zhuqing's death sentence was carried out, Sheng Zishi told Gu Jianing. At that moment, Gu Jianing felt a weight lift from her heart. It was as if everything from her previous life had finally been let go, and she felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Sheng Zishi hugged Gu Jianing, resting his forehead against hers, and said, "Ningning, no matter what happened in our past lives, this life is what matters most. We have to cherish the present and make the most of our future together." Gu Jianing nodded, snuggling into Sheng Zishi's arms. You're right. I'll learn to let go. Oh, by the way, about the investigation into university admissions fraud, the higher-ups have already given me feedback. The strict investigation should start in the next couple of days, Gu Jianing remembered to mention. Whether it was Wen Zhuqing stealing someone else's academic achievements, or the fact that, thanks to the Eye of Truth, she discovered that the person named Wang Weiqi wasn't actually Wang Weiqi. Gu Jianing felt that identity fraud in university admissions was a very serious matter. Especially in this era, getting into university could truly change a person's fate. Those who worked hard to change their lives shouldn't be let down. Maybe, if things were set right, they could have a better future and contribute more to society and the country. As for those who lacked ability but still managed to steal someone else's place, Gu Jianing didn't believe they were good people. She doubted they would contribute anything to society or the country if they succeeded. In fact, most of these people had poor character, and if they were allowed to rise, they might even become a danger to society and the nation. So, since a mistake had been made, since someone's identity had been stolen, it should be corrected. The college entrance exam was supposed to be fair. Sheng Zishi gently stroked Gu Jianing's face, his eyes full of tenderness. My Ningning is just so kind and soft-hearted. With her current status, Gu Jianing could easily live a good life without getting involved in any of this. None of it was really her responsibility. She wasn't obliged to do anything for those whose university spots had been stolen. But she still chose to act. She still fought for those people. How many people in high positions would think about and fight for those at the bottom? Very few. Most only act in their own interests. That's why Sheng Zishi said Gu Jianing was kind and soft-hearted. Gu Jianing smiled. Am I really that good? She just felt that if she had the ability, she should do what she could. Of course you are. My wife, Xing Zishi's wife, is naturally the best. Gu Jianing leaned into Xing Zishi's arms, her smile sweet. Capital University. When Zhu Qing's arrest and her crimes had been fully exposed, word spread quickly throughout the university. In light of Wen Zhuqing's identity fraud, the Ministry of Education has decided that, starting today, all universities will re-examine student identity information. If any impersonation is discovered, the perpetrators will be arrested immediately. Of course, if anyone notices anything suspicious, they can report it to us. If someone who has done wrong turns themselves in, we will be lenient. Early in the morning, similar announcements were broadcast at universities across the country. Suddenly, campuses everywhere were abuzz. Every student's expression was different. Some were indignant, feeling sorry for those whose places had been stolen, and angry at the imposters. After all, if it had happened to them, if they were the ones whose place had been stolen, they'd go crazy. Some students looked uneasy, hurrying away after hearing the broadcast. Others started eyeing their classmates with suspicion. After all, if they really did report someone and were successful, there was a reward. This matter, however, had little to do with Gu Yunzhou. Lately, Gu Yunzhou had been doing pretty well. Mainly because Wang Weiqi, who had been pestering him, had finally stopped. He didn't know why, but he was relieved. After all, in this era, even if there was nothing between him and Wang Weiqi, being seen together and having rumors spread would not be good. Gu Yunzhou breathed a sigh of relief and threw himself into his studies. As for what happened to Wang Weiqi, he didn't care in the slightest. So, what happened to Wang Weiqi? Naturally, Wang Weiqi was scared. No one saw it, but after hearing the school's announcement over the loudspeaker, Wang Weiqi's expression changed dramatically. Then, she dashed back to her dorm room, where she was the only occupant. No, it can't be. I'm already here at school. There's no way they'll find out. Damn it, I've been in school for so long. Why does the school suddenly want to verify all the students' identities? It's all because of that Wen Zhuqing or whatever. Because of him, everyone's been dragged into this mess. What should I do? If they find out, if I get caught then? At this moment, Wang Weiqi had no thoughts left of pursuing Gu Yunzhou. All she could think was that she could barely protect herself now. Why did Wang Weiqi feel so threatened? Because Wang Weiqi knew that her real name wasn't Wang Weiqi at all, it was Wang Meiqi. Wang Weiqi was actually her cousin. To explain, Wang Meiqi's whole family was from Hohhot. Her parents had her and her younger brother, and treated them both well. Wang Meiqi's father also had an older brother, her uncle. Because her aunt was in poor health, her uncle and aunt only had one daughter, Wang Weiqi. Even though Wang Weiqi was just a girl, her uncle and aunt doted on her. And her cousin Wang Weiqi had always been beautiful and excelled at her studies. She always came first in every exam. She always overshadowed Wang Meiqi. Wherever Wang Weiqi was, no one ever noticed Wang Meiqi. So, all along, Wang Meiqi had been jealous of her cousin Wang Weiqi. She wished she could take everything away from Wang Weiqi. She wished Wang Weiqi would have a miserable life. Maybe it was Wang Meiqi's curse that worked. When Wang Weiqi was 14, her parents died in an accident while traveling in the mountains. Wang Weiqi became an orphan. The only people who could take her in were Wang Meiqi's parents, her uncle and aunt. But Wang Meiqi's parents weren't the charitable type. Raise someone else's child for nothing? They would never do that. But they had their eyes on the house and savings Wang Weiqi's parents had left behind. And there was another reason. Wang Weiqi was already 14. She didn't need much raising. In fact, in a couple of years, they could marry her off and get a bride price. After all, their older brother and sister-in-law were gone. Wang Weiqi, their niece, could only rely on her uncle and aunt. So, naturally, the bride price would go to them. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Meiqi's parents decided to adopt Wang Weiqi. Wang Weiqi thought her uncle and aunt were her saviors, but she never expected she was stepping into a wolf's den. Wang Meiqi's grades? She got them by taking Wang Weiqi's place. She even changed her name to Wang Weiqi. Although Wang Meiqi didn't like the name, there was nothing she could do about it. Everything went smoothly. She had already been studying at Beijing University for almost a year. She never imagined that after nearly a year, the authorities would suddenly decide to strictly verify student identities. Don't worry, don't worry. Mom and Dad said they're going to marry Wang Weiqi off to someone in the mountains, and it's happening in the next few days. That family is deep in the mountains, and all the men there can't find wives. Now that they have Wang Weiqi as a bride, they'll definitely keep a close eye on her. So as long as I keep calm, Mom and Dad will be fine too. Thinking this, Wang Weiqi felt a little more at ease. But what Wang Weiqi didn't know was that after receiving approval from above to crack down on identity fraud, Gu Jianing had already reported her suspicions about Wang Weiqi. The authorities' first focus was on Wang Weiqi. So, at this very moment, the police in Hohhot had already received orders from above and were heading to the Wang family's county. Meanwhile, the real Wang Weiqi had a cloth stuffed in her mouth and was tied up. She'd been thrown onto the Kang heated brick bed. She couldn't call out, nor could she move. She looked around. The surroundings were shabby and bare. Outside, there was a commotion. Wang Weiqi knew it was the Sun family drinking and laughing with their guests. After all, today was the wedding day of the Sun family's eldest son. And she was the bride. Thinking of her current situation, tears silently slid down Wang Weiqi's cheeks. She wondered, was this really how her life would end up? Was she really so desperate, with no way out, forced to accept her fate? Wang Weiqi never imagined that her fate would change so completely from the moment her parents died. Their sudden passing was a crushing blow to her at just 14. Her parents loved her, and she loved them just as much. At the time, Wang Weiqi even wondered if she should just follow her parents and leave this world too. Otherwise, what was the point of being left alone? But the persuasion of those around her made her give up that thought. She decided she had to live well, so her parents' spirits in heaven could rest in peace. Because she was still a minor, she needed a guardian. Her uncle and aunt were her closest relatives. Wang Weiqi knew her uncle and aunt weren't very affectionate people, but she didn't expect that they'd actually be willing to take her in. She thought she'd study hard, work hard, and repay her uncle and aunt. But after living with them for a short while, they changed. Not only did she have to do all the chores, but they also took her family's house and all her parents' savings. Their attitude toward her turned cold overnight. They even beat and scolded her from time to time. It was then that Wang Weiqi finally saw her uncle and aunt's true colors. She thought, just endure it a little longer. Once she turned 18, she could leave and live on her own. Last year, Wang Weiqi was about to turn 18 and finish high school. She never expected to be so lucky. The college entrance exam was reinstated. Wang Weiqi was overjoyed. She knew that if she did well in the exam and got into a good university, she could finally get away from her wolf-like uncle and aunt. She'd have a plan for her future. After all, if she got into a good university, she'd be assigned a job after graduation. For Wang Weiqi, this was the best possible outcome. And Wang Weiqi had always had good grades. She was confident she could get into a good university. So, after figuring things out, Wang Weiqi threw herself into her studies. During that time, she noticed her uncle and aunt's family squeezed her less. Even when they saw her studying, they didn't interrupt her as much as before to make her do chores. Even her cousin Wang Weiqi, who had always bullied her before, suddenly started encouraging her. She would say that with such good grades, Wang Weiqi was sure to get into a good university. At the time, although Wang Weiqi found their change in attitude strange, she was so focused on her studies that she didn't think much of it. She thought perhaps it was because she had good grades, had a real chance of getting into university, and was almost 18. In those days, getting into university was a huge honor for any family. Maybe her uncle and aunt were afraid she'd hold a grudge against them if she got into university, so they were trying to curry favor with her now? But Wang Weiqi never imagined that people's hearts could be even more sinister than she thought. She successfully finished the college entrance exam and even got into the best university, Beijing University. She even received her admission letter. Just when she thought her future was finally brightening up, her admission letter was taken by her cousin. And her uncle and aunt locked her up. Wang Weiqi couldn't believe this was really happening. Even though she resisted, she still couldn't fight against her wolf-like uncle and aunt. So her cousin took her admission letter, assumed Wang Weiqi's identity, and went to university in her place. Meanwhile, Wang Weiqi was locked up at home, watched by her uncle's family, sometimes even tied up or starved, just in case she tried to escape. They watched her so closely that for almost a year, Wang Weiqi never had a single chance to call for help. As for the villagers, they had no idea the real Wang Weiqi was being held at home. They all thought Wang Weiqi had gone to university, and that she'd even taken her cousin Wang Meiqi with her, supposedly to help her find a job in Beijing. That's what Wang Weiqi's father and the others told everyone in the village. The villagers believed it, and no one suspected a thing. Wang Weiqi was locked up, but her uncle and aunt never intended to keep her that way forever. They knew it wouldn't be right to lock her up for life. They still remembered their plan to marry her off for a bride price. So during the year they kept Wang Weiqi locked up, they weren't just trying to break her spirit, they were also secretly looking for a suitable match. They wanted to marry Wang Weiqi off as far away as possible, ideally to a family that would keep her under strict watch. That way, their daughter Wang Meiqi could go to university without any worries. Because they had to do it in secret, it took a while. But not long ago, they finally found someone. It was the Sun family, who lived in the mountains nearby. The Sun family was all men, the grandfather, the father, and 3 sons. The oldest son was over 40, the youngest already in his 30s. Because the mountains were poor and their customs were strange, no local girls wanted to marry into the family. Their strange custom was wife-sharing. Because no one wanted to marry in, the eldest son was still unmarried at over 40, and even the youngest was still single at 30. But Wang Meiqi's parents thought this was the perfect family. First, the Sun family was willing to pay an 800 yuan bride price. Second, because it was so hard to find a wife there, they were extremely strict with any woman who did marry in. There had even been a case where a girl was tricked into marrying in, but she couldn't accept the custom and ran away. So now, any family in that area that managed to get a wife would keep her under tight control, afraid she'd run off. So the 2 families quickly struck a deal. And just like that, Wang Weiqi was married off. Or rather, sold would be more accurate. Today was the day Wang Weiqi was being sold. Before selling her, her aunt even maliciously told her about the Sun family's strange custom. Now, tied up and with almost no chance of escape, Wang Weiqi felt nothing but despair. Was this really how she was going to spend the rest of her life? They say good is rewarded with good, and evil with evil. She and her parents had never done anything bad in their lives, so why did they have to suffer like this? While her uncle and aunt, who were terrible people, were living so well. Was the world really fair? These thoughts rose up in Wang Weiqi's heart, along with a trace of hatred for this world and this society. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. It sounded like a lot of people had arrived. There were shouts and angry voices. And then, the next second, Wang Weiqi heard a gunshot. A glimmer of confusion and hope appeared in her eyes. What was happening? Had someone come to save her? With tears in her eyes, she looked hopefully toward the door. At that moment, the door was flung open from the outside. A group of people in police uniforms rushed in. A female officer hurried over to Wang Weiqi. She quickly pulled the cloth out of Wang Weiqi's mouth and began untying her. Are you Wang Weiqi? Don't be afraid, we're here to rescue you. We know all about your cousin Wang Meiqi taking your place at university. Don't worry, what's rightfully yours will be returned to you. As the cloth was removed from her mouth and she heard the policewoman's words, Wang Weiqi burst into tears in her arms. She couldn't help it, she had been so scared and so hopeless. The arrival of the police was salvation for Wang Weiqi. They had pulled her back from the brink of despair. And from what the police said, they even knew about Wang Meiqi stealing her university spot. So now she was saved. Did that mean she could still go to university? If so, that would be wonderful. Yes, I'm Wang Weiqi. Officer, thank you for saving me. Thank you so much. Wang Weiqi's heart was full of gratitude. Soon, with the help of the police, Wang Weiqi was rescued from the Sun family. As she left, she saw the Sun family members being arrested, and the eldest son, who had been shot in the leg for resisting. Seeing them like that, Wang Weiqi felt a surge of satisfaction. She would never forget the way the Sun family looked at her when she arrived, hungry, predatory eyes. The eldest son had even taken advantage of her on the way. Wang Weiqi hated them. At the same time that the real Wang Weiqi was rescued, at Beijing University, Wang Meiqi was also arrested. When she saw the police on her way to class, Wang Meiqi was terrified. She prayed in her heart that the police weren't there for her. But reality let her down. The officer walked straight up to her. "Are you Wang Meiqi? We suspect you took your cousin Wang Weiqi's university spot. Please come with us." The moment she heard her real name called out, Wang Meiqi had only one thought: it's over. But she still tried to struggle. She refused to go with the police, shouting as she tried to escape, "No, you've got the wrong person. I'm Wang Weiqi, not Wang Meiqi. I'm Wang Weiqi." She shouted that she wanted to escape. But in the end, she was still caught by the police and taken away. Quite a few people witnessed it at the time. Given what had happened with Wen Zhuqing before, everyone thought that if something like that could happen, then cases of people taking someone else's place to get into university were probably possible too. But no one expected it to happen again so soon, right in front of their eyes. Of course, Wang Meiqi wasn't the only one caught that day. There were several others as well. This just went to show that, in this era, schools weren't strict enough in verifying students' information. There were loopholes, which allowed these impersonation incidents to happen. Fortunately, the authorities discovered the problem in time and launched a thorough investigation. Otherwise, if someone could just take another's place to get into university, if someone could steal the results of years of hard work through fraud, it would be far too unfair. So, as they watched these people being arrested, everyone applauded and cheered. Naturally, word of this spread quickly. "You mean that Wang Weiqi actually stole her cousin's university spot and her real name is Wang Meiqi?" "Yeah, that's right. She's already been taken away." The person speaking was a roommate who was on good terms with Gu Yunzhou. He knew that Gu Yunzhou had been harassed by Wang Weiqi for a long time. So, as soon as he heard about this, he came to tell Gu Yunzhou. "From now on, you won't have to put up with Wang Meiqi's harassment anymore. I just can't believe how bold she was, daring to steal someone else's university spot and still acting so arrogant and high-profile at school. TSK. Gu Yunzhou had no feelings about Wang Weiqi, or rather, Wang Meiqi. So her business had nothing to do with him. Still, Wang Meiqi being caught did make Gu Yunzhou feel relieved. And since she was arrested for stealing someone else's university spot, she deserved it. Gu Yunzhou wasn't particularly concerned with Wang Weiqi's affairs. What he cared about more was the issue of impersonation itself. He thought if several such cases had already happened at Capital University, there must be plenty more at other universities. He hoped that this crackdown would allow all those whose spots had been stolen to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. Gu Yunzhou imagined if his own spot at Capital University had been taken, whether he knew about it or not, it would have had a huge impact on his entire life. It might even have changed his fate. In fact, Gu Yunzhou was right. This time, the authorities were conducting a nationwide investigation, and almost every university uncovered cases of students being impersonated. Those who had stolen others' identities were, of course, arrested. And those whose identities had been stolen were all notified. Most of them didn't even know they had actually been admitted. They thought that not receiving an acceptance letter meant they hadn't passed the exam. Some were even considering whether to try again or switch careers. When they learned they had been impersonated and that they could now attend the university they'd earned a place at, both they and their families were moved to tears. They were deeply grateful to the authorities for stepping in. Because this was such a major issue and involved universities across the country, especially since, in recent years, the reinstatement of the college entrance exam was such a hot topic, the story was widely reported in newspapers everywhere. Officials also made public statements condemning those who had impersonated others, promising severe punishment for them and for anyone who helped them. They also required all universities to strictly verify students' information during admissions to ensure accuracy. Of course, the fact that impersonation could happen at all was due to negligence during the admissions process. So universities were required to compensate those who had been impersonated. With the authorities making such statements, could the universities refuse? Of course not. So they all took action to provide compensation. As for Gu Yunzhou, perhaps it was because he discussed the issue so much during the day, but that night, he had a dream. In the dream, he was admitted to Capital University. Just as he was overjoyed, his little sister knelt before him, begging him to give his university's spot to Wen Zhuqing. Gu Yunzhou didn't know how he felt in that moment. But in the end, he couldn't refuse the request of the little sister he doted on for so many years. In the dream, he gave his spot to Wen Zhuqing. Wen Zhuqing took his place and went to university. As for him, from that moment on, his life seemed to lose all its light. In his dormitory bed, Gu Yunzhou suddenly opened his eyes. Even though he knew it was just a dream. He placed his hand over his chest, but he could still feel the sadness and despair of his dream self, that sense of hopelessness about life. It took a long time for his emotions to settle. It was just a dream. My little sister is with Zishi now. She doesn't even like Wen Zhuqing. Besides, Wen Zhuqing is already dead. Gu Yunzhou muttered to comfort himself, finally calming down and falling asleep again. A few days later, on Sunday, when Gu Yunzhou went to the courtyard house to visit Gu Jianing, he recounted the dream to her as a joke. He really just meant it as a joke. That dream is just too ridiculous, little sister. How could you ever do something like that? My little sister always stands up for her third brother. But unexpectedly, when Gu Jianing heard this, she froze. Then her nose tingled and her eyes turned red. Gu Jianing hadn't expected her third brother to have such a dream. How she wished she could tell him, in their past life, that's exactly what happened. She had asked her third brother to give his university spot to Wen Zhuqing, and it had changed the course of his entire life. Hey, little sister, why are you crying? Is it because of what I said about the dream? It's my fault. Even in a dream, you'd never do something like that. Don't cry, little sister, don't cry. If you cry, your third brother will cry too. Seeing Gu Jianing cry, Gu Yunzhou immediately panicked and felt distressed. Only then did Gu Jianing realize she was crying. She grabbed her third brother's hand, choking back sobs. Third brother, I didn't mean to cry. It's just, when I pictured that scene, I couldn't help it. I think if I really did something like that, I'd never forgive myself, not in one lifetime, not in two. How could I ever make things difficult for the brother who loves me so much, just for an outsider? If I did that, I'd be truly ungrateful. Gu Yunzhou quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped away her tears. Don't cry, don't cry. It was just a dream. Tear tracks still stained Gu Jianing's cheeks. How she wished she could tell her third brother, that wasn't a dream, it was our past life. In their past life, she was the one who ruined him, who stole his chance to go to university and took away his future. Third brother, if the dream you had was actually our past life. If, in that past life, I really did something like that, what then? Gu Yunzhou had only meant to share his dream as a joke to amuse his little sister. He never expected that instead of making her laugh, he'd made her cry. And she was so emotional about it, too. Gu Yunzhou was at a loss. Now, hearing her question, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. The way she asked, anyone who didn't know better would think it really was a past life, and that she actually remembered it. But that thought flashed by in an instant. Gu Yunzhou didn't dwell on it. He felt her question was a bit too hypothetical. Was it even worth answering? But seeing her clutching his sleeve, tears shimmering in her eyes, stubbornly waiting for his answer, Gu Yunzhou thought for a moment, then said, if you really did something like that, I still wouldn't blame you. Gu Jianing was stunned. She'd thought that if she did something like that, her third brother would hate her forever. Gu Yunzhou patted her head, something he'd often done when she was a child, but not since she'd gotten married. Now, he gently patted her head and said seriously, if something belongs to me, unless I truly want to give it away, no one can take it from me. And if I'm willing to give it away, then it must mean there's something even more important than that. His meaning was clear. In his heart, his little sister Gu Jianing was far more important than a university spot. There was no doubt Gu Yunzhou had always been someone who valued family above all else in both lives. And Gu Jianing was very, very important to him. So, since it was my sister, who's even more important to me than a university spot, who asked for it, and I gave it away, how could I possibly blame her? Gu Yunzhou's words made Gu Jianing break down in tears again. She knew he meant every word. But if she could, she wished her brother would resent her. Maybe then she'd feel a little better. Gu Yunzhou tried to comfort her, half exasperated, half amused. If I'd known you'd cry like this over a dream, I wouldn't have mentioned it. It's my fault. I shouldn't have brought it up. Come on, don't cry anymore. If your husband and Xingxing or Yaya come home and see like this, they'll think I bullied you and kick me out of the house. Gu Jianing glared at him, but she stopped crying. Gu Yunzhou didn't stay long after that and soon left. Later that day, Shang Zishi came home and immediately noticed something was off with Gu Jianing. He asked her what was wrong. Gu Jianing had already told Shang Zishi about her past life, so she didn't hide anything now. She told him what she'd discussed with her third brother. After hearing it, Shang Zishi was a little frustrated. Even your brother dreamed about your past life, how come I never did? Gu Jianing shot him a look. Shang Zishi, fine, fine. Even if he didn't dream it, Ningning had told him everything. Learning from her that he'd never married in his past life, had always loved her, and even wanted to be buried with her after death, Shang Zishi was quite satisfied. Though, in the early days of courting Ningning, he hadn't fought or competed for her, which wasn't really his style. Still, staying loyal and pure fit his character. Shang Zishi hugged Gu Jianing and said, Ningning, don't get too hung up on the past. Remember, you're living in the present, in this life. You can treat the past life as nothing more than a dream. You shouldn't let a dream affect who you are now. Remember, right now, your family and we're all doing well. So, let's just focus on living this life well. There's no point obsessing over the past. It only brings unnecessary trouble. Gu Jianing knew he was right, she shouldn't keep dwelling on it. Otherwise, she'd only be making herself miserable. Besides, some things in the past can never be undone. All she could do was make up for them. Now, she just had to do her best to make amends. With Shang Zishi's comfort, Gu Jianing gradually calmed down and stopped getting stuck in her thoughts. She slowly returned to her usual self. Life in the courtyard returned to its peaceful rhythm. But outside, things were anything but calm. The scandal of identity theft was making waves across the country. Those who had stolen others' identities and those who helped them were all being arrested. They would, of course, be severely punished. And those whose identities had been stolen were finally getting back what was rightfully theirs, returning to their schools. Standing at the school gates, looking up at the school's name, many of them were moved to tears, cherishing this hard-won opportunity even more. Wang Weiqi, of course, returned to Beijing University. The villagers only learned what Wang Weiqi had suffered and the true nature of the couple who had adopted her after the police rescued her. The whole village condemned Wang Weiqi's family. They even helped the police get back everything that belonged to Wang Weiqi, including her parents' house and the money that had been saved up. The police arrested Wang Weiqi's entire family and put them in jail. As for what punishment awaited them, that would be decided at trial. Now, Wang Weiqi felt that her once bleak future had suddenly become bright and full of hope. Looking up at the school's name, she thought, my future is full of promise. But Wang Weiqi felt she still owed someone her thanks. She'd learned from the police that the reason her case was discovered so quickly and she was rescued so fast was all because of one person. A doctor named Gu Jianing. After looking into Dr. Gu, Wang Weiqi realized just how remarkable she was. So young, yet already a professor at Beijing University and the chief physician at Beijing First Hospital. She'd even helped write the exam questions for their year's college entrance exam. Now, Wang Weiqi was holding a newspaper article about Gu Jianing. She was in awe, not just of her abilities, but her kindness. If it hadn't been for Dr. Gu's timely intervention, Wang Meiqi's family's scheme might never have been exposed. And she herself might have been ruined by the Sun family, trapped in that remote mountain village for the rest of her life. Wang Weiqi thought she had to find a chance to thank Dr. Gu in person. She'd heard that Dr. Gu's brother was studying at Beijing University. Maybe she could start by looking for him. No one knows if it's true that what you think about during the day haunts your dreams at night. That very night, Wang Weiqi had a dream. In her dream, the police never showed up, and no one ever discovered that Wang Meiqi had stolen her identity. That night, she was at the Sun family's house, suffering inhuman abuse, so desperate she almost couldn't go on living. But the thought of staying alive, of exposing Wang Meiqi and her family's crimes, was the only thing keeping Wang Weiqi going. And so, she endured. For 10 years. During those 10 years, Wang Weiqi thought about ending her life countless times, but her hatred for Wang Meiqi and the Sun family kept her going. She tried to escape countless times. But every attempt failed. Each time, the Sun family dragged her back, only to watch her even more closely and subject her to even worse abuse. Over those 10 years, she was forced to give birth to 4 children. But she never knew who the fathers were. Wang Weiqi found it hard to feel anything for those 4 children. In fact, to her, they were just living proof of her humiliation. How could she possibly love them? In the 10th year, Wang Weiqi finally couldn't take it anymore. What pushed her over the edge was overhearing the eldest son's son drunkenly talk about Wang Meiqi's life now. He said that after graduating from university, Wang Meiqi landed a great government job. She even married a man from Beijing and brought her parents, Wang Weiqi's uncle and aunt, to live with her in the capital. The whole family was living happily and prosperously. Hearing this, Wang Weiqi broke down. She knew the turning point in her and Wang Meiqi's fate was that acceptance letter. Wang Meiqi never had any talent for studying. Her grades had always been poor. Even if she had 10 no, 100 chances, Wang Meiqi could never have gotten into Beijing University. But back then, Wang Meiqi stole her acceptance letter, got into Beijing University, and used it as a springboard to completely change her fate. And what about her? She, the real recipient of that letter, fell into the dust, suffering in human torment. But her life wasn't supposed to be like this. It was Wang Meiqi who stole her life. At that moment, Wang Weiqi's hatred and sense of injustice reached their peak. So, when the eldest son's son, drunk, tried to force himself on her as he had so many times before, Wang Weiqi finally fought back. She grabbed the brick she'd hidden long ago and smashed it into his head, killing him. After that, she didn't spare anyone, not the other members of the Sun family, not even the 4 children she'd borne. To her, they were all part of the evil, and evil deserved to disappear. After killing so many, Wang Weiqi escaped. She headed for Beijing. The Sun family was dead. How could Wang Meiqi and her family, who had ruined her life, be allowed to live happily ever after? At the end of the dream, Wang Weiqi saw that she never managed to kill Wang Meiqi. She only stabbed her once. But Wang Meiqi survived after being rescued. And when it was discovered that Wang Weiqi was the one who'd wiped out the Sun family, Wang Meiqi's husband called the police and had her sent to prison. In the end, not only did Wang Meiqi's family's crime of identity theft remain undiscovered, but Wang Weiqi herself was sentenced to death. In her dorm room, Wang Weiqi woke up from the dream in a cold sweat. What lingered before her eyes was the image of herself in the dream, being executed, blood and tears streaming from her eyes, crying out against the injustice of fate. That voice was so mournful that even now, Wang Weiqi felt her heart ache. Yes, she felt sorry for her dream self. She didn't know why she'd had such a dream. But she thought, if Dr. Gu hadn't noticed something was wrong with Wang Meiqi in time, and hadn't written that letter that got the authorities to take the issue of university identity theft seriously, maybe everything in that dream would have been her fate. But now, thanks to Dr. Gu, not only had her own fate changed, but so had the fate of countless others across the country. How could Wang Weiqi not feel grateful to Dr. Gu? At the Sihiyuan, when Gu Jianing first saw her 3rd brother with a pretty young woman, She was quite curious. She couldn't help but wonder, could this be her brother's girlfriend? But before she could ask, Gu Yunzhou spoke first. Little sister, this is Wang Weiqi. She'd like to meet you. Gu Jianing? Wang Weiqi, that name sounded so familiar. She quickly remembered who she was. You're the real Wang Weiqi, the one whose university spot was stolen by Wang Meiqi? Gu Jianing asked. Seeing that Gu Jianing remembered her, Wang Weiqi instantly grew emotional. Yes, I'm Wang Weiqi. Dr. Gu, I came here today to thank you. Wang Weiqi had finally found Gu Yunzhou. She'd begged him to bring her to meet Gu Jianing. She knew Dr. Gu was young, but she hadn't expected her to be so young and beautiful. She looked just like a fairy. Maybe Dr. Gu really was a fairy, only a fairy would have such a kind heart, willing to help a total stranger. Dr. Gu, really, if it weren't for you, my future would have been ruined. Wang Weiqi couldn't help but tell Gu Jianing about the dream she'd had. Gu Jianing was surprised. So Wang Weiqi had dreamed of her past life too? Dreams of past lives, can you just have them whenever you want? Or was it because their fates were connected and things had changed that she had this dream? Or was it just Wang Weiqi's mind dwelling on things, so she dreamed of them at night? But Gu Jianing was more inclined to believe that this was Wang Weiqi's past life. If Wang Weiqi's previous life really was like that dream, then it was truly tragic. And Wang Meiqi's family never received the punishment they deserved. Even after Wang Weiqi's death, they probably lived happily ever after. But Wang Meiqi was clearly a thief. She stole Wang Weiqi's university spot and her life. No wonder Wang Weiqi broke down in her past life. Who wouldn't? I just did what anyone would do. It's good that everything has been set right now, Gu Jianing said. Back then, she really had just acted on impulse. In fact, Gu Jianing still hadn't fully adjusted her mindset. Now, both she and Xing Zishi held unusual status and influence. Often, what was just a small favor for them could have a huge impact, an enormous blessing and help to others. At least, that's how Wang Weiqi saw it. So she was deeply grateful to Gu Jianing. Dr. Gu, I don't even know how to thank you. Grateful. Gu Jianing was taken aback. To be honest, she had never thought about gratitude when doing these things. It was just that, knowing the truth and having the ability, she simply couldn't turn a blind eye. But facing Wang Weiqi's bright, hopeful, and grateful eyes, Gu Jianing thought for a moment and finally said, then study hard and give back to your country and society. Wang Weiqi hadn't expected this answer. In fact, before she was rescued, Wang Weiqi had been utterly disillusioned with society. She'd even harbored thoughts of revenge. Although those thoughts vanished after she was saved, she knew very well who she truly owed her gratitude to. But if that's what Dr. Gu wants to see, I'm willing to do it. Since Dr. Gu wanted her to give back to the country and society, she would do as Dr. Gu wished. And that was indeed what Gu Jianing hoped for. In this life, overall, her mindset had become much more peaceful. So, she also wished for the world to get better and better, and for everyone to live better lives. Around this time, a phone call came from her hometown in Huaihua village. As soon as Gu Jianing picked up, her second brother's cheerful voice rang out, "Sis, the rice fish farming worked." It worked. Gu Jianing's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Her calls with home had become much more frequent over the past 2 months. For one simple reason. 2 months ago, the entire village finally got electricity. After that, the Gu family installed a telephone at home. It was expensive, but with more and more kids working away from home, phone calls were bound to increase. So, having a phone at home was really important. No matter how expensive, they still got one installed. The Gu family became the first household in Huaihua village to have a telephone. As soon as it was installed, Yao Chunhua and the others called Gu Jianing right away to share the news. Gu Jianing's courtyard in the city had long had a phone, too. So now, it was much easier for both sides to keep in touch, no more running to the village committee office to use their phone. Even Xing and Yaya, whenever they missed their grandparents, would call home themselves. Grandma Sang, who lived in the courtyard with Tuanchuan, would also call her in-laws from time to time for a chat. But the one Gu Jianing had been in touch with most lately was her second brother, Gu Yunan. Last time Gu Jianing went home, she happened to catch her second brother and the others wrestling with the household contract responsibility system. Gu Jianing's arrival settled things in one go. Gu Yunan became the first person in Huaihua village to take on a contract. He contracted a mountain and 10 mu, about 1.6 acres of farmland. Because Gu Jianing had previously suggested raising fish in the rice paddies, Gu Yunan naturally trusted his little sister's idea. So he went ahead with it. He became the first person in Huaihua village, and even the surrounding area, to try rice fish farming. Since he didn't lack the know-how, he'd been calling Gu Jianing frequently for advice. Gu Jianing, drawing on her past life experience and books she'd found at the library, explained everything about rice fish farming and what to watch out for over the phone. Gu Yunan followed her instructions step by step. And now, finally, there were results. At this moment, Gu Yunan was standing by his contracted rice paddies. A crowd had gathered around. The villagers' eyes were glued to the 10 mu of fields before them, full of admiration and amazement. The 10 mu of fields stretched out in golden patches, the rice heavy with grain, almost bending the stalks to the ground. From a distance, it looked like a vast golden carpet. The air was thick with the fragrance of ripe rice. Looking closely, the paddies were full of water. And in the water, you could easily spot fish swimming about. Look, that's a snakehead fish, right? Wow, it's huge. Must be at least 2 jin, about 1 kilo. Hey, there goes another one. There really are a lot of fish. I never thought Gu Yunan could pull this off. Honestly, this is the first time I've ever heard of raising fish in rice paddies. Didn't Gu Yunan say it was Dr. Gu who suggested it? If Dr. Gu says so, how could it be wrong? That's right, that's right. If Dr. Gu says it, it can't be wrong. When it came to Gu Jianing, the people of Huaihua village had nothing but trust, no doubts at all. Gu Jianing's reputation was now worlds apart from what it had been before she got married. Of course, with how far she'd come, some families were now full of regret. After all, their sons had once been interested in Gu Jianing. But they'd thought she was too pretty, and besides, the Gu family doted on their daughter and sister. Gu Jianing herself was a bit spoiled, with a sharp tongue. They hadn't wanted to bring home a little ancestor. If only they'd known Gu Jianing would achieve so much, they'd have been happy to treat her like a little ancestor. Of course, if Gu Yunan knew what they were thinking, he'd definitely say, "Just because you want to marry her, does my little sister have to agree? My little sister marrying Shang Zishi is much better." Even though she didn't come home often or stay long, every time she did, Gu Yunan could see that Shang Zishi truly treated her well. Now, looking at the thriving rice and fish, Gu Yunan was delighted. After all, when he first started, many in the village doubted him. They thought those 10 mu fields would be a total loss. But now, look who's laughing. Just then, Father Gu and Yao Chunhua arrived. "Yunan, are you planning to catch the fish today?" Father Gu asked. "Yes. I started draining the paddies a week ago, so there's not much water left now. We'll catch the fish first, then harvest the rice. Otherwise, if we cut the rice first, we might step on or scare off the fish." Of course, Gu Yunan had checked this with Gu Jianing first. Right, makes sense. I'll go get the fishing nets from home, let's get started. Okay. Soon, the fish catching began. With 10 mu of fish to catch, the Gu family couldn't do it alone. So Gu Yunan hired some villagers he was close to, or families in need, to help catch the fish. He'd pay them in cash or fish as wages. Naturally, those he hired were happy to help. They'd been itching to see how the rice fish farming experiment had turned out anyway. If it worked, maybe they'd try it themselves next year. So everyone brought their fishing gear and gathered by the fields. "Hey, Yunan, with all these fish, how are you going to eat them all?" one auntie asked in confusion. "Exactly, even if you sell them, you can't sell that many all at once." Just then, the sound of rumbling trucks could be heard coming from the entrance of the village. "Is that a big truck? What's a big truck doing here in our village? Who could it be looking for?" Soon, 2 large trucks pulled up in front of the 10-acre field and came to a stop. The doors opened, and a young man jumped down from the driver's seat. He strode over to Gu Yunan. With a grin, he threw an arm around Gu Yunan's shoulders. "Brother, I'm here to collect the fish." Gu Yunan patted Zhao Feng on the shoulder. "Perfect timing, I was just about to start netting them." "Just about to start?" "Well, looks like I showed up at just the right moment. Let me help too." With that, Zhao Feng rolled up his pants, ready to get to work. With Gu Yunan's explanation, everyone finally understood. He had already arranged a buyer for the fish. The buyer was a big boss in the fish business. When he first heard that Gu Yunan was raising fish in the rice fields, he was thrilled. He said directly that if the fish turned out well, he'd buy the whole lot. This boss specialized in selling fish and ran a sizable business. He'd heard about raising fish in rice paddies before. Supposedly, the fish raised this way were plumper and tastier. But over the years, he'd never actually seen anyone do it. So when he heard Gu Yunan was trying it, he couldn't help but get excited. Even when Gu Yunan was just planning the project, the boss had already agreed to buy all the fish from the 10 acres. Over the following months, the boss kept in touch with Gu Yunan, checking on how the fish were doing. Finally, the fish were ready. When Gu Yunan called to let him know, the boss rushed over to Huahua village to see for himself. Not only did he come, but that evening, Yao Chanhua cooked a steamed fish for him to try. One bite, and the boss was blown away. He immediately decided to buy all the fish from the 10 acres that very week, and even paid a deposit on the spot. As for Zhao Feng, he was Gu Yunan's former co-worker at the grain store. After Gu Yunan took on the land contract, he sold his job at the grain store. Back then, when he gave up that job, just like when Gu Yunting quit his job at the steel factory, the villagers all felt it was a real shame. After all, those were iron rice bowl jobs, passed down from generation to generation. A steady salary, benefits on holidays, and maybe even a chance at a company apartment in the future. How could anyone willingly give that up? In Gu Yunzhou's case at the supply and marketing cooperative, he had no choice. He got into university, and not just any university, but one in Beijing. Of course, he had to go. But Gu Yunting and Gu Yunan hadn't gotten into college. To give up a stable job like that seemed like such a waste. But no matter what the villagers thought, it didn't change the brothers' decision. Not long after Gu Yunan sold his job and started contracting land, his co-worker Zhao Feng did the same. But Zhao Feng didn't return to the village to farm. Instead, he joined his uncle in the trucking business. The uncle and nephew started a small fleet, hauling goods. Today, Zhao Feng had brought 2 big trucks, just as Gu Yunan had arranged in advance, to transport the fish. And so, the lively fish harvest began. One by one, the fat fish were netted from the fields. Sometimes, a single dip of the net would bring up a wriggling, squirming mass of fish. Each one was plump and lively, at least 2 jin, about a kilo, each, with some of the bigger ones weighing 3 or 4 jin. And there were so many fish. Looking closely at the field, you could see them packed together, thick as could be, a truly satisfying sight. The villagers watched with envy. The fish were loaded onto the trucks, load after load. It took a whole day, with help from the villagers, to finish transporting all the fish from the 10 acres. Look at this rice too, it's grown so well. Each stalk is thicker and sturdier than what we used to grow. That's right, and look at those rice panicles, so full and heavy, and they smell wonderful. How does this work anyway? Someone asked in confusion. After all, when people first heard about raising fish in rice paddies, they all thought it was impossible. Wouldn't the fish eat the rice seedlings? Curious, the villagers went to ask Gu Yunan. Gu Yunan grinned. My little sister explained it to me. It's called nutrient cycling and ecological balance. You all think the fish eat the seedlings? Not at all. The fish eat the weeds and harmful pests in the paddy. When the pests are eaten, they can't harm the rice, so the rice grows better, right? Villagers, that actually makes a lot of sense. Gu Yunan went on, and after the fish eat, they have to, poop. That becomes fertilizer for the rice, helping it grow even better. So, raising fish in the rice paddies creates a symbiotic relationship between the rice and the fish. You can think of it as them helping each other. That's why the rice grows so well and the fish do too. The villagers all looked enlightened. So that's how it works. Makes sense. Maybe we should try raising fish in our patties too? That way, not only will our rice grow better, but we'll have fish to harvest as well. Second Gu, if we want to try this and have questions, can we come ask you? Gu Yunan nodded. Of course you can. But let me be clear, raising fish in rice patties isn't easy. There's a lot to pay attention to. If you have questions, I'll tell you everything I know. But if it doesn't work out, don't blame me. Gu Yunan was happy to share with his fellow villagers. After all, they were neighbors. But he also understood human nature. So it was best to get that out in the open. The villagers quickly reassured him, of course not, we'd never blame you. Right, you're already doing us a big favor by sharing your knowledge. After all, in these times, most people kept their family secrets to themselves. Who would willingly teach others their family's trade? If we don't do well, it's because our skills aren't as good. Exactly, that's all it is. Hearing this, Gu Yunan finally felt at ease. With all the fish loaded up, the big boss arrived and paid Gu Yunan the remaining balance. Holding those thick stacks of cash, Gu Yunan was truly overjoyed. He immediately handed the money to his wife, Su Miao, for safekeeping. That night, the Gu family prepared a full fish feast. The aroma wafted out from their house, and anyone passing by the Gu family's door couldn't help but be drawn in by the delicious smell. After all the fish had been caught, it was time to start harvesting the rice. For the 10 acres of rice fields, Gu Yunan also hired workers, and it took several days to finish cutting all the rice. Looking at the golden grains drying on the ground, Gu Yunan guessed that when it was time to weigh the harvest, it would surely be a lot. And indeed, that was the case. Once the rice was dried, bagged, and weighed, each acre yielded half as much again as before. Not only that, after threshing, when they cooked the rice, the aroma was even richer than in previous years. Now, the villagers really couldn't sit still. Raising fish in the paddy fields actually works. We have to follow suit. Of course, after Gu Yunan started leasing land, he didn't just contract those 10 acres, he also leased a mountain. Now, part of the mountain was already planted with fruit trees and medicinal herbs. It hadn't been long, so it wasn't time to harvest yet. But Gu Yunan tended to everything with great care. So, a bountiful harvest was just a matter of time. And it wasn't just Gu Yunan, other villagers in Huaihua village who had leased land were also carefully planting and raising livestock. While the people of Huaihua village were enthusiastically contracting land over in Haiqing, Gu Yunting had just acquired a plot of land. Although the plot was small due to limited funds, it was still big enough to build 3 apartment buildings. That's right, apartment buildings. This was an idea Gu Yunting had heard from his little sister. Buy land, build tall apartment buildings, and then sell the units. He had to admit, the vision Jia Ning described painted a beautiful blueprint for the future. Gu Yunting was so excited at the time, he felt his blood boiling with anticipation. And so, he acted on it. When he heard the government was auctioning off several plots of land, he signed up immediately and managed to win one. When he got home, he excitedly shared the news with his wife, Yang Man. That's great. How are you planning to build it? Yang Man asked as she prepared dinner. Gu Yunting came over to help pick vegetables and replied, I have my own construction team, so we can build it ourselves. Just like my little sister said, we'll build tall apartment buildings and sell the units one by one. That sounds good. Ningning has vision and good judgment. If you follow her advice, you can't go wrong. Yeah, it's just that there's only one plot, and it's pretty small. After all, he hadn't been in Haiqing for long, so he hadn't saved up much capital yet. Yang Man encouraged him, that's okay. It's a good start. Once you have your first plot, there'll soon be a second, then a third. The plots will get bigger and bigger. That's what I think too. After they finished picking vegetables, Gu Yunting walked over and wrapped his arms around Yang Man's waist. Once these apartments are built, I'll keep a big unit for us and one for each of our family members. That way, when they come to Haiqing, they'll have a place to stay. Yang Man nodded, her eyes full of tenderness. That sounds wonderful. Gu Yunting rested his head on her shoulder, his eyes shining. Wife, I really feel like everything is getting better. Not just for their family, but for everything around them. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Everything was thriving. Yes, so we have to keep up with the times and get better and better. We will. Beijing First Hospital. If you asked who the most popular doctor at Beijing First Hospital was recently, it would undoubtedly be Chief Physician Gu Jianing. Whether it was women wanting to have children, patients needing surgery, or even those with psychological issues, patients and their families all insisted on seeing Dr. Gu. Gu Jianing's reputation had already spread a few years ago when she gave lectures at Beijing High School. The citizens of Beijing learned about this remarkable doctor. Unfortunately, Dr. Gu didn't work at a Beijing hospital. She was serving in military hospitals elsewhere. Even so, over the past few years, news reports about Gu Jianing would pop up from time to time. So, in the eyes of people in Beijing, and even across the country, Gu Jianing was almost a legendary miracle doctor. Her skills were incredibly broad. She could help people who couldn't have children to conceive, perform intricate surgeries that other doctors couldn't handle, and even cure tuberculosis, a notoriously difficult disease. She was also outstanding in mental health, especially in treating post-war trauma. Her theories and methods for treating PTSD had saved countless soldiers and police officers. Because of her immense reputation, the moment she started working at Beijing First Hospital, all the major newspapers reported the good news. What patient wouldn't want to see the most skilled doctor? As a result, recently, many patients and their families coming to Beijing First Hospital would ask for Dr. Gu Jianing by name. Whenever Gu Jianing was on duty, her appointment slots would be booked from morning till night. And Gu Jianing's medical skills truly lived up to everyone's expectations. Although she hadn't been at the hospital long, several patients had already become pregnant thanks to her treatment, and she had performed multiple major surgeries, saving people who might not have survived otherwise. With her around, the success rate of surgery soared. No wonder patients and families wanted to see her. Any doctor who had witnessed Gu Jianing diagnose or operate couldn't help but admire her. For example, even though she had a huge number of patients, Gu Jianing's diagnoses and treatments were both fast and accurate. She could see a patient in just a few minutes, and her diagnoses and prescriptions were always spot on. Dr. Gu is truly amazing, especially her eyes. When it comes to observing, listening, questioning, and feeling the pulse, she's extraordinary. I feel like no matter what illness it is, as soon as Dr. Gu glances at you, she knows immediately, one doctor remarked after watching her work. If Gu Jianing had heard this, she would have said, "You're very observant, and absolutely right." In fact, Gu Jianing's speed in diagnosis was thanks to the all-purpose scanner in her eyes. With just a glance, the patient's condition would be instantly revealed. And it was always 100% accurate. Once she identified the problem, Gu Jianing could quickly prescribe the right treatment based on her vast medical knowledge. So, this scanner was practically a divine tool assisting her in healing people. Of course, only she knew about this secret. Zhang Zishi was still holding his head high, his deep gaze fixed on Qin Tian, his eyes full of warning. Recently, patients and their families who came to the hospital noticed that there was actually a young boy following Dr. Gu around. And Dr. Gu's pace in seeing patients had slowed down a bit. Whenever they encountered an interesting case, she would take the time to explain it to the boy. "Hey, do you guys know who that boy is? Is he an intern at the hospital? But he looks so young." Someone was puzzled by the boy's presence. "You don't know? That's Qin Tian, Dr. Gu's apprentice." "Oh, so he's Dr. Gu's apprentice. He's really accomplished for someone so young. If he keeps this up, he'll probably become a miracle doctor himself one day." That's right, the boy interning with Gu Jianing was none other than Qin Tian. Now, Qin Tian had already graduated from elementary school and was in his first year of middle school. Ever since Qin Tian and Qin Qing brought their grandmother to Beijing to join their parents, their lives had improved a lot. They no longer had to worry about having enough to eat or staying warm. With their parents by their side and the chance to go to school, they didn't have to worry about earning money anymore. At that time, the only thing that troubled Qin Tian was that his master's family wasn't with him. Whenever he missed his master, all he could do was write letters or make phone calls. Fortunately, now his master had come to Beijing. And not only that, she had brought him along to learn by her side. Although his master hadn't been with him these past few years, she had never neglected his education. Medical books, case summaries, Gu Jianing would mail them all to Qin Tian. Whenever Qin Tian didn't understand something, he'd write about it in a letter to Gu Jianing, and she would reply with detailed answers. It had to be said, Qin Tian had real talent for medicine. So even though he was learning medical skills in his spare time while still going to school, he was making rapid progress. This time, Gu Jianing had officially settled in Beijing. She had also taken a permanent position at Beijing First Hospital, so whenever Qin Tian didn't have classes, she'd bring him along to intern. Gu Jianing felt that explaining real cases to Qin Tian would help him gain more experience. And Qin Tian understood how much his master cared about him, so he studied very diligently. By the end of the day, Qin Tian always felt he had learned a lot, and his notebook was filled to the brim. Xiao Tian, come have dinner at my place tonight. Xingxing and Ye really miss you, Gu Jianing said after seeing her last patient and getting off work. Qin Tian's eyes lit up at the mention of Xingxing and Ye. Over the years, he had kept in touch with them often. He missed them too. Sure. But I need to let my parents and grandma know first. No problem, just use the phone in my office. Okay. Soon, Qin Tian called home, and Grandma Qin answered. When she heard he was going to Gu Jianing's for dinner, she happily agreed. So the master and apprentice left the hospital, and Qin Tian got into Gu Jianing's car. That's right, Gu Jianing had a car now. The car had been provided jointly by Beijing First Hospital and Beijing University. The reason, of course, was that Gu Jianing had to travel frequently between the hospital and the university, and the distance was a bit far. Having a car made things much more convenient. So, they applied to get her a car. Once she found out, Gu Jianing made time to learn to drive. In truth, she didn't really need to learn. She'd known how to drive in her previous life, but in this life, she didn't know how. So, she had to learn. But she picked it up quickly. She got her license in no time, and as soon as the car arrived, she was able to drive it. Before long, Gu Jianing drove Qin Tian back to the Sihiyuan courtyard house. This wasn't Qin Tian's first time visiting, but he was always happy to come. In the yard, Ye was playing. When she heard the commotion, she looked up. She saw her mother coming home, and the Qin Tian gig she'd been thinking about. Ye's eyes instantly lit up. After calling out Mom, she dashed over. She ran straight toward Qin Tian, calling out as she went, Xiao Tian gig. Qin Tian was startled by how fast she was running. Ye, slow down. Don't fall. The next second, Ye was in front of him. As soon as Qin Tian squatted down, she threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Xiao Tian gig, I missed you so much. Qin Tian looked at Ye with gentle eyes. I missed you too. Hearing this, Ye was delighted and immediately gave Qin Tian a big kiss on the cheek. Qin Tian was stunned. Gu Jianing. Just then, Sheng Zishi walked in and happened to see this scene. Old Father Sheng Zishi. Qin Tian felt a burning gaze on his back and turned around. He saw his Shigong, Grandmaster, looking at him with a dark expression, as if ready to throw him out the door. Qin Tian, Shigong, let me explain, it was Ye who kissed me, not the other way around. Of course, Sheng Zishi knew that Ye and Qin Tian were close, and he had seen that it was Ye who kissed Qin Tian. Otherwise, if Qin Tian had kissed Ye, he'd probably have dragged Qin Tian off for a good scolding by now. Zishi, you're back. Go wash your hands and come eat. Gu Jianing quickly broke the awkwardness and ushered Sheng Zishi aside. Sheng Zishi still held his head high, his deep gaze fixed on Qin Tian, eyes full of warning. Qin Tian, so scary. Look at you. Why are you giving Qin Tian such a scary look? What if you frighten him? Gu Jianing shot him a glare. Sheng Zishi, scolded by his wife, looked a little aggrieved. Wife, you saw it too. Ye kissed that brat. Yes, I saw. But Ye missed Qin Tian and wanted to kiss him. Isn't that normal? It's not like Qin Tian did it. Shangzishi, in my opinion, Yaya taking the initiative is even more serious than if Qin Tian did. He had a bad feeling that his daughter was going to be stolen away by someone else's brat. Wife, Yaya and Qin Tian only saw each other when they were too little to talk. Even if she has a good memory, they haven't seen each other since. How come they're so close now? Shangzishi really couldn't figure it out. Gu Jianing, how should I know? Wife, do you think Yaya doesn't have enough playmates? Gu Jianing, huh? What do you mean? I mean, should we find more playmates for Yaya? That way, she won't just think about Qin Tian all the time. Gu Jianing couldn't help but laugh. Why don't you ask Yaya if she wants to stay single forever and let you take care of her for life? She was just joking. But as soon as she said it, Shangzishi's eyes lit up. That's a great idea. I'll. Before he could finish, Gu Jianing knocked him on the head, half exasperated, half amused. Shangzishi, enough already. Yaya is still just a child. She doesn't understand any of this, okay? Shangzishi, but I just have a bad feeling about this. A father's intuition. Something bad is coming. But after Gu Jianing's warning, Shangzishi didn't dare say anything more. Still, Qin Tian felt that whenever he played with Yaya, he was always being watched. But every time he turned around, there was nothing there. Speaking of which, everyone had noticed Yaya's special fondness for Qin Tian. Take Gooden, for example. In the past, Xingxing, Yaya, and Gooden played together all the time. The three of them had really been through thick and thin. Even after Xingxing and Yaya moved to Beijing, they still wrote letters and made phone calls to Gooden from time to time. But it was obvious that Yaya treated Qin Tian differently from Gooden. She just loved being with Qin Tian, always wanting to hug and kiss him. And Qin Tian doted on Yaya too. Not just because Yaya was Gu Jianing's daughter, but also because she was adorable, sweet-talking, and just so lovable. At mealtimes, Yaya always chose to sit next to Qin Tian. Qin Tian would take care of her while eating whatever Yaya wanted. As soon as she glanced at it, Qin Tian would immediately get it for her. And Yaya would sweetly say, "Thank you, Brother Xiaotian." She'd flash a sugary smile, and sometimes even pick up food for Qin Tian in return. Watching all this, Shangzishi felt so jealous. Stinky Yaya, you're so biased. I'm your father, and you've never picked up food for me. Yaya, oblivious to her father's resentful gaze, continued to stick close to Qin Tian. But Qin Tian, ever sensitive, noticed something was off. He looked down at the piece of braised pork Yaya had just given him, and saw his Shifu, Shangzishi, staring at it so hard he could practically burn a hole in it. Qin Tian had the distinct feeling that if he dared eat that piece of pork, something bad would happen. So, he quickly picked up the braised pork and tried to hand it over. Shifu. But before he could finish, Shangzishi gave a little snort, looked away from him, and turned to Gu Jianing. Wife, I want some braised pork. Gu Jianing, are you a child? Still so petty? But what could she do? This 300-month-old child was her husband. So Gu Jianing picked up a big piece of braised pork for him. Shangzishi ate his pork, giving Qin Tian a provocative look, as if to say, I have braised pork for my wife too, you know. Who cares about yours? Wait, why do I even need to say that? This silent battle lasted until Qin Tian left. When it was time for Qin Tian to go, Yaya was reluctant to let him leave. Her eyes were red, and her little hand clung to Qin Tian's sleeve, unwilling to let go. Brother Xiaotian, you have to come visit me often. I will, I promise. Yaya, you have to be good at home. Yaya still couldn't bear to part with him, and even gave Qin Tian a kiss. In the end, Qin Tian practically fled the courtyard. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, Shifu's glare would kill him. That look was just too scary. By the time Gu Jianing's family had lived in Beijing for a year, it was already the end of 1982, about to cross into 1983. A lot had happened over the past year. For example, back in Huaihua village, the residential land that had been approved now had a 3-story Western-style house built on it. The Gu family picked an auspicious day and moved in. They became the first family in the village to build such a house. And it really was impressive, grand on the outside, spacious on the inside. Many people in the village were envious. Everyone was working hard, dreaming of building a beautiful, spacious house like the Gu family's. And, honestly, it was possible. In the past year or two, the villagers had been working with Gu Yunnan on the contract farming projects, and things were booming. Whether it was raising fish in the rice paddies or growing medicinal herbs and fruit trees in the mountains, Gu Yunnan's ventures were all making money. The other villagers who joined in also earned quite a bit. Their wallets were fatter, and life was getting better. People walked down the road with big smiles on their faces. Even the newspapers were reporting on the rise of 10,000 yuan households. In the county town, you could see plenty of people running small businesses at street stalls. The environment was getting more and more relaxed. Meanwhile, Gu Yunting's 320-plus-story apartment buildings had also been completed. His development was the first of its kind in Haicheng, and even made it into the newspapers. At first, many people were skeptical. They thought, who's going to buy such tall, expensive buildings? But after Gu Yunting followed Gu Jianning's advice and promoted them, all the available units sold out within days. Gu Yunting and his wife were overjoyed. Ningning said, back when the educated youth were allowed to return to the city, the population shot up and there weren't enough houses. And with the economy developing so fast, people's lives are getting better, and naturally they'll have more kids. With more kids, you need more places to live, right? So Ningning said, not only should we build these apartments, we should build a lot more. They'll definitely sell. Honestly, Gu Yunting hadn't been very confident at first, but after talking with his little sister, he felt reassured. Somehow, he just felt that his little sister had more foresight than the rest of them. If she said it, it must be right. And it turned out she was. Exactly, so we should listen to Ningning more. Right. From now on, I'm going to buy more land and build more apartments. Gu Yunting was full of confidence and hope for the future. As 1982 turned into 1983, Gu Jianning's family didn't go back to Huaihua village, but her third brother, Gu Yunzhou, did. On New Year's Eve, Gu Jianning's whole family was gathered in the courtyard house. Grandpa and Grandma Sang were there, and even Xing Xinhao had come. Over the past year in Beijing, their relationship with Xing Xinhao had improved a lot. So this year, Shang Zishi invited not only Grandpa and Grandma Sang, but also Xing Xinhao. Xing Xinhao was over the moon. It meant his son's attitude had finally softened. Now, in the courtyard, Xing Xinhao was giving Tuanchuan a piggyback ride and playing Eagle Catches Chicks with Xing Xing and Yaya. The air was filled with their laughter. Grandpa Sang, watching the old rascal, just snorted softly but didn't say anything. To be honest, Grandpa and Grandma Sang still held some resentment toward Xing Xinhao. But most of it was because, after marrying Fang Wanrong, Xing Xinhao had neglected and mistreated the young Shang Zishi. As for their daughter, Sang Yuan, she died of illness, and that wasn't Sheng Xinhao's fault. He hadn't caused her death. If only Awan hadn't followed that old fool to the border, maybe nothing would have happened, Grandma Sang murmured. Grandpa Sang fell silent as he listened. Over the years, the death of their daughter had become a deeply taboo subject for both Grandpa and Grandma Sang, rarely spoken of. In another room, Gu Jianning was talking with Xing Zishi about the death of her mother-in-law, Sang Yuan, all those years ago. So, mother-in-law didn't actually pass away in Jing City? It was at the border. Gu Jianning was a little surprised. Because Xing Zishi had never mentioned it, she had always assumed her mother-in-law died in Jing City. That's right. Because she contracted a highly contagious virus, they couldn't bring the body back. She was cremated at the border, and what we brought home was her ashes. Speaking of his mother's passing, Shang Zishi was still filled with sorrow. Back then, there had been a conflict at the border between their country and Country F. Xing Xinhao had to lead a team there, and he might have had to stay stationed for a year or two. Because it was such a long assignment, they were allowed to bring one person along. At the time, Xing Xinhao hadn't wanted to bring Sang Yuan. He was afraid something might happen to her. But Sang Yuan insisted on going, not just because she was Xing Xinhao's wife, but also because she was a war correspondent. She wanted to go along to report on the situation. In the end, Xing Xinhao couldn't persuade her otherwise, and she went with him. At the time, Shang Zishi had just started middle school, still a young teenager, And of course, he didn't want to be separated from his parents. But there was no choice. Because of their work, it was inevitable that their family couldn't always be together. So, Shang Zishi was entrusted to Grandpa and Grandma Sang. No one expected that Sang Yuan would never return. If I'd known she'd never come back, I would have clung to her leg, cried, done whatever it took. I wouldn't have let her go. During the 6 months Sang Yuan was at the border with Xing Xinhao, she would still send news back from time to time. But then, half a year later, an epidemic suddenly broke out at the border. A deadly infectious disease. In ancient times, it would have been called a plague. When the news broke, countless people had already been infected. Sang Yuan was among them, and her condition was very serious. He said he tried everything to save my mother, even found the best doctor from country A who was also at the border, but still couldn't save her. So, when Xing Xinhao finally returned to the country, he brought back both his honors and Sang Yuan's ashes. Shang Zishi still clearly remembered how devastated Xing Xinhao was during those first 6 months after his wife's death. But he also remembered that, just a year later, it was as if he'd forgotten about his mother. He remarried. Shang Zishi didn't object to him remarrying, especially since Xing Xinhao was still young at the time, and upon returning home, he held a high position. Even if he hadn't wanted to remarry, people in his position would have insisted on it. But Shang Zishi felt that a year was just too soon. Especially after Xing Xinhao married Fang Wanrong, his heart shifted entirely to her, and he became more and more biased, even treating Shang Zishi worse and worse. That was the real reason Shang Zishi resented him. After all, when it came to his mother's death, fate was beyond anyone's control. But in other matters, Shang Zishi saw Xing Xinhao's coldness. Even now, even though Xing Xinhao had long since divorced Fang Wanrong, even though he'd realized his mistakes and had been trying to make amends, even though this year, he'd invited the old man to the courtyard house for New Year's, that lingering resentment in Xing Zishi's heart still hadn't gone away. The only way I'd stop resenting him is if my mother came back to life, but how could that ever happen? Gu Jianing understood what he meant. She stepped forward and hugged him, silently comforting him. Shang Zishi didn't let himself dwell on those emotions for long, and soon recovered. That year's New Year's Eve dinner was the most lavish meal the courtyard house had seen all year. As they ate, the TV, bought last year, was playing the Spring Festival Gala. With the chimes on TV and fireworks blooming over Jing City, the new year arrived. Xingxing, Yaya, and Tuanchuan, the 3 children, were all quite young and had long since fallen asleep. In the courtyard, Shang Zishi held Gu Jianing as they watched the brilliant fireworks light up the sky. Their hands were tightly clasped, their hearts closely bound together. No words were needed, but in their hearts, they promised each other to spend many, many more years like this together. Maybe it was because they'd talked about his mother during the day, but that night, Xing Zishi had a rare dream. He saw his mother in his dream. She was young, beautiful, and gentle, just as he remembered. But when Xing Zishi tried to approach her, she faded away like a wisp of smoke. At that moment, in Country A, in a manor, a beautiful middle-aged woman gazed out the window. A handsome middle-aged man walked over and put his arm around her. "Dearest Wan, what are you thinking about?" "Henry, today is Chinese New Year's Eve in China, isn't it?" the woman, called Wan, said. Henry, the handsome blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, had a flicker in his eyes. Something flashed quickly, then disappeared. His voice was deep and gentle. "Yes, today is Chinese New Year's Eve. It must be lively in China tonight. I remember New Year's Eve is a time for family reunions." "That's right." "Henry, do you think my family might be missing me, thinking of me too?" Henry pressed his lips together and hugged his wife tightly. He said, "Darling, do you still want to go back to China to look for your family?" "Yes." "Henry, no matter what, I have to find an answer. Otherwise, I'll always feel unsettled." Wan nestled in Henry's arms. "All right, I'll go with you." Wan gazed out the window, as if trying to look across the vast ocean toward distant China. Wan had no memories of her past, she only vaguely remembered someone calling her Awan. Her earliest memory was of being gravely ill and being saved by Henry. Henry said he'd come across her by chance. When he found her, she was seriously ill, with no one by her side. Even after Henry nursed her back to health, she asked around nearby but couldn't find anyone who might be her family. Later, she followed Henry back to Country A, fell in love with him, and married him. They had settled in Country A ever since. Years passed, more than a decade. The only thing Juan knew for sure was that she was Chinese. Her distinctly East Asian features made it clear she was Chinese. Over these years, though she and Henry had no children, Henry had always treated her with great care, cherishing her like a precious jewel. But as time went on, Juan always felt an emptiness inside, as if she had forgotten something very important. Something that meant everything to her, something she couldn't let go of. Juan knew that whatever it was in China. So even after all these years, she was determined to go back and search for it. After Wang said she was going to Country A, Henry became noticeably quieter. "Henry, what's wrong? Do you not want me to go to China?" Wang asked. A smile appeared on Henry's face. "How could that be?" "Wang, whatever you want to do, I'll help you achieve it. I was just thinking about how you'll go to China." Hearing this, Wang let out a sigh of relief. She couldn't help but recall that over the past decade or so, the idea of returning to China had crossed her mind from time to time. But it always got delayed for various reasons. Sometimes it was urgent business at the company, sometimes Henry was sick and couldn't get up, sometimes it was something else. So after all these twists and turns, it was dragged out until now. But even after all these years, Wang's determination to return to China and search for answers had never wavered. "Wang, I think the Canton Fair in China is coming up soon. We could go as clients from Country A, with you in your role as chairwoman of Yunshu Intelligence," Henry suggested. No one knew just how remarkable Wang had become since coming to Country A. In just over a decade, she had built a business empire from nothing, Yunshu Intelligence, spanning electronics and automotive industries. No one knew how much she had impressed Henry or the people of Country A. Now, Wang's status and position in Country A were undoubtedly high and important. For her, traveling abroad was both easy and not so easy, because the authorities in Country A kept a close eye on her. When Wang heard Henry's suggestion, her eyes lit up. "Yes, if we go that way, it'll all be above board." Wang snuggled into Henry's arms. "Thank you, Henry." Henry hugged her tightly and gently shook his head. "Henry, my amnesia hasn't improved at all in Country A, and even you haven't been able to help. Do you think maybe the doctors in China might have a way?" Wang asked. Henry pressed his lips together, lowered his head to hide the emotions in his eyes, and replied, "Maybe. And then I think I'll give it a try when I get there. I always feel like what I've forgotten is something really important. I have to get it back." Henry hugged her tighter. "All right, darling. I'll help you find it." The next morning, after breakfast, Wang went to the company. There was still some time before the Canton Fair, and since she had decided to go to China, she needed to take care of some business matters first. Also, because of her status, if she was going to China, she not only had to inform the authorities in Country A, but also notify the Chinese side. After Wang left, Henry went to the church as usual. The Henry family were descendants of nobility in Country A and were quite wealthy. Henry himself was also an outstanding doctor, especially skilled in treating psychological disorders and infectious diseases. He was also a devout Christian. Every Monday, he would go to church to pray. Today was Monday. At this moment, Henry was in the church, praying before the statue of Jesus. Henry was undoubtedly handsome, with both good looks and a good figure. He came from a good family and was gentle by nature. Over the years, countless women had wanted to become Henry's secret lover or even have his child in secret. But Henry had always refused them firmly. Everyone in Country A knew that Dr. Henry was devoted only to his wife, the chairwoman of Yunshu Intelligence, Ms. Aviva. And indeed, Ms. Aviva was a beautiful, outstanding, and intelligent woman who had captivated countless men in Country A. At this moment, there was no one else in the church but Henry. His emerald green eyes looked up at Jesus, full of melancholy. Wang's desire to go to China has never changed. I think this time, I won't be able to stop her. I have a bad feeling. I'm afraid that what I fear most will happen when she goes to China. God, for these past 10 years, I've lived in repentance and guilt. I know I am a despicable thief. These past 10 years have been a gift from heaven. But now, I'm about to face my judgment and punishment. In Beijing, China, as soon as the Spring Festival was over, everyone plunged into the busy new year. Shang Zishi and Gu Jianing were no exception. Tuan Tuan was still being looked after by Grandma Sang. Shang Zishi returned to the military district in Beijing, while Gu Jianing was busy shuttling between Beijing University and the first hospital. As soon as the new semester started, Gu Jianing ran into her third brother, Gu Yunzhou, and learned some news. Third brother, you mean you're going to study abroad in country A? Gu Jianing was a little surprised, but not shocked. She knew that at this time, there were government-sponsored study abroad programs. She also knew her third brother was very talented in electronics and had excellent academic performance. So, she wasn't surprised that he was selected to study abroad. It was just a bit sudden. Yes, the school received the news last year, and the student list was finalized at the beginning of this year. Actually, my advisor told me about this last year and said I had a good chance of being chosen. So, for Gu Yunzhou, it wasn't sudden. He was mentally prepared. Third brother, do you want to go? Gu Jianing asked. Gu Yunzhou nodded, his eyes shining. I know our country is still behind in many areas. We urgently need to learn advanced foreign technology. That's why the school is sending us abroad on government scholarships. They hope we can learn advanced technology and bring it back to help develop our country. Ningning, I don't have many talents, but I'm pretty good at studying and learning. So, since I have this opportunity, I want to give it my all. Gu Jianing. Actually, before she asked, based on her understanding of her third brother, she already knew what his answer would be. So she wasn't surprised by his reply. I have no problem with it, but what about Mom and Dad? By the way, how many years will you be gone? Probably at least 4 years, maybe 5. I heard we'll also get to intern at Yushu Intelligence in Country A. Yushu Intelligence was famous not just in Country A in China, but in other countries as well. Although it had only risen to prominence in the past decade or so, it was now the largest electronics and automotive company in Country A. Their technology was undoubtedly cutting edge. If he could learn something there, it would be more than enough when he returned to China. All right then, you tell Mom and Dad yourself. You're old enough now. If you go to Country A for 4 or 5 years, by the time you come back, you'll be over 30 and still a bachelor. Third brother had always been 2 years older than her. Now, as his younger sister, she already had 3 kids. The oldest was almost 4 years old. But third brother, not only was he unmarried, he didn't even have a girlfriend. If he'd been living at home instead of studying in the capital, their parents probably would have been nagging him to get married by now. She remembered that last time she went home, their parents had sounded worried when they mentioned that third brother still wasn't married. Of course, as the saying goes, every child has their own destiny. Father and mother weren't the type to force their kids. But compared to others in the village, Gu Yunzhou's age was getting up there. They just worried that, in the future, Gu Yunzhou might end up alone for the rest of his life. They still hoped someone would be there to share his life. They knew how wonderful it was to have someone to walk through life with. Gu Yunzhou listened to his little sister's teasing. He couldn't help but recall how his parents had questioned him when he last went home. Well, after he told them this time, they'd probably have mixed feelings. And that's exactly what happened. That night, Gu Yunzhou found some time to call home and tell his parents about the government-sponsored study abroad opportunity. This is a good thing. You should go, definitely go, Yao Chunhua said at first, not thinking too much about it. She just felt that being chosen by the school and being able to study abroad for free was a huge honor. It meant he must be talented and capable. Back in the day, if you wanted to learn a skill, you had to become an apprentice. Not only did you not get paid, you might even have to pay for the privilege. And after years of hard work, you might not even learn much. Now, the school was paying for them to go abroad and learn new skills. What a great opportunity. Yao Chunhua and her husband had never been abroad, but they knew that some foreign countries had advanced technology. Since it was advanced, of course he should go learn and bring it back to help the country. But in the next moment, Gu Yunzhou's words left them stunned. I'll be gone for at least 4 or 5 years before I can come back. Yao Chunhua. As soon as Gu Yunzhou said this, both Yao Chunhua and Father Gu fell silent. There was a long pause on both ends of the line. After a while, Yao Chunhua finally seemed to make up her mind. She let out a long sigh and said, "All right, go ahead, just remember to call home often. And don't go marrying a foreign girl." As she spoke, Yao Chunhua's face twisted in hesitation. Then she said, "Forget it. Even if you do marry a foreign girl, it's fine as long as you're happy." Gu Yunzhou was already surprised when his parents agreed so easily. He didn't expect his mother to bring up marrying a foreign girl. It left him both amused and exasperated. "Mom, weren't you and Dad always worrying about me getting married? If I go, I'll be gone for 4 or 5 years. You're not going to nag me anymore." Yao Chunhua sighed. "What's the use of nagging? Would you listen even if we did? Besides, a good marriage can't be forced. Your dad and I have figured it out. We won't nag you, and we're not in a hurry. We'll just let things happen as they will. Actually, it's not that we want to pressure you. We just don't want you to end up old and alone. But I've thought about it. If you're alone but safe and happy, that's fine too. Not everyone has to be like everyone else to be considered normal or happy. The most important thing is how you feel. If it feels right to you, then it's truly good. If you compromise for the sake of others, it's bound to be less than ideal." Gu Yunzhou was stunned, then his eyes filled with emotion. He'd always known that, even though his parents weren't highly educated, they were truly good parents. They'd always treated their children well and had always been open-minded. They never forced anything, only loved and supported them. That's why, for him, his little sister, and the rest of the Gu family meant so much. Because they were just that wonderful. Gu Yunzhou blinked, hiding the redness in his eyes, and said lightly, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I'm not against marriage. I just haven't met the right person yet. When I do, I'll bring them home for you to meet." Hearing this, Yao Chunhua and her husband finally relaxed. "That's good. By the way, when are you leaving for your studies?" "In about a month. But before that, I'll come home for a visit." "You'll come home? That's great, that's great." After all, he'd be gone for 4 or 5 years, and it was unlikely he'd get to come back during that time. So before leaving, the school let the students go home to spend time with their families. After hanging up, Yao Chunhua immediately got busy with her husband. Their third son was coming home soon. Once he left for country A, it would be 4 or 5 years. It was a foreign place. They didn't know if he'd get used to the food or the environment. Yao Chunhua knew she was good at making pickles and hometown snacks. Her kids all loved her cooking. So she planned to take this opportunity to make a lot. Most of it would be for third brother to take with him to country A. After all, who knew if he'd be able to receive packages from home once he was there? So it was best to prepare as much as possible for him to take along. She'd also send some to Ningning and the eldest. Meanwhile, after finishing up in the orchard and herb garden in the mountains, Gu Yunan and Su Miao came home and heard about Gu Yunzhou's upcoming study abroad trip. They also learned that Yao Chunhua and her husband were planning to make pickles and snacks for Gu Yunzhou to take with him. So they immediately joined in to help. Yao Chunhua and her husband didn't keep Gu Yunzhou's study abroad plans a secret. They'd mention it in passing sometimes. They didn't treat it as a huge deal. But to the villagers and others, it was a big event. Over the years, the Gu family had become more and more different in everyone's eyes. So any news from the Gu family was a big deal to the villagers. When Gu Yunzhou got into a university in the capital, that was already a huge event. Now that he was going abroad on a government scholarship, it was even bigger. Gu family's third son is really something, studying abroad on a government scholarship. He must be really smart. Of course. Otherwise, how could the school have picked him? Exactly. He'll be gone for 4 or 5 years. By the time Gu Yunzhou comes back, he'll be over 30. Yeah, he's already getting up there in age. Do you think Chunhua will have him go on blind dates and get married before he leaves? No way. I already asked Chunhwa about it. She said she won't pressure him to get married. She'll just let things happen naturally. Let things happen? How can you just let things happen? What if Gyunjo never gets married or brings home a foreign wife? I asked Chunhwa about this too, and she also said to just let things happen naturally. In truth, the ones who are so anxious and worried are all those who had previously gone to the Gu family to propose marriage. The Gu family today is nothing like it used to be. Just look at that Western-style house, the only one in the whole Huaishu village, and you can see how things have changed. Not to mention, Yao Chunhua and Old Man Gu's children are also accomplished. The eldest, they say, is in Haiqing working in construction and real estate, and his wife is attending university there. The second son, Gu Yunan, and his wife are running a contracting business, and it's booming. They're making a fortune. The only daughter, Gu Jianing, is an incredible doctor, and she married a promising military officer. Now they've settled in Beijing. Gu Yunzhou got into Beijing University. Clearly, once he graduates, he'll have a bright future too. And Gu Yunzhou is the only one among them who isn't married yet. So how could other families not be envious? It's not just because Gu Yunzhou is handsome and has a bright future. Yao Chunhua and Old Man Gu are also the best in-laws anyone could hope for. They're fiercely protective of their own and very open-minded. So, there are truly a lot of girls who want to marry Gu Yunzhou. Ever since he got into Beijing University, over the past 2 years, the Gu family's doorstep has practically been worn down by all the matchmakers coming to propose. It's not just families from the surrounding villages, quite a few city folks have sent people to propose as well. I even heard that the county party secretary's daughter wants to marry Gu Yunzhou and sent someone to propose. But without exception, Gu Yunzhou had Yao Chunhua and her husband turn them all down. He said he wanted to focus on his studies and wasn't considering marriage for now. Now Gu Yunzhou is going abroad to study, and he'll be gone for 4 or 5 years. What girl could wait that long? Exactly. Looks like I need to go home and arrange for my niece, who likes Gu Yunzhou, to meet him. Me too. News always travels fast. On this side, Lu Yuan, who had been writing a letter, dropped her pen onto the desk the moment she heard the news. Tears streamed down her face instantly. She stared at the letter she was writing to Gu Yunzhou, her tears falling onto the paper and blurring the words. Seeing her like this, Lu Yuan's mother's heart ached. She hurried over and hugged her daughter tightly. Yuan, don't cry. Seeing you cry like this breaks my heart. Lu Yuan was her and her husband's only child. Even though she was a girl, they'd always doted on her like a precious jewel. Almost anything their daughter wanted, they would give her. But now, when it came to marriage, Mom, I really like Gu Yunzhou, Lu Yuan sobbed. But I know it's just not possible anymore. Back when they both worked at the supply and marketing cooperative, Lu Yuan actually had a chance. That was when she interacted with Gu Yunzhou the most. She had even secretly confessed her feelings to him, but he turned her down. Still, Lu Yuan didn't want to give up. She thought, as long as Gu Yunzhou didn't have a girlfriend, she might still have a chance. And she wasn't lacking in any way. She was good-looking, and her family background was good too. There were plenty of men who wanted to marry her. But the one she liked, Gu Yunzhou, just wouldn't look at her. When she found out Gu Yunzhou was preparing for the college entrance exam, Lu Yuan started preparing too. Her grades had always been average. But now she was willing to work hard for love. Who knows, maybe she could get in. If she could get into the same university as Gu Yunzhou, that would be perfect. Then she'd have the best chance. But if not... Anyway, during that time, Lu Yuan was studying hard. Later, the results came out. The results made her both happy and sad. She was happy because the person she liked was truly outstanding. Gu Yunzhou got into Beijing University, and he was even the top scorer in the whole province. He really was amazing. She also knew that once Gu Yunzhou went off to university, his future would be limitless. But what made her sad was, she didn't get in. Not only did she not get into Beijing University, she didn't even get into the lowest level junior college. Lu Yuan knew that once Gu Yunzhou left for Beijing, she'd never have another chance with him. The gap between them would only grow wider. Who knows, Maybe Gu Yunjo would find someone he liked at university. After all, there would be plenty of outstanding and beautiful girls there. And Gu Yunjo was excellent and handsome. There would be no shortage of girls who liked him. So, in a panic, Lu Yuan told her parents how she felt. She asked them to go to the Gu family and propose on her behalf. She thought, maybe, just maybe, Gu Yunjo would agree. Even if he didn't, maybe his parents would. After all, her conditions were probably the best among all the girls hoping to marry Gu Yunjo. Actually, Lu Yuan wasn't wrong to think this way. At the time, Yo Chunhua and Old Man Gu did think Lu Yuan was a good match. But Gu Yunjo still refused. It wasn't that he looked down on Lu Yuan or anything, he just didn't have any feelings for her. Although he didn't have a girlfriend, the person he wanted to marry had to be someone whose soul resonated with his, someone they both liked. So he couldn't accept Lu Yuan. And Yo Chunhua and Old Man Gu, even though Lu Yuan was a great match, weren't the type to force their child. Since Gu Yunjo didn't like her, they turned her down too. As for Lu Yuan's parents, they never expected their daughter would be rejected. In their eyes, their daughter was undoubtedly the best girl around. They had their eyes on the Gu family's good prospects, and Gu Yunjo was a good match, so since their daughter liked him, they went to propose. They never imagined the Gu family would turn them down. To be honest, Lu Yuan's parents were a bit angry. After all, in the county, their family had status and influence. Many families wanted to marry into theirs, but they weren't interested. But the Gu family, no matter how angry they were, there was nothing they could do. Because nowadays, just Gu Jianing and her husband's status alone was something they couldn't match. Even if Gu Jianing and her husband were far away and they had an advantage in the county, that didn't mean Gu Jianing and her husband couldn't do something about it if they found out. Especially since both of them had such bright futures. So, after weighing things up, they gave up on trying to force the Gu family to give in. Of course, Lu Yuan's parents weren't that kind of people anyway. And time proved they made the right decision. Especially now, as the Gu family's status kept rising, they even had a feeling that one day, the Gu family would reach heights they could never hope to match. So, after considering everything, they told Lu Yuan to give up. But although Lu Yuan said she would, her actions didn't match her words. She kept studying hard, but she failed the college entrance exam a second time. After that, Lu Yuan didn't take the college entrance exam again. Instead, she settled down and started working. But whenever her parents brought up the idea of introducing her to someone, she always refused. Her parents understood that she hadn't gotten over her emotional not so easily. They never expected, however, that it would take until now, seeing Yuan sobbing uncontrollably because Gu Yunjo was going abroad to study, for her mother to finally realize Yuan had never let go of Gu Yunjo. But now, Yuan, it's time to let go of Gu Yunjo. You and Gu Yunjo just aren't meant to be. He'll be gone for 4 or 5 years to study abroad. Yuan, you have to understand, a girl's best years are short. You need to cherish your present. Are you really going to wait for Gu Yunjo? Wait another 4 or 5 years. Mom knows you're in pain, that you're heartbroken, but it's time to move on. If you wait another 4 or 5 years, you'll be almost 30. If Gu Yunjo changes his mind by then, that's fine. But if he doesn't, what will you do? It'll be much harder to find someone then. Of course, you're dad, and I don't mind supporting you for your whole life, but is that what you want? And do you really think, after 4 or 5 years, Gu Yunjo will change his mind? Lu Yuan fell silent. Because she already knew the answer in her heart. No. Not even if she waited 4 or 5 years, or even 10 years, Gu Yunjo would never change his mind. Even though Gu Yunjo didn't like her, during their time working together at the supply and marketing cooperative, Lu Yuan had come to understand his character a little. In her eyes, Gu Yunjo might look gentle and easygoing on the surface, but in reality, he was extremely stubborn. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't change it easily. He might seem soft, but his heart was cold and unyielding. He only showed softness and tolerance to those he considered his own, like his family. But to Gu Yunjo, Lu Yuan was nothing. So should she really spend another 4 or 5 years chasing an impossible hope? Lu Yuan knew it was impossible. And as for letting her parents support her for life, she loved her parents dearly, and she'd always hoped that after getting married, she could live with them if possible. But she'd never thought of relying on them forever. So, Lu Yuan closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she had made up her mind. Mom, you said Guyunyo will be coming back from the capital soon, right? Let me see him one more time. I want to try one last time. If he rejects me again, then I'll let go for good. Just one last meeting, as a way to put an end to this chapter of her life. Her mother sighed and hugged her. All right, we'll do it that way. In the end, there had to be a moment when her daughter could finally give up. A week later, Guyunjo took the train from Beijing back to Huaihua village. Oh, the college student is back. Yunjo's home. Amazing, you're even going abroad on a government scholarship. When you come back, you'll be a state official. Yunjo, why are you back now? Are you here to get married? Makes sense. You'll be gone for several years. You should get married and have kids before you go. Otherwise, are you going to bring back a foreign wife from country A? Dragging his suitcase, Gu Yunjo was immediately surrounded by the enthusiastic villagers. Everyone came up to chat with him. Gu Yunjo, they're a bit too enthusiastic, I can barely handle it. And why are they all so concerned about whether I'm getting married and having kids? Finally, after making his way through the crowd, Gu Yunjo arrived home. Of course, this wasn't the old house, but the new little villa. He'd already stayed here once during the new year. Actually, it hadn't been that long since he last came home. Gu Yunjo walked in like he owned the place. As soon as he entered, he saw his niece, Xin, playing. The moment the little girl heard someone come in, she looked up and immediately recognized Gu Yunjo. Uncle, you're back. She was close to Gu Yunjo, since every time he came back from Beijing, he'd bring her little gifts. So she always looked forward to his visits. Now, seeing him, she immediately dropped her toy and ran to him. Gu Yunjo set down his suitcase and picked her up. At that moment, Ya Chunhua, hearing the commotion, came out of the kitchen. Grandma, uncle is back. Yao Chunhua saw it was indeed her youngest son. You're back, my boy. You're always thinking about your uncle. He just got home, and you're already glued to him. Just then, Gu Yunjo's father came out, teasing, I think she's really thinking about the gifts her uncle brings. Uncle, do you have a present for me? Xin looked up at Gu Yunjo with sparkling eyes. Gu Yunjo smiled. I do. I'll give it to you in a bit. Yay! I'll go call my brother. He'll be so happy too. Soon, she brought her brother Zhuang in from outside. The siblings were both delighted with the gifts Gu Yunjo brought them. Not long after, Gu Yunan came home too, carrying his youngest daughter, who was just over a year old. Seeing Gu Yunjo back, everyone was happy. At dinner, Gu Yunjo brought up his plans to study abroad again. You've really made us proud, son. When you get to country A, study hard. When you come back, be a scientist. Who would have thought Gu Yunan's little brother would become a scientist? That's amazing. Gu Yunan laughed heartily as he spoke. Gu Yunjo couldn't help but laugh. Second brother, you really have that much faith in me? Becoming a scientist was his goal, but it was just a hope in his heart. He didn't dare say it out loud. After all, it's not easy to become a scientist. Gu Yunan patted him on the shoulder. You're the smartest and best student in the family. If you don't become a scientist, who will? Gu Yunjo, all right then. I'll take your good wishes, brother. Soon, Gu Yunjo saw the pickles and snacks his parents had prepared for him. His heart was full of gratitude. Mom, Dad, as long as I have time, I'll always come home. I'll write to you too. Good, we know. When you're in country A, take care of yourself. Don't neglect your health for your studies. Just come and go safely, that's all we ask. We don't care if you become rich or famous, we just want you to be safe. I know, Mom and Dad. And so, Gu Yunjo stayed home for a while, spending time with his family before leaving to study abroad. The next day, as Gu Yunjo was about to head out to visit his second brother's orchard, he ran into an unexpected person at the door. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was delighted to see Gu Yunjo recognize her. Yes, comrade Gu Yunjo, you're back. Gu Yunjo gave a quiet still a bit puzzled as to why Lu Yuan was here. Was it because of him? Comrade Lu Yuan, what brings you here? Gu Yuno asked, uncertain. Lu Yuan paused, then looked directly at Gu Yunzhou's face. Comrade Gu, I have something I'd like to talk to you about. If you're available. Gu Yunzhou understood Lu Yuan wanted to speak with him alone. But let's go to my house's courtyard then. His family's courtyard wasn't out in the open, so there wouldn't be outsiders around, though his family was in the living room. They could see from a distance, but probably wouldn't hear anything. So, when Lu Yuan stepped into the courtyard of the little Western-style house, she saw Gu Yunzhou's mother in the living room. Yao Chunhua was a bit surprised to see Lu Yuan, but when she realized she was here to see her son, she nodded and went back to her own business. Yao Chunhua, of course, knew who Lu Yuan was. Back when the Lu family had sent a matchmaker to propose, Yao Chunhua had even gone to the supply and marketing cooperative to check Lu Yuan out. To be honest, she'd had a good impression of Lu Yuan. She thought Lu Yuan would make a good daughter-in-law. But her third son didn't like her, and there was nothing she could do about that. Now that Lu Yuan had come, Yao Chunhua didn't know the reason, but she trusted her son could handle it. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan was smiling bitterly inside. Gu Yunzhou, you really aren't giving me even the slightest chance. Comrade Lu, if you have something to say, please go ahead. Gu Yunzhou, unaware of Lu Yuan's inner thoughts, prompted her. Lu Yuan composed herself, then looked up at Gu Yunzhou. It's been a while, Comrade Gu Yunzhou. You're still as spirited as ever. I heard you were selected to study abroad in Country A on a government scholarship? Gu Yunzhou nodded. You'll be gone for 4 or 5 years? He nodded again. Then, what about marriage? Won't your parents urge you? Gu Yunzhou frowned slightly, feeling that Lu Yuan's question was a bit out of line. After all, they weren't particularly close, just acquaintances, colleagues at best. Even when they worked at the supply and marketing cooperative, their interactions were only occasional. So, asking about his marriage right away was a bit overstepping. But Gu Yunzhou was nothing if not perceptive. Listening to Lu Yuan's questions and seeing the look in her eyes, he remembered the subtle affection she'd once shown him. In an instant, he understood. Could it be that Lu Yuan still had feelings for him? Sure enough, the next moment, Lu Yuan said, If you're in a hurry to get married, could you consider me? Her hands twisted together, nervous yet hopeful. Gu Yunzhou thought to himself, just as I suspected. But, Comrade Lu, I'm not in a hurry to get married. My parents aren't pressuring me, and I have no plans to marry for now, so. Before Gu Yunzhou could finish, Lu Yuan's tears began to fall. So, I really don't have any chance at all? Gu Yunzhou nodded. Comrade Lu, I didn't expect you hadn't let go yet, but I really don't have those kinds of feelings for you. Lu Yuan couldn't stop her tears. Even if you're gone for 4 or 5 years, even if I wait for you to come back, would I still not have a chance? Gu Yunzhou was surprised by her words, but I'm sorry. Even then, I wouldn't change my mind. And, Comrade Lu Yuan, it wouldn't be worth it. Lu Yuan's tears flowed even harder. She knew that whether it was worth it or not all depended on Gu Yunzhou's answer. If he gave her even a glimmer of hope, no matter how long she waited, it would be worth it. But Gu Yunzhou was unwilling. So no matter how long she waited, all she'd get was, it's not worth it. All right, I understand. Lu Yuan wiped her tears. She knew Gu Yunzhou's heart was like iron. He'd made himself clear, if she kept holding on, it would only be pitiful. But I just have one last question. Gu Yunzhou, is there something about me you don't like? Is that why you reject me? Is it because, back when you saved me, I was with Wen Zhuqing? If it hadn't been for Gu Yunzhou's stone snapping her out of it that time. Who knows, in her confused state, she might have ended up with Wen Zhuqing. Gu Yunzhou must have seen it then. So, was he looking down on her because of that? Gu Yunzhou was surprised. He hadn't expected Lu Yuan to think that way. He shook his head. Honestly, if you hadn't brought it up, I'd have forgotten all about that. And besides, Wen Zhuqing is a sly person. You were inexperienced and got tricked by him. It's not really your fault. I just don't have romantic feelings for you. I want to find someone I truly like, someone I can connect with on a soul-deep level, to spend my life with. Lu Yuan understood. She was glad that Gu Yunzhou didn't look down on her because of what happened with Wen Zhuqing. Of course, Gu Yunzhou was such a good person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved her back then. And she wouldn't have been thinking about him all this time. But she was also sad that she wasn't the one who could resonate with Gu Yunjo's soul, the one he could fall for. She wondered what kind of girl Gu Yunjo would like in the future. Whoever she was, she'd surely be very lucky. Today, Lu Yuan had really come for a final answer. Now, all her questions had been answered by Gu Yunjo. So, it was time to let go of this fruitless affection. Comrade Lu Yuan, I sincerely wish you all the best in the future. Lu Yuan nodded, accepting his blessing. But she knew if she could stay by Gu Yunjo's side, that would truly be happiness. But it was impossible. In this lifetime, it was impossible. But if there was a next life, she hoped she could be a better person. Maybe then, there'd be a chance with Gu Yunjo. In the end, Lu Yuan gave Gu Yunjo one last long look, then turned and left. She didn't look back, afraid that if she did, she wouldn't be able to hold herself together. She let her tears be carried away by the wind. After that, Lu Yuan truly let go of Gu Yunjo. But since she had truly loved him, it took her nearly half a year to sort out her feelings. Afterwards, she asked her parents to arrange blind dates for her. 3 months later, she got married. Her husband was an engineer at a factory, gentle-looking, mild-mannered, and honest. He liked Lu Yuan very much. As for Lu Yuan, she didn't love him deeply, but she didn't dislike him either. She had a certain fondness for him. She knew she was at the age where she couldn't wait any longer. So they got married. Lu Yuan thought, life after marriage with him shouldn't be too hard. After all, even if you can't spend your life with the one you love, you still have to live well. A person's life is not easy, just a few short decades, and it's gone. Clinging to obsessions is a way to live, letting go of them is also a way to live. But in the end, one should be a little kinder to oneself. After Lu Yuan left that day, Gu Yunjo stopped paying attention to her affairs. Or rather, to be precise, Gu Yunjo had never really cared about Lu Yuan's matters in the first place. Perhaps that was the cruelest thing about Gu Yunjo, at least from Lu Yuan's perspective. If someone didn't matter to him, Gu Yunjo simply wouldn't pay attention. Gu Yunjo stayed at home for nearly half a month. Then, carrying the luggage his parents had prepared, he returned to Beijing. The day he and his classmates would depart for Country A was fast approaching. At the airport that day, both Gu Yunjo and his classmates were weighed down with baggage, not just their suitcases, but the heavy responsibility their country had placed upon them. The nation was waiting for them to return with new knowledge and repay their homeland. Gu Jianing brought the kids along to see their uncle off. As for Sheng Zishi, he was too busy at the military district to get leave. Uncle, you're going to Country A for so long. Will you forget about me? Yaya clung to her uncle's neck, reluctant to let go. Gu Yunjo gently pinched her chubby cheek, half amused, half exasperated. How could I? Even if I forgot everyone else, I'd never forget my little Yaya. Hearing this, Yaya finally relaxed. Uncle, I'll write you letters. All right, and I'll write back to you too. After Yaya said her goodbyes, Xingxing stepped forward to hug his uncle as well. Uncle, I'll work hard. When I grow up and invent amazing weapons, people like you won't have to go abroad anymore. You can stay right here. Though Xingxing was still young, he had some inkling of why his uncle was leaving the country. Because their nation wasn't strong enough and lagged behind in many areas, they had to go abroad to learn advanced technology and bring it back to help their country develop. Xingxing understood that if their country became strong, it wouldn't be them going out to learn from others, but others coming to learn from them. He resolved to work hard, very, very hard. Gu Yunjo was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and patted Xingxing's head. I didn't expect you to have such big ambitions. Uncle supports you. I'll be waiting to see what amazing things you invent one day. Okay, Xingxing replied enthusiastically. What Gu Yunjo didn't tell Xingxing was that a country's development couldn't rely on the efforts of just one person. It required the rise and hard work of the entire nation. Their ancestors had already laid the foundation for this land with their blood, their bodies, and their faith. They had kept the wolves at bay. Now it was up to their generation. On that foundation, it was their turn to lead the country forward, to help it soar. And when their generation stepped down, it would be Xingxing's turn. Just like that, one generation after another, passing the torch, carrying on the flame. Each generation has its own mission, its own responsibilities. As long as every generation continues to strive, the country will only get better and better. Finally, Gu Yunzhou hugged Gu Jianing and Tuanchuan, then looked around one last time. He thought, the next time he returned from Country A and set foot on this land again, everything would be different. By then, he would be more capable, able to contribute more to his country's development. As Gu Yunzhou turned to leave, Gu Jianing asked silently in her heart, "System, did you put the things I just bought on my third brother?" "Yes, host, it's already done." "Good, thank you, system." Ever since she learned that her third brother was going to study in Country A and understood the purpose of his trip, Gu Jianing had started preparing. First, she got him a protective talisman. After all, he was going abroad. Even though he'd be studying at a university, there was no guarantee of safety. So, giving him a talisman that could block a fatal blow seemed necessary. She had already given this talisman to her third brother earlier. Then, she browsed the system's shop for anything else that might help him. She found two things. One was the super memory skill. Although it wasn't quite photographic memory, it could greatly enhance a person's memory. No matter what you're studying, memory is always important. So, without hesitation, she bought it for him. The other was the flash of inspiration skill. This skill could be used when solving problems or researching something new. Just like its name, when you're stuck with no ideas or facing a tough challenge, it can give you a sudden flash of inspiration, helping you find the right direction. Once bound, this skill would benefit him for life. Gu Jianing thought both skills were excellent. So, even though they were expensive and cost a lot of points, she redeemed them anyway. When she hugged her third brother just now, she had the system apply the skills to him. Her brother would be gone for years. These were her blessings for him. Soon, Gu Jianing and the three kids watched as the plane carrying her brother and the nation's hopes slowly took off. What Gu Jianing didn't know was that, at the very moment the plane to Country A was taking off, another plane from Country A was landing at Beijing Airport. A beautiful middle-aged woman disembarked. By her side was a handsome, blonde, blue-eyed foreign man, also in his middle years. Awan had arrived. As she looked around the airport and breathed in the air of this land, she felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity. The emptiness in her heart seemed to fill up in that moment. "Henry, you go get the luggage. I want to stop by the restroom," Awan said. Henry was a bit uneasy about letting his wife go alone, but seeing that the restroom was nearby, he agreed. "Darling, wait for me there after you're done. I'll come find you once I have the luggage." "All right." Henry gave Awan a hug before leaving. Meanwhile, Gu Jianing was getting ready to leave with the three kids. Suddenly, Xingxing clutched his stomach and looked up at Gu Jianing. "Mom, I need to pee." "You need to pee?" Gu Jianing looked around and quickly spotted the restroom. "There's one over there. Let's go." "Okay." Soon, Gu Jianing brought the kids to the restroom entrance. "Mom will wait outside." "Can you go in by yourself?" she asked. "Mom, I can do it." "All right then." Gu Jianing glanced around. The men's restroom was on the left, the women's on the right. "You need to go into the one on the left, okay?" Mom, I know." Xingxing didn't go the wrong way and quickly entered the men's restroom on the left. As Xingxing went into the men's restroom, Awan entered the women's restroom next door. After Xingxing finished, he came out. But just as he stepped out of the men's restroom, a figure suddenly passed by. Xingxing wasn't paying attention and bumped right into them. "Ow!" Xingxing cried out, landing on the ground. "Are you all right?" "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." A gentle and pleasant voice came from above. A hand reached out and helped Xingxing up. He got to his feet, and when he looked up and saw the person's face, his beautiful eyes widened. He blurted out instinctively, "Grandma." "Grandma?" Awan was a little amused and helpless hearing this handsome little boy call her that. Thinking about her age and looking at the child's, it did seem like she could be his grandma. "Well, I suppose at my age, you could call me Grandma," Awan said, not minding. "Are you okay?" "I wasn't paying attention and bumped into you." Xingxing immediately shook his head. I'm fine. He really was fine. The ow had just been a reflex. He'd only landed on the ground, not hurt at all. So your name is Xingxing? What a lovely name. Awan looked at the little boy, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She didn't know why, but his face looked so familiar, as if she'd seen him somewhere before. Awan frowned, and suddenly, a flash of memory seemed to flicker through her mind. But it was too quick, she couldn't catch it. She even thought she heard a childish voice calling her mom? Who could that be? Who was calling her mom? But she didn't have any children, did she? Grandma, are you okay? Xingxing tugged at Awan's sleeve, seeing her hand pressed to her temple and her brows furrowed, looking worried. Xingxing had gone to pay respects to his grandma, Sang Yuan. He was precocious. He knew his grandma had passed away. He knew that when people died, they were gone. Gone meant they wouldn't appear again. But now his grandma had appeared before him. Xingxing was sure, even though the grandma in front of him looked a little older, he couldn't be mistaken. She looked just like the photo on her tombstone and the pictures of her in the family album at Grandpa's house. Xingxing's words broke Awan's train of thought. In the end, she couldn't figure it out. She just felt that this little boy in front of her was so familiar, so dear. She really liked him. I'm fine. Awan wanted to say more, but just then, a familiar voice called from not far away, Awan, let's go. Awan looked up and saw Henry, who had already gathered their luggage and was calling her to leave. Although she liked the little boy, she knew it was time to go. She took a cookie from her pocket and handed it to Xingxing. Xingxing, right? Sorry for bumping into you here, have this cookie. With that, Awan turned to leave. Xingxing instinctively grabbed her hand. Grandma, don't go. Let me take you to find my dad, okay? Do you like me that much, little one? Awan smiled. Just then, Henry walked over. The moment he saw Xingxing, something flashed through his mind and his pupils contracted. He quickly stepped forward and pried Xingxing's hand off Awan's a bit roughly. It hurt a little and Xingxing frowned. Henry, that was too rough, Awan said disapprovingly, giving him a glare. Henry realized he'd overdone it. He quickly said, Darling, I didn't mean to. The car's waiting outside, we should go. Sorry, little one, Henry apologized to Xingxing as well. Xingxing stayed silent. He knew this man was a foreigner. It wasn't that he disliked foreigners, but he really didn't like this man. Awan, let's go. Xingxing wanted to reach out again, but the next second, the foreigner's sharp gaze swept over. Xingxing instinctively pulled his hand back. So he could only watch as his grandma patted his head and left with the foreign man. Xingxing, what are you looking at? Just then, a familiar voice sounded. Xingxing turned and saw his mom, Gu Jianing, holding his little sister Tuan Tuan. Xingxing, did I keep you waiting? I just realized I lost our house keys and went to the lost and found to get them. You're okay, right? Huh, where did you get that cookie? Just after Gu Jianing left with the kids, she realized she'd lost the house keys. Luckily, she heard an announcement from the lost and found and went to retrieve them with the kids. It wasn't far, just straight ahead. After getting the keys, Gu Jianing realized she shouldn't have left. If Xingxing came out and couldn't find her, what would he do? Even though Xingxing was smart and wouldn't wander off, he was still just over 3 years old. What if he ran into someone bad? Gu Jianing felt a bit regretful. She should have waited for Xingxing to come out before going to get the keys. But Xingxing shook his head. Mom, I'm fine. Mom, Grandma gave me this. Grandma, Xingxing started to point ahead, but saw that Grandma and the foreign man were already gone. Gu Jianing was startled by Xingxing's words. Grandma. Did he mean her mother-in-law, Sang Yuan? But hadn't her mother-in-law already passed away? How could Xingxing have seen her? Could he have seen something supernatural? Gu Jianing was instantly spooked. But she didn't think it was impossible. After all, even reincarnation had happened. In her previous life, after she died, hadn't her soul floated around Shengzishi? Maybe her mother-in-law's soul had always been around after death. And Xingxing, being a child, could see her? Thinking about it, Gu Jianing didn't find it impossible. Xingxing, maybe you saw wrong, she suggested. Mom, I didn't see wrong. Then Xingxing told Gu Jianing everything that had just happened. This cookie, Grandma gave it to me. But Grandma was taken away by that foreign man. Oh, right, her name is Awan. At first, Gu Jianing didn't think much of it, but when she heard that last sentence, her eyes widened in shock. Henry, I don't know why, but I keep feeling like I should have a child. Awan? She wasn't sure which Wan it was. But Gu Jianing knew that her mother-in-law's name was Sang Yuan. Both Xing Xinhao and Grandpa and Grandma Sang called her Awan. From what Xingxing had said, she deduced that Xingxing hadn't seen a ghost. That made Gu Jianing breathe a sigh of relief. Even though it was his biological grandmother, in this day and age, people believe in science and oppose superstition. Better that nothing supernatural happened. So, someone really had appeared just now and accidentally bumped into Xingxing. And that person looked a lot like her mother-in-law, Sang Yuan. Plus, that foreign man had called her Awan. Gu Jianing looked at the package of cookies in her hand. The English letters and the place of production showed that the cookies were from country A, which meant that this Awan and the foreign man were probably from country A as well. To be honest, Gu Jianing trusted her son. But a mother-in-law who had been dead for over a decade suddenly coming back to life? That was just too absurd. Back then, after her mother-in-law passed away, wasn't her ashes brought back and buried? Gu Jianing looked around, but didn't see anyone who resembled Sang Yuan. She couldn't help but think to herself, this isn't an era where there are surveillance cameras everywhere, otherwise, she could just check the footage. But now, Xingxing, Mommy believes you, but you know your grandma's situation. How about this? Let's go home first and tell your dad about it, see what he thinks. Okay, Xingxing agreed. Xingxing still felt a little regretful. He thought that he should have grabbed his grandma's hand just now, or even hugged her leg and not let her leave. That way, Mommy would have been able to see Grandma too. And she'd know he hadn't made a mistake. Henry, why are you walking so fast? I can barely keep up. Awan spoke as she turned to look back. But she could no longer see the little boy named Xingxing. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Henry stopped as well and glanced in the direction Awan was looking. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Darling, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to rush ahead. The car is waiting and I got a bit anxious, so. Awan shook her head. She didn't really blame Henry. Well, since you said the car is waiting, let's go. All right. Soon, the two of them got in the car. The car headed toward the Friendship Hotel in Beijing. This was a hotel specifically for hosting foreign guests. With Awan and Henry's status, of course they could stay there. Especially when people learned that Awan was the chairwoman of Yunshu Intelligence in Country A, and that she was transferring to Guangzhou to attend the Canton Fair, the way people looked at her changed immediately. They quickly checked in. While Henry was unpacking, Awan was talking about her encounter with the little boy. Henry, that little boy's name is Xingxing. What a lovely name. I accidentally bumped into him just now, so I gave him some cookies and apologized. As she spoke, Awan's gaze grew distant. Henry, I don't know why, but that little boy named Xingxing seemed so familiar and dear to me, as if I'd met him long ago. Henry, who was unpacking, froze for a moment. No one noticed that his hands were even trembling slightly. At this moment, Awan was lost in her own thoughts and didn't notice. He tried to keep his voice steady as he replied, "How could you have met him before? All these years, you've been with me in Country A. You've never been to China, and that little boy looked only 3 or 4 years old." Awan nodded, a trace of disappointment in her eyes. You're right. So, was it just her imagination? Awan thought, maybe it was. But, suddenly, Awan remembered a childish voice calling out when she saw the little boy named Xingxing. She knew it was just her imagination. But still. Henry, I don't know why, but I keep feeling like I should have a child. And that child should be a little boy just like Xingxing, handsome, but with a bit of mischief. With a bang, the water cup in Henry's hand fell to the floor. Because the lid wasn't on tightly, water spilled everywhere. The noise cut off what Awan was saying. She hurried over. Henry, are you all right? The cup fell? It's fine, as long as you're not hurt. But in the next second, Henry suddenly pulled Awan into a tight embrace. He held her so tightly, as if he was afraid she'd slip away if he let go. Henry, what's wrong? You seem a little strange today. Henry shook his head, his mood a bit low. Awan, I'm sorry. All these years, we haven't had a child. Is it because of that? Is that why you? No, Henry, I misspoke just now. I shouldn't have said that. They'd been married for over 10 years. In all those years, they'd never used contraception. But she just never got pregnant. Both Awan and Henry had been checked at the hospital. Neither of them had any health issues. But she just never conceived. As for the reason, it could only be summed up in the Chinese saying, the time just hasn't come. Awan knew that Henry had always wanted to have a child with her. Over the years, they'd visited many hospitals and tried various treatments. But nothing worked. Awan also knew that Henry often went to church to pray, hoping they'd have a child. But it never happened. At her age, if she did get pregnant, she'd be an older mother. But with the medical standards in Country A, if she really did get pregnant, it wouldn't be a problem to carry the baby to term. But the key was, she just never got pregnant. Awan felt that she really shouldn't have said what she did just now. Henry shook his head and said, Darling, I heard from Celine, who came back from China, that there's an amazing female doctor at Beijing First Hospital. She's supposed to be very skilled at helping people conceive. Celine had been unable to get pregnant for years, but last time she came to Beijing, she heard about this doctor and went to see her. Now she's pregnant. Darling, do you think we should find some time to see her? Awan knew Celine, Henry's cousin. Celine had health problems and couldn't get pregnant. Awan knew that. She didn't expect that Celine was now pregnant. It seemed that doctor really was something. And since they were in Beijing now, they could go see her. Sure, let's go tomorrow. By the way, what's the doctor's name? I heard her surname is Gu. Because she was afraid Henry would be upset, Awan didn't say much more. That night, after washing up, Awan went to bed early. Before closing her eyes, she saw Henry packing their luggage. It seemed like Henry always took care of these things. Henry always looked after her, always gave her the best. Awan felt that with Henry by her side, she was truly happy. Gradually, her eyes closed and her breathing became steady. After Henry finished packing, he sat by the bed. He gazed at his wife, his emerald green eyes full of guilt, sorrow, and fear. He slowly reached out, wanting to touch Awan's face, but just before his hand made contact, he pulled back. No one knew how shocked and terrified he'd been when he saw that little boy called Xingxing. Especially when Awan said she felt like she should have a child, he was utterly terrified. He was afraid. Afraid that Awan would regain her memory. Even though he knew that by allowing Awan to come to China, some things were bound to happen sooner or later. In the end, he might even lose Awan. But seeing how Awan had longed to return to China for over 10 years, Henry had been running away for over 10 years, he realized he couldn't avoid it any longer. That child called Xingxing. The moment Henry saw him, he felt a deep sense of familiarity. Henry slowly took something out of the inside pocket of his jacket. If he looked closely, it was a pocket watch. The style was from more than a decade ago. He opened the watch, and inside the cover was a black and white photo. It was a photo of a happy family of 3. The man in the photo wore a military uniform, handsome and gentle-eyed as he looked at his wife. If you looked carefully, you'd see that the woman in the photo was a young Awan. Between them, they held a little boy, just a few years old. That boy's features were 7 or 8 parts similar to the Xingxing they'd seen at the airport today. Henry had taken this pocket watch from around Awan's neck. He'd hidden it away for over a decade, never letting Awan see it. Henry gripped the pocket watch tightly. Countless times, he'd wanted to crush it, but when he thought of Awan, he always held back. After a long while, Henry put the watch back in his pocket. He looked at the sleeping Awan and murmured softly, Awan, Sangyuan, if you ever learn the truth, will you blame me? Sangyuan, what a beautiful name. Just like her. That's why he'd fallen for her at first sight, unable to extricate himself. It had even made him a thief. Awan, please don't blame me. I just love you too much. Meanwhile, on her way home, Gu Jianing was still thinking about what Xingxing had said at the airport about seeing his grandmother. After some thought, when she got home, Gu Jianing called Xing Zishi at the military district to ask if he'd be coming home that night. There's something I need to talk to you about when you get back. Okay, I'll come home early tonight. Xing Zishi came home in the evening. When he arrived, Aunt Chen had just finished making dinner, and the whole family was about to eat. Xing Zishi sat down to eat with them. After dinner, Grandma Sang took the children to the living room. Xing Zishi followed Gu Jianing to their room. Gu Jianing asked, "Can you tell me again about how your mother passed away?" Xing Zishi was stunned. He hadn't expected Ningning to call him back for this. Although he was puzzled, Xing Zishi knew Gu Jianing wouldn't bring this up for no reason, so he began to recount the story. Thinking back, the news of his mother's death had come very suddenly. I had just started middle school at the time. That day I came home. That day after school, since his parents weren't home, Xing Zishi went to the Sang family's house. He hadn't expected that as soon as he entered, he'd see Grandpa and Grandma Sang crying, and his father, Xing Xinhao, with red eyes. He was happy his father was home, but he didn't see his mother. So he asked about her. But the answer he received made Xing Zishi feel like the sky was falling. His grandmother hugged him tightly, crying as she told him his mother had passed away. Then Xing Xinhao brought out the urn. He explained what had happened. It turned out there had been an outbreak of plague at the border where they were stationed, and his mother, Sang Yuan, had unfortunately contracted it. Xing Xinhao had sought out many doctors, but in the end, could only watch helplessly as his wife passed away. Because it was the plague, and they were at the border, they couldn't even bring the body back. All they could do was cremate her and bring back the ashes. Do you know how devastated I was when I learned my mother had died? I looked at that urn and kept shaking my head, saying, "That's not my mother, that's not my mother." But no matter how much he refused to accept it, his mother was dead. Dead and gone. She would never come back. He never imagined that their farewell back then would be the last time he ever saw her. After his mother's death, Xing Zishi's life changed completely. Once, their family of 3 had been so happy. But after his mother died, everything changed. "Maybe that really wasn't your mother," Gu Jianing murmured. Looking back, Xing Zishi was much calmer now, but thinking of his mother still brought pain. But when he heard what Gu Jianing said, he frowned in confusion. "Ningning, what do you mean?" Gu Jianing took Xing Zishi's hand. "You know, third brother was going abroad today, so I took the kids to the airport to see him off, and then..." Gu Jianing told him about Xingxing's encounter with the woman who looked like Sang Yuan. "Zishi, you know Xingxing and Yaya are both very smart kids. They have great memories and they don't make things up. Especially Xingxing. If he said it was grandma, then it must have been someone very similar. In fact, rather than similar, it was more like it was Sang Yuan herself. That's why Xingxing was so certain. You also know that before, when Xingxing and Yaya were taken to the old Sheng family home, Grandpa would often show them old family photos, so..." Xing Zishi felt his throat go dry, his voice a little hoarse. "So you're saying, Xingxing thinks that woman is the same as the grandma in the photos? His mother?" At this moment, Xing Zishi was filled with shock. He never expected that what Ningning wanted to tell him was that his mother might have come back from the dead? Come back after being dead for over a decade? No, how could the dead come back to life? If that really was his mother, then maybe she hadn't died all those years ago. For a moment, Xing Zishi's feelings were a tangled mess. He couldn't tell if he felt joy or confusion. To his surprise, it seemed his mother might not actually be dead. But what puzzled him was, if his mother was still alive, then why did the old man say she had died all those years ago and even brought back her ashes? What was the real reason behind all this? Or was there some hidden truth? And if his mother really hadn't died, then why hadn't she come back in all these years? Why hadn't she come to see him? Could she really abandon her husband? Could she really abandon her own child? I'll go ask Xingxing again. After calming down, Xing Zishi decided he needed to talk to Xingxing and get to the bottom of things. Okay. Soon, Xingxing was called into the room. They went over what had happened during the day. When Xing Zishi heard that the woman had called herself Owan, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Just then, Xingxing seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, Dad, Mom, I remember Grandma called that foreign man Henry." "Henry?" Xing Zishi murmured the name to himself. It seemed this Henry was a key figure. But what exactly was Henry's relationship with the woman who might be his mother? From Xingxing's description, they seemed very close. Dad, I couldn't have been mistaken. That was definitely Grandma. Xingxing held Xing Zishi's hand, her eyes full of certainty. Xing Zishi patted Xingxing's head and said, Daddy believes you, Xingxing. But there are still some things we need to confirm. So, Xingxing, you need to keep this secret for now. Don't tell great-grandpa or great-grandma yet, okay? If his mother really was alive, it would be wonderful news for everyone. But if it turned out to be a mistake, if they told the grandparents too soon, wouldn't that just give them false hope? They were getting on in years now and probably couldn't handle too much emotional upheaval. Xingxing nodded. Okay, Dad, I understand. Good girl. Go play now. Once Xingxing left, Xing Zishi made up his mind. Ningning, let's go to the Xing family's old house right now. I think there are some things I need to ask him in person. He's the only one who knows what really happened. Gu Jianing knew that the him Xing Zishi was referring to as his father, Sheng Xinhao. She stepped forward and took Sheng Zishi's hand. Okay, I'll go with you. When Grandma Sang found out that Gu Jianing and Xing Zishi were heading out, she was quite surprised. It's so late, where are you two going? Grandma Sang asked, puzzled. It's nothing, we just felt like going for a drive, Sheng Zishi replied, not telling her the truth. Grandma Sang could tell he wasn't being completely honest, but didn't press further. All right. Just be careful driving at night and come back early. Okay. Sheng Zishi looked at his grandmother for a few seconds, then suddenly stepped forward and hugged her. Grandma Sang was startled by the sudden hug, then broke into a gentle laugh, patting his back. What's gotten into you? Sheng Zishi shook his head and didn't say more. Then he took Gu Jianing and headed out to the car, driving toward the Sheng family's old residence. The Sheng family's old house was in a large compound. At the gate, the security guard stopped them, but recognized Sheng Zishi almost immediately. The guard was an elderly man who had worked there for many years and had watched Sheng Zishi grow up. He also vaguely knew about the rift between Sheng Zishi and Sheng Xinhao. And he knew Sheng Zishi hadn't come back for many years. Now, seeing Sheng Zishi return, especially so late at night, he was quite surprised. Zishi, you're back. Yes, Grandpa Zhou, I'm back. That's good, that's good. There's no real grudge between father and son. Your dad's been talking about you all the time. Now that you're back, he'll be so happy. He's at home right now, go on in. Thank you, Grandpa Zhou. So they drove into the compound. Getting out of the car, Sheng Zishi looked at the familiar surroundings, feeling a surge of emotion. For Gu Jianing, this was her first time here. Xingxing and Yaya, on the other hand, had been brought here a few times by Sheng Xinhao. Sheng Xinhao had invited them to visit before, but they'd never come. Now, this was their first time. Sheng Zishi took Gu Jianing's hand. Let's go. At that moment, inside the old Xing house, Sheng Xinhao was sitting alone in the living room. The TV was on, so the room wasn't quiet. But for some reason, Sheng Xinhao felt a deep emptiness and loneliness. He'd lost his parents as a child, lost his wife as a young man, and as he grew older, his son had become estranged from him. Sheng Xinhao felt that, despite having reached a high position in life, he had no one truly close to him. It was a sad fate. That Zishi's so stubborn, just like a bull. I've told him so many times he can come home whenever he wants, but he never does. Muttering to himself, Sheng Xinhao sounded a little aggrieved. He knew he'd made mistakes in the past. He'd tried to make amends, but some things just couldn't be undone. He still remembered Zishi once saying that he'd only forgive him if his mother came back to life. Sheng Xinhao lowered his gaze, looking at the photo album on his lap. On the cover was a picture of the three of them together. Sheng Xinhao gently stroked the image of the beautiful woman. Softly, he murmured, Awan, I wish you could come back, too. If only Awan hadn't died back then, maybe everything would have been different. When Sheng Zishi entered, this was the scene he saw. The old man sitting on the sofa, the cold white light illuminating his graying hair. The back that had once been so straight it could carry him running was now slightly hunched. Even those once broad, strong shoulders now seemed a little slumped. There was a quiet loneliness about him. A sense of youth lost, old age arrived, and helplessness. For some reason, Shang Zishi felt a sharp pang in his heart. Just then, Xing Xinhao, lost in thought as he touched the photo, heard a sound. He looked up and saw Shang Zishi and Gu Jianing walking in, hand in hand. He was stunned for a moment, then overjoyed. "What brings you here?" His tone was full of surprise and delight. He put down the album and stood up, his face breaking into a broad smile. Shang Zishi raised an eyebrow and reflexively retorted, "What, you don't want us here? Gu Jianing?" Gu Jianing patted his hand. This man, such a sharp tongue. He'd been like that since the day they met. After they got married, he never spoke sharply to her, but he still did to others. "Shang." Zishi fell silent after Gu Jianing's gentle pat. "Of course not. You're welcome anytime." In the past, if Shang Zishi had talked back like that, Xing Xinhao would have felt his authority as a father was being challenged and gotten angry. But now, there wasn't even a hint of anger. Xing Xinhao blurted this out, unable to hide his shock and excitement. After all, he'd suggested many times before that they bring the kids back to the old house for a visit. The children had come, but the couple themselves had never shown up, not even once. Xing Xinhao had been disappointed, but he knew the fault lay with him, so he didn't dare say much. Now, out of the blue, they'd come tonight. Xing Xinhao was both surprised and delighted. But since it was so late, he worried they might have come because something urgent had happened. Knowing Axie as he did, that was probably the case. That's why he'd instinctively asked just now. Hearing his question, Shang Zishi didn't say much. Instead, he pulled Gu Jianing to sit down with him. Meanwhile, Xing Xinhao brewed them some tea. Shang Zishi ignored his father's busy work, his gaze instead landing on the photo album sitting on the sofa. On its cover was a picture of a family of 3. Shang Zishi pressed his lips together even tighter, his grip on Gu Jianing's hand unconsciously tightening as well. So, he was thinking of his mother too, wasn't he? Gu Jianing picked up the album and began flipping through it carefully, with Shang Zishi watching beside her. After his mother's death, Xing Zishi had looked through this album countless times. When he'd gone off to join the army, he'd wanted to take it with him. But since the album also contained photos of the old man he resented, in the end, he'd only taken a single picture of himself with his mother. The album itself had stayed behind. He'd once thought that after the old man remarried, the album might have been thrown away or packed away somewhere. Later, he'd heard from Xing and Yaya that the album was still there. That made Shang Zishi wonder, what was the old man thinking? He'd remarried within a year, so why keep this album? Lost in these thoughts, Shang Zishi sipped his tea. The living room fell into a heavy silence. Feeling a bit awkward, Gu Jianing looked at Shang Zishi and tugged on his hand. Shang Zishi snapped out of his thoughts and looked at his father, who was watching him expectantly. "We did come tonight for a reason," he said. Xing Xinhao, he knew it. He understood his son's character well enough. After all that had happened between them, there was no way this kid would come just to see his father. There had to be a reason. But Xing Xinhao also knew he couldn't blame Shang Zishi for that. "What is it?" "Go ahead and ask." Shang Zishi hesitated for a moment, then said, "I want to ask about the circumstances of my mother's death. Did you see her take her last breath with your own eyes? Did you see her cremated yourself?" Xing Xinhao was stunned. He hadn't expected Xing Zishi to come late at night to ask about Sang Yuan. Though puzzled, Xing Xinhao couldn't help but recall the past. "Back then, I was stationed at the border. I didn't want your mother to come with me, but she insisted. Partly because I'd be gone for a long time and she wanted to be with me, and partly because she was a journalist and wanted to report on the war. So she insisted on coming. In the end, Sang Yuan had gone with him to the border. I never expected an epidemic to break out, and I never thought she'd get infected while out reporting. I found many doctors, but none could help. Even when I brought in a specialist from country a doctor named Henry, it was no use. Awan was sick for 7 days, with a persistent high fever, confused and bedridden. On the 8th day, that Dr. Henry from country A told me Awan wasn't going to make it and that I should say my goodbyes. Wait. As Xing Xinhao was lost in his memories, Xing Zishi suddenly interrupted him. You said the doctor from country A you brought in to treat my mother was named Henry? Shang Xinhao nodded. Yes, his name was Henry. Shang Zishi pressed his lips together. Now he was halfway convinced his mother was still alive. His hands clenched in excitement. Shang Xinhao, not understanding why Shang Zishi was asking, continued, on the 9th day, Awan really couldn't hold on any longer. She kept calling your name before she closed her eyes. Shang Xinhao looked at Shang Zishi. Shang Zishi pressed his lips together, imagining the scene, his hands clenching even tighter. I watched Awan take her last breath with my own eyes, Shang Xinhao finished. Shang Zishi's brows furrowed instantly. Gu Jianing, on the other hand, didn't find this strange. After all, under certain circumstances, or with certain medications, people can enter a state that mimics death. I wanted to bring Awan's body back home, but because she died of an infectious disease, she had to be cremated. There were so many deaths from the epidemic at that time. Cremations were done in batches. But there was some separation. I saw Awan's body pushed into the crematorium with my own eyes. I waited outside, and when it was done, I was called in to collect her ashes. Back then, Shang Xinhao and Sang Yuan had truly loved each other. The pain he felt holding her ashes was beyond words. Shang Zishi seized on a key point. So you didn't actually see my mother go into the furnace, did you? Shang Xinhao frowned, but nodded. No, I didn't. Then did it ever occur to you that the person you saw might not have been my mother? Shang Zishi pressed. Shang Xinhao shot to his feet, instinctively protesting, how could that be? Why not? Shang Zishi looked at him coolly. Today, Ningning took the kids to the airport to see my brother-in-law off for his studies. Do you know who Xingxing ran into at the airport? Shang Xinhao didn't understand why Shang Zishi was suddenly bringing this up. Seeing his father's confusion, Shang Zishi continued. Xingxing went to the restroom, and when she came out, she bumped into someone. It was a woman. The moment Xingxing saw her, she called her Grandma. Grandma? Shang Xinhao froze. The only person Xingxing would call Grandma was. But how could that be? Then a foreign man came and took the woman away. The woman Xingxing called Grandma introduced herself as Awan. And the foreign man's name was Henry. You just said the doctor from country A who treated my mother was named Henry. So, could they be the same people? Shang Xinhao stood there, eyes wide with shock. In that instant, he understood what Shang Zishi was getting at. His hands began to tremble. Could it be true? Was it possible? If it was, Sir, we've found all the information on Henry and Wang. Yes, Shang Zishi replied with certainty. But back then, I saw your mother take her last breath with my own eyes. Gu Jianing responded, under certain circumstances, or due to the effects of some drugs, it's possible for a person to enter a state of suspended animation. Shang Xinhao's heart began to pound faster. He could hear the wild thumping of his own heart. Even his breathing became rapid. His eyes shone brightly in the darkness. He looked at Shang Zishi and asked, So, what are you trying to say? Shang Zishi voiced his own suspicions. I've been thinking, although my mother was seriously ill back then, that doctor named Henry should have been able to cure her. But for some reason, he didn't cure her. Not only that, he might have faked her death. Although it was my mother who was taken to the crematorium, the person who was actually cremated might not have been her. There's a good chance that Dr. Henry took my mother away and even cured her infectious disease. Shang Xinhao was suddenly overcome with excitement. He paced back and forth in the living room. Yes, that must be it. Shang Zishi continued, but why did that Henry take Mom away? And why hasn't she shown up all these years? It was indeed a big question. Gu Jianing offered a guess. I was thinking, could it be that Mom lost her memory? Lost her memory? Shang Zishi and Shang Xinhao exclaimed in unison. Gu Jianing nodded. Yes, amnesia. Otherwise, how else could you explain why she never came back? If she remembered, there's no way she could have stayed away. Shang Xinhao nodded. Yes, if Wang remembered everything, how could she bear to leave Zishi and him? But then, Shang Xinhao suddenly remembered that he had remarried just a year after Wang's supposed death. If Wang came back and remembered everything, wouldn't she be terribly disappointed in him? At this thought, Shang Xinhao felt a chill in his heart. But Shang Xinhao thought that's something to worry about later. Right now, what matters is confirming whether a Wang is really alive. If a Wang is alive, that's the most important thing. The three of them then began to analyze. If the person Xingxing saw today was really Sang Yuan, where would she be now? Xingxing met her at the airport. And a Wang was with that Henry, the man from country A. So is it possible they just flew in from country A to China? And that they landed today around the same time as Xiaogu's brother's flight? Xing Xinhao was quick to piece things together. Gu Jianing and Xing Zishi both nodded, agreeing that his analysis made sense. That woman, a Wang, had even given Xingxing a pack of cookies with country A's packaging. So it was highly likely they had come from country A. So the reason Mom never came back before was because she was in country A. Gu Jianing continued to analyze. Whatever the reason she was in country A, she had spent all these years there, which was why she never returned. And now, for some unknown reason, she had come back from country A. I'm going to contact the airport staff right now and have them check today's flights from country A, see if there's anyone named Wang or Henry. Xing Xinhao was suddenly energized. Good. They definitely had to check. No matter what, they had to get to the bottom of this. If things remained unclear, father and son might never find closure for the rest of their lives. Having discussed everything, Sheng Zishi and Gu Jianing prepared to leave. We'll head back now. If there's any news, call me right away, Sheng Zishi said as they were about to go. All right. With that, Sheng Zishi and Gu Jianing left the old house. As soon as they left, Sheng Xinhao immediately contacted someone to help get in touch with the airport staff and check the passenger lists for today's flights from country A. Given Sheng Xinhao's status and connections, finding information about a few people was easy. So, not long after Sheng Zishi and Gu Jianing returned to the courtyard house, Sheng Xinhao called. Sheng Zishi picked up. On the other end, Sheng Xinhao's voice was full of excitement. Zishi, we found them. They really did come from country A on a flight that landed during that time slot. On that flight, there was a Henry and an Aviva. But the flight staff said that Henry called Aviva a Wang. A Wang and Henry, just as Xingxing had described. There were no photos or surveillance, so they couldn't be sure if a Wang was really Sang Yuan or if Henry was the same Dr. Sheng Xinhao had hired at the border all those years ago. I'm having people look into these two right now, trying to find out exactly who they are and where they are now. It might take a little while, though. All right, I understand. Keep me updated if there's any news. Xing Zishi considered looking into it himself. But since the old man was already on it, he decided not to. Even though the old man was retired, with his connections and skills, he'd definitely. All right, I understand. Keep me updated if there's any news. Xing Zishi considered looking into it himself. But since the old man was already on it, he decided not to. Even though the old man was retired, with his connections and skills, he'd definitely be faster and more thorough than Sheng Zishi. Back at the Xing family's old house, Sheng Xinhao hung up the phone. Though he was excited, his expression darkened a little. Because the flight staff had said that Henry and a Wang looked like a married couple. A married couple. If that really was a Wang, she was his wife. Who the hell was this Henry? If that doctor really had taken a Wang away, Sheng Xinhao felt a surge of hatred toward Henry. That night, Sheng Xinhao sat alone on the living room sofa, staring at the photo album, unable to sleep. A Wang, could you really still be alive? What really happened all those years ago? If it's really you, why haven't you come back? If it's really you, how have you been all these years, and why have you come back now? Do you still remember me? If you knew I remarried just a year after you were gone, would you blame me? A Wang, a Wang. Sheng Xinhao sat there like that, from the dead of night until dawn. He turned to look outside. It was morning, but there was still no news. Helpless, Sheng Xinhao could only wait. He didn't know how much time had passed when suddenly, the phone rang. Sheng Xinhao immediately got up to answer it. A voice quickly came through the receiver. Sir, we've found all the information on Henry and Wang. The information about Awan and Henry came by fax. Sheng Xinhao looked at the fax documents, his eyes scanning the page, his hands trembling. Then, tears fell onto the paper. It's Awan, it's my Awan. Henry, you and I are sworn enemies. I will never forgive you. The information on the paper said that Henry was a renowned doctor in Country A, specializing in infectious diseases and psychology. There was even a photo of Henry attached. It was unmistakably the same doctor from Country A whom he had invited to the border all those years ago. Even though more than a decade had passed, Sheng Xinhao was certain he wasn't mistaken. It was this man, Henry, who orchestrated Awan's fake death and took her away. I thought I was bringing in someone to save Awan, but instead I let a wolf into the house. This Henry coveted Awan, and then did all this. He took her away. And to him, Henry had said there was nothing more he could do. He made him believe Awan was dead. When he saw that the information stated Henry and Awan were husband and wife, what else was there for Sheng Xinhao not to understand? Of course. He remembered that when Henry first arrived, the very first night he saw Awan, he was obviously stunned by her beauty, his eyes practically glowing. Sheng Xinhao had noticed it back then. He'd even given Henry a warning look. He'd wanted to send Henry away, but at the time, Henry was the only one who might be able to treat Awan, so he had no choice but to put up with it. He never imagined. And Awan. Why would Awan marry someone like Henry? Had she forgotten him, forgotten their child? Suddenly, Sheng Xinhao remembered what Gu Jianing had said, that Awan might have lost her memory. Yes, that was the only explanation. He considered himself to know his wife well. Back then, his relationship with Awan was very good. Awan was always thinking about Axie. So how could she have suddenly abandoned both him and Axie? Unless she had forgotten. Sheng Xinhao was completely convinced that it was this despicable Henry who made Awan lose her memory and then took her away. Sheng Xinhao was so furious he could have torn Henry's heart out. When he saw that they were now staying at the Friendship Hotel in Beijing, Sheng Xinhao decided to set out immediately to find them. But before that, he needed to tell Axie and his wife. So, Sheng Xinhao made a phone call. Today, Sheng Zishi had taken leave from the military district. He knew that with the old man's investigative speed, whether or not that person was his mother, they'd have an answer soon. If it was, he couldn't wait to see her. So he took the day off and waited at home. Gu Jianing was also free in the morning. She only had to teach at Beijing University in the afternoon, and she'd already swapped her class with another teacher. The two of them had slept well last night. But from the moment they woke up, they'd been waiting for Sheng Xinhao's call. As the sun climbed higher, the phone finally rang. Sheng Zishi answered immediately. As soon as he picked up, a choked, emotional, and slightly angry voice came from the other end. Axie, your mother is alive. I'm sure she's alive. That Henry, he's the doctor who treated Awan back then. He's the one who schemed to take your mother away. It all matches up, the details, the timeline, everything. I've seen the photo of this, Awan. She looks exactly like your mother. On his end, Sheng Xinhao looked at the facts in his hand, his fingers tracing the photo. Wasn't this Awan? Though she'd aged a bit, her features hadn't changed at all. She was still as beautiful as when she was young, her eyes gentle and full of grace. On this side, Sheng Zishi felt his heart finally settle. Since yesterday, he'd been wondering whether his mother was really alive or if it was just a mistake. But deep down, of course, he hoped his mother was alive. What child doesn't want their mother's love, no matter how old they are? Suppressing his excitement and the lump in his throat, Sheng Zishi asked, "Where are they now?" "They're at the Friendship Hotel in Beijing." "I'm going there right now." Sheng Xinhao couldn't wait another second. "Okay, I'll come with you. Let's leave now." Whatever really happened back then, they'd only know once they found her. The call ended quickly. Sheng Zishi turned around and saw Gu Jianing waiting behind him, her eyes slightly red. His voice trembled with excitement. "Ningning, the old man confirmed it. It really is my mother. She's alive." "Xiaoxi, what did you say?" "What do you mean, your mother is alive?" Just then, a voice suddenly sounded from outside. Sheng Zishi and Gu Jianing turned to see Grandma Sang. The old lady had been outside for who knew how long, and who knew how much she'd overheard. Grandma Sang came forward, grabbing Sheng Zishi's arm, her eyes fixed on him. "Your mother is alive?" When things were still uncertain, Sheng Zishi hadn't told his grandparents. He didn't want to get their hopes up for nothing. But now that it was basically confirmed, and Grandma had overheard, there was no need to hide it anymore. After all, his mother was also Grandma's child, her only child. Shang Zishi held his grandmother's trembling hand. Yes, Grandma, there's a very good chance my mother is still alive. Back then, she might not have died, but was taken away by someone's scheme. Shang Zishi quickly explained everything. He started from Xingxing meeting Awan at the airport, all the way to the contents of the call he'd just received from the old man. No wonder you two have been acting strange these past few days. No wonder you went out so late last night. I knew something was up, but I never imagined. As Grandma Sang spoke, tears streamed down her face. My Awan, she's still alive. Back then, I never believed she was dead. When the news of Sang Yuan's death first came, Grandma Sang refused to believe it. Her daughter had gone to the border in good health. She'd been waiting for her safe return. How could the news suddenly come that she was dead? Grandma Sang refused to believe it, even when Xing Xinhao brought back Sang Yuan's ashes. It wasn't just her, Shang Zishi didn't believe it either. A perfectly healthy person goes abroad and comes back as a box of ashes. Who could accept that? But no matter how much she refused to believe it, when faced with the facts, she had no choice but to accept. Even though we buried those ashes, afterwards I dreamed of her so many times. In my dreams, your mother told me she was still alive, that she would come back, and asked me to wait for her. But for some reason, the moment she saw that man, Awan was instantly overcome with excitement. I'm willing to wait, but I've already waited over 10 years. She had waited for more than a decade, but Awan had never appeared. Her husband told her that it was because she was too heartbroken, missed Awan too much, and couldn't accept reality. That's why she was like this. Gradually, Granny Sang came to accept this explanation. She also accepted that Awan was already gone. But now, her grandson told her that her daughter was still alive. How could she not be overjoyed and excited? That was her only daughter, a piece of her own flesh and blood. If possible, she wished her daughter could live a safe and peaceful life forever. Where is Awan now? I want to see her, I want to find her. Granny Sang looked up at Shang Zishi, tears brimming in her eyes. My dad said they're at the Friendship Hotel right now. I was planning to go over, and he'll be there too. Good, let's go together, Granny Sang insisted. All right. Shang Zishi couldn't refuse his grandmother's request. By this time, Xingxing and Yaya had already gone to school, and Tuan Tuan was temporarily left in the care of Aunt Chen. The three of them got into the car, and Shang Zishi drove toward the address of the Friendship Hotel that Xing Xinhao had given. In the car, Gu Jianing held Granny Sang's hand, comforting her. The courtyard was quite a distance from the Friendship Hotel. But after half an hour's drive, they arrived. As they got out of the car, Shang Zishi immediately spotted a familiar vehicle. Then he saw his father getting out of that car. Both parties had arrived at the same time. When Xing Xinhao saw Granny Sang getting out of the car, he glanced at Shang Zishi. He understood that his mother-in-law must have come along because she'd learned Awan was still alive. Granny Sang ignored Xing Xinhao. As soon as she got out, she urged Shang Zishi to go inside and ask. Soon, they entered the hotel and inquired about whether Awan and Henry had checked in. Normally, this would be private information and not allowed to be disclosed. But with Xing Xinhao's status, even though he was retired, he still had some connections and influence. So, they quickly found out about Awan and Henry's stay. They checked out this morning, the hotel staff said. They already checked out. Shang Zishi and the others exclaimed in surprise. Do you know where they went? Xing Xinhao asked. The staff shook their head, indicating they didn't know. But they only left about an hour ago. An hour. There were so many places they could have gone, who could know where they were now? It must be that Henry. He was afraid we'd find Awan, so he took her away, Xing Xinhao said, clenching his fists tightly. Gu Jianing frowned. If only this were the era where there were surveillance cameras everywhere. If that were the case, even if they'd left 10 hours ago, they could quickly find out where they went. But now, sometimes, just passing by someone could mean missing them forever, never finding them again. No matter where they went, we have to keep searching, Shang Zishi said. Yes, we have to keep looking. Granny Sang echoed. Xing Xinhao nodded. I'll have more people sent out to search right away. Meanwhile, the Awan that Shang Zishi and the others were searching for was currently at Beijing First Hospital with Henry. Gu Jianing and the others probably never imagined the two of them would be at the very hospital where she worked. Is Dr. Gu not on duty today? Henry asked. That's right, sir. Dr. Gu isn't scheduled today, she'll be back the day after tomorrow, the hospital staff replied. All right, thank you. Last night, the two of them had decided to come to Beijing First Hospital this morning to see Dr. Gu, who was known as the child-giving goddess. So, they got up early, packed their luggage, and came straight to the hospital. The reason they packed their luggage as well was because something had come up with the Canton Fair in Guangzhou, which Awan was supposed to attend, so they might have to leave soon. That's why they packed up and checked out of the hotel. They planned to see the doctor, then head to Guangzhou. But, unexpectedly, Dr. Gu was off duty for the next 2 days. Should we go to Guangzhou first and come back later? Awan suggested. Originally, they'd planned to stay in Beijing for a few days, to look around and see if Awan could recover her memory. Awan always felt there was a good chance she had lived in Beijing before. So she wanted to stay longer, hoping it might help her regain her memories. But now, there was no other choice. They'd have to wait until after the Canton Fair. Henry nodded. There was nothing else they could do. So, the two of them left the hospital, got into a taxi, and headed for the airport. On the way, Awan looked out the open window. There was a hint of confusion in her beautiful eyes. These past 10 years living with Henry had undoubtedly been happy. Henry treated her very well, fulfilling her every wish. Her career was also thriving. In both family and career, she had everything she could want. But many times, Awan still felt an emptiness inside. It was as if something precious, something she deeply cared about, had been forcibly torn away. Yes, something precious. Awan felt that it was incredibly important to her. As Awan gazed out the window, Henry kept glancing at her from the corner of his eye. His brows were slightly furrowed. Actually, there was no need to rush to Guangzhou today. But for some reason, Henry had a bad feeling. He felt that if they didn't leave now, he might lose Awan forever. Henry knew he was a despicable thief. It was he who had stolen Awan away and kept her for more than 10 years. He treated the Awan he stole as a priceless treasure. After stealing her for over a decade, he had come to see Awan as his one and only. Now, he couldn't live without her. He couldn't lose Awan. Awan, if you ever learn the truth, you'll probably hate me. Henry lowered his eyes, hiding the guilt and sorrow within them. He knew that by agreeing to accompany Awan back to China, he risked losing her. He had mentally prepared himself. But he hoped that moment could come later, just a little later. Awan, still looking out the window, had no idea what Henry was thinking. She stared outside, not really sure what she was looking at. Just then, a car suddenly passed by. Awan caught a glimpse of the man in the driver's seat. She only saw a young man's profile from her angle. But, for some reason, the instant she saw that man, Awan was suddenly overwhelmed with excitement. The feeling was inexplicable, and Awan herself didn't understand it. She even had the urge to call out to that person. When she wanted to call out, the car had already driven past her. Even if she shouted now, it was too late to stop them. What's wrong? Henry, noticing something was off, asked with concern. Awan shook her head. It's nothing. For some reason, she didn't feel like telling Henry. Meanwhile, after Xing Zishi and the others failed to find Awan and Henry at the Friendship Hotel, they left. Before leaving, though, they left word with the staff. If Awan and Henry returned, please let them know. Or if anyone remembered any key information, like where they might have gone, to contact them as well. It was a slim hope, but what if Awan and Henry did come back? With no leads, Xing Zishi drove Gu Jianing and Grandma Sang back to the courtyard house. On the way, Xing Zishi suddenly sensed a burning gaze from outside, focused directly on him. As a soldier, Xing Zishi was particularly sensitive to such things. The moment he felt it, he looked over. But all he saw was a taxi. He was certain the person who had been watching him was in that taxi. But now, even glancing in the rearview mirror, he couldn't catch a glimpse of their face. Still, Shang Zishi didn't dwell on it. That gaze hadn't carried any malice or hostility. Back at the courtyard, all three of them were feeling down. After all, they'd thought they would finally see Sang Yuan this time. But they were still a step too late. She was already gone. Grandma Sang, in particular, was deeply disappointed. That morning, her emotions had been on a roller coaster. First, she learned that her daughter, whom she thought had died over a decade ago, was actually alive. That was a huge joy. She'd rushed anxiously to the Friendship Hotel, hoping to see her, only to find she'd missed her by a hair. Her excitement plummeted. "Grandma, I believe that since Mom is still alive and has shown up in Beijing, we'll definitely find her," Shang Zishi said, putting his arm around Grandma Sang's shoulders and leaning his head gently against her. Grandma Sang patted his hand. "I'm old, but I understand these things. You don't need to worry about me. Don't worry, I'm fine. I also believe that since Awan is still alive, no matter what, she wouldn't be able to stay away from her parents forever. She'll come back to see us." "You're right, Grandma," Gu Jianing chimed in. "They say there's a special bond between mothers and their children. Since you're all here, she won't be able to stay away for long. She'll definitely come back. MHM. Meanwhile, after returning home, Xing Xinhao continued to ramp up efforts to track down Owan and Henry. But by then, Owan and Henry had already arrived at the airport and soon boarded their plane. Their flight was headed to Yangqing. Now that it was the 1980s, ordinary people in China could fly, though tickets were expensive and out of reach for most. But for Owan and Henry, money wasn't an issue. And flying was by far the most convenient way to travel. As soon as she boarded the plane, Owan felt a strange emptiness in her heart, and her mood inexplicably sank. Henry noticed and did everything he could to cheer her up. But nothing seemed to work. Even when she responded, it was half-hearted at best. Henry thought he knew the reason. "Owan, would you only be happy if you left me?" Confusion and conflict clouded Henry's eyes. That night, Xing Xinhao learned that Owan and Henry had left by plane. Their destination, Yangqing. But exactly where in Yangqing no one knew. When Xing Zishi heard over the phone that his mother had gone to Yangqing, he frowned. Neither he nor the old man were familiar with that area. And the old man's influence didn't extend that far. Investigating someone over there would be difficult. But no matter how hard, they had to try. Speaking of Yangqing, someone did come to Xing Zishi's mind. But should he ask that person for help? Xing Zishi hesitated. After hanging up, he told Gu Jianing about it. "Yangqing. I remember the Canton Fair is coming up soon in Yangqing. I happen to have some time off. Are you busy these days? If not, why don't we take the kids to the Canton Fair? Who knows, maybe we'll run into her." Maybe because of her rebirth, Gu Jianing had come to believe in fate. After all, after more than 10 years, Xingxing had run into Sang Yuan at the airport. They'd found out Sang Yuan was still alive. So, surely, they'd meet again and recognize each other. Who knows? Maybe we'll just bump into her while we're out and about, Gu Jianing said. Shang Zishi. He'd thought that even with a focused search, finding her would be tough, let alone just running into her by chance. But after hearing Ningning say it, he couldn't help but feel it was possible. "All right, let's all go to Yangqing." Shang Zishi thought it would be nice to take his wife and kids on a trip. Ever since Ningning married him, she'd never really had a chance to relax and travel. She was always busy for him, for her career, for the kids. She deserved a break. And the kids should have fun while they're still young. "Let's ask Grandma if she wants to come too," Shang Zishi said. "Okay." So Gu Jianing went to ask Grandma Sang. "Go ahead. But if your grandpa asks, don't tell him for now," Grandma Sang said. She wanted to find Awan first, then tell her husband. After all, he was getting old, his blood pressure was high, and he couldn't handle too much emotional upheaval. All right. But the next day, when Grandpa Sang came to the courtyard and heard his wife was going to Yangqing with their grandchildren for the Canton Fair, he immediately exploded and felt wronged. "You're all going and not taking me? No way. I don't care, I'm going too." At That moment, Grandpa Sang was like a child, feeling left out. Grandma Sang shot him a glare. "Aren't you supposed to be at the research institute?" Grandpa Sang replied at once, "I'm basically semi-retired now. I don't need to go all the time. In fact, maybe I should just retire for good." He'd wanted to retire for a while. He was getting old and just wanted to be with his wife and grandkids. As for the Weapons Research Institute, he'd already contributed his share. It was time for the next generation to take over. "You're not taking me, are you hiding something from me?" Grandpa Sang eyed them suspiciously. Grandma Sang's heart tightened, and she glared at him again. "You old man, what nonsense are you spouting? What could we possibly be hiding from you?" Grandpa Sang shrank his shoulders under his wife's glare, and his voice became much softer. "I was just saying. Who knows if you're all sneaking off to eat something delicious without me?" Grandma Sang and Gu Jianing exchanged a helpless look, both amused and exasperated. Because of his health, Grandpa Sang wasn't allowed to eat certain foods and usually had a bland diet. But he just couldn't resist his cravings and would sometimes sneak snacks. Every time Grandma Sang caught him, she'd scold him. And whenever Grandma Sang had something he couldn't eat, he'd look on longingly, just like a big kid, making his wife both annoyed and amused. "Fine, if you want to go, you can come with us," Grandma Sang finally relented. Grandpa Sang instantly relaxed. She should have agreed from the start. As if he'd let them leave him behind to sneak off and eat good food. But Grandpa Sang's earlier grumbling wasn't entirely baseless. He had a feeling his wife and their grandkids were hiding something from him. His instincts were rarely wrong. Maybe this trip to Guangzhou was for something secretive. That's why he wanted to tag along and see for himself. But, Xingxing, come here. After Grandma Sang and Gu Jianing went off to do their own things, Grandpa Sang called Xingxing, who had just gotten home from school, over to a corner. "Xingxing, do you know why your great-grandma and your mom and dad are taking you to Guangzhou?" Xingxing looked at his great-grandpa and replied, "Mom said she's taking us to the Canton Fair." "The Canton Fair?" That's right, that's what his wife and granddaughter-in-law had told him. "Just that? Nothing else?" "Xingxing, you're closest to your great-grandpa. Haven't I always treated you well? You can't lie to your great-grandpa, okay?" "Xingxing. No, great-grandpa, the person I'm closest to is Mom." But Xingxing knew his great-grandpa was very good to him too. Actually, Xingxing had been told in advance, because great-grandpa had high blood pressure, he shouldn't be told anything about Grandma for now. So Xingxing didn't dare say anything. But if he didn't say anything at all, he felt bad. Maybe he could tell him just a little bit. He figured. Even though great-grandpa had high blood pressure, knowing a little shouldn't hurt. Besides, it might be good for him to be mentally prepared. What if they ran into Grandma in Guangzhou? That would be a shock. Xingxing thought this made sense. So, under Grandpa Sang's expectant gaze, Xingxing leaned in and whispered, "I'll tell you, great-grandpa, but you can't let anyone else know, and you can't say it was me who told you." Grandpa Sang, "I was just asking casually, but there really is something going on." "All right, you can tell me." Great-grandpa promises. "Okay, this time Dad, Mom, and great-grandma are going to Guangzhou to find someone." "Find someone? Who?" Xingxing quickly covered his mouth with both hands and shook his head, indicating he wouldn't say any more. Grandpa Sang, "All right then, I'll leave it at that." Xingxing didn't say anything else and ran off. Grandpa Sang didn't press further either. "Find someone, huh? Who could it be?" He couldn't recall them having any friends in Guangzhou. He thought about it for a while but couldn't figure it out, so he just let it go. Anyway, he was going with them. He'd see for himself soon enough. After Shang Zishi got leave from work, they packed their bags and headed to the airport, ready to set off for Guangzhou. But at the airport, they ran into someone unexpected, though not entirely a surprise. "What's this?" Shang Zishi raised an eyebrow at Xing Xinhao and the orderly behind him carrying luggage. Xing Xinhao replied matter-of-factly, "If you're all going, then well, of course I should go too." He swallowed the rest of his words when he saw Grandpa and Grandma Sang. Xing Zishi sneered inwardly. As what? As his mother's husband? Wasn't this the man who remarried just a year after his mother died? Now he wanted to act all devoted? Besides, when his mother died back then, If this man had seen through that Henry guy's plot, his mother wouldn't have died for all these years. So Shang Zishi didn't bother giving him a warm welcome. But if he wanted to come along, Shang Zishi wouldn't stop him either. So Xing Xinhao boarded the plane with them. The others knew why Xing Xinhao was coming, but Grandpa Sang was a bit confused. Why was this old guy tagging along like a shadow? But Grandpa Sang didn't dwell on it, figuring Xing Xinhao just wanted to repair his relationship with his eldest grandson's family. What's the use of that now? Back when Xiaoxi was young and needed him, where was he? He remarried and treated Xiaoxi poorly. Only after Awan died did he regret it. If Awan were still alive, she'd have scolded this old guy to within an inch of his life. It's such a shame about his Awan gone so young. He knew the epidemic wasn't really Shang Xinhao's fault. Back then, Xing Xinhao didn't want Awan to go, but she insisted. Sigh, it was all fate. Maybe thinking of his daughter who died young made Grandpa Sang feel a little down. After a few hours' flight, the plane landed in Guangzhou. Because of their special status, their trip had been reported in advance. The local government had already been notified and arranged for their reception. As soon as they got off the plane, they were greeted by government officials and taken to the best hotel in town, with people assigned to look after them. After checking in, the kids were tired from the flight and fell asleep on the beds. Shang Zishi went out with his father, Xing Xinhao, to discuss how to search for Seng Yuan in Guangzhou. Gu Jianing stayed in the room, unpacking and looking after the 3 children. In her spare time, she browsed the system's shop, wondering if there was anything that could help them find her mother-in-law. Actually, ever since she learned her mother-in-law might still be alive, she'd been searching the system shop. But there were so many items, she had to look through them one by one. She hadn't found anything in the past few days, but she hadn't given up. Now, with some free time, she searched again. She didn't expect to find anything this time either, but as she browsed, she actually came across something. A mother-child locator? Gu Jianing read the description. Just as the name suggested, it was meant for mothers and children. The mother-child tracker was designed to look like a wristwatch. As long as either the mother or the child dripped a drop of blood onto the watch, the tracker could help locate the other person. If the two were within 1 kilometer of each other, it would accurately point out the direction. Only 1 kilometer? That's way too short, Gu Jianing muttered. She'd thought it would at least cover an entire province. If it could, it would be a powerful tool for finding kidnapped people. But with only a 1 kilometer range, it felt a bit useless. Gu Jianing decided to ask Shang Zishi when he got back whether he wanted to use it or not. Meanwhile, Shang Zishi and his father, Xing Xinhao, were discussing who they should ask for help now that they'd arrived in Yangqing. Unexpectedly, the local government officials who were hosting them overheard and immediately offered their assistance. Don't worry, sir. As long as they're in Yangqing, we'll definitely find them. We'll start searching as soon as possible. Shang Zishi and Xing Xinhao exchanged glances. It really was more appropriate to let the local authorities handle the search. They knew the area much better. All right, we'll trouble you with this, then, Shang Xinhao said. He didn't waste any time and gave them all the information he had on Awan and Henry. After recording the details, the official promised to look into it thoroughly once he got back. Once the discussion was over, Shang Zishi returned to his room. Are the kids asleep? He asked softly, looking at the children on the bed. Gu Jianing replied. Ningning, if you're tired, you should rest too. I'm fine. Actually, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. She then explained the mother-child tracker to him. Do you want to use it? If you do, I'll take it out for you, Gu Jianing asked. Shang Zishi thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, give it to me. Gu Jianing, he wants to use it? Okay then. Without delay, Gu Jianing redeemed the tracker right in front of Shang Zishi, using her points. Shang Zishi saw her go quiet for a moment, and then, out of nowhere, a watch-like object appeared in her hand. It had appeared out of thin air. To Shang Zishi, it was truly magical. Gu Jianing was about to explain how to use the tracker when Shang Zishi suddenly pulled her into his arms. Ningning, are you a fairy? Was that why she had so many mysterious abilities? Why she could do magic? Gu Jianing couldn't help but laugh at his words. I'm not a fairy. It's just that, She hesitated, wondering whether to tell him about the childbearing system. But before she could say anything, Xingzishi covered her mouth. Don't tell me. I don't need to know. I just need to be sure that you won't suddenly fly up to the heavens and leave me, like a fairy would. Gu Jianing was amused. I'm not a fairy, and I won't fly away and leave you. I have you, our 3 children, and our family. How could I bear to leave? Xingzishi, that's true. Hearing her say this, he felt reassured. All right, let me show you how to use this. Gu Jianing then explained the tracker's usage to Xingzishi. Without hesitation, Xingzishi pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the tracker. The blood was quickly absorbed. But the tracker didn't react at all. It's probably because the distance is more than a kilometer, so there's no signal. Only 1 kilometer. It's a bit useless, Gu Jianing muttered as she took Xingzishi's hand and fastened the watch-shaped tracker onto his wrist. Actually, it's already pretty good. Sometimes, if fate isn't on your side, you could pass by someone and never realize it. But with this, as long as you're within a kilometer, you'll know right away and won't miss each other. Gu Jianing thought about it and realized her Zishi had a point. Sometimes fate is strange like that. Those meant to meet will cross paths even from 1,000 miles away, while those without fate could pass each other without ever knowing. So, in that sense, this thing was still useful. Ningning, I have a feeling I'm going to see my mother soon. He'd felt this way before, back in Jing City, when he was about to search at the Friendship Hotel. Now, in Yangqing, that feeling was even stronger. I hope so. I'm looking forward to it too, Gu Jianing said, squeezing his hand. Meanwhile, in a residential house about 10 kilometers from where Xingzishi and the others were staying, Awan and Henry were living there. Originally, they'd planned to stay at a hotel on this trip. But as they passed by a certain area, Awan spotted a beautiful house for rent, surrounded by flowers, and was instantly interested. So, they gave up on the hotel. Even though the house was a bit expensive, the environment was lovely and clean. Awan really liked it. So they moved in. Tomorrow was the start of the Canton Fair. It would last for half a month, with each phase lasting 5 days. The first phase was focused on electronics. Awan was attending this first phase as a business guest. Although she'd applied to come to China under this identity, Awan didn't actually have to attend the Canton Fair. After all, the company she'd founded developed advanced electronics and cars, while China was still lagging behind in these areas. But since she'd come under this pretense, she still had to make an appearance. Besides, Awan's identity was quite special. She'd specifically asked to tour the fair on her own. Otherwise, the local Yangqing government officials had planned to accompany her around the fair the next day. After we finish the first phase of the Canton Fair, let's go back to Jing City and find that doctor, Awan said. Do we really have to? Aren't we going back to country A? Henry asked. Awan looked at Henry and replied, weren't you the one who wanted to have a child? Henry, fine. Honestly, Henry was afraid of going to Jing City. He had a bad feeling that if he went, he'd lose Awan forever. He lowered his gaze, avoiding Awan's eyes. He couldn't shake the feeling that Awan had sensed something. That made Henry feel guilty. He didn't dare meet her gaze. In fact, Awan did feel that something was off with Henry. She suspected he was hiding something from her. And it probably had to do with her real identity and her lost memories. But that was just her guess. She couldn't bring herself to confront Henry directly. After all, they'd been married for over 10 years, and Henry had always treated her well. It felt wrong to suspect him like this. Awan hoped she was just overthinking it. She hoped Henry wasn't keeping secrets from her. Otherwise, Awan was someone who, when she loved, wished the person would live, but when she hated, wished them dead. And above all, she hated being lied to. On the other side, after returning to the office, the official reception staff in Guangzhou reported the matter of Xing Xinhao wanting to recruit someone. A Wang. The office director thought for a moment, but didn't recognize the name. Still, he instructed everyone to make sure to look for this person carefully. After all, this was an official from the capital, and the whole family had high status and influence. If they could help such people, it would bring them closer. Oh, and tomorrow at the Canton Fair, If you come across Ms. Aviva from Country A, make sure to treat her well. She's the chairwoman of Yunshu Jilian. If we can introduce some new technology or production line from her, it would be like a pie falling from the sky for us, the director instructed. Yes, understood. Although they didn't know why such a big shot from Country A would bother coming to a small event like the Canton Fair in China. Since she was coming, they had to seize the opportunity. It was just a pity. Ms. Aviva didn't want anyone else to accompany or host her, otherwise they could have had more chances to interact. The next day, after breakfast, the whole Shangzishi family headed to the Canton Fair venue. The exhibition hall was massive, covering a huge area. By the time they arrived, the place was already packed with people. The first phase was for electronic products. Gu Jianing saw electric fans, televisions, and so on. There were also some small electronic toys. The family didn't stick together. Grandpa Sang originally wanted to walk around with his wife, but she refused. Xingxing, wanna walk around with great-grandpa? Sure. Xingxing felt sorry for his great-grandpa, who was being kept in the dark and seemed so lonely. So he decided to keep him company. Thus, the family split up and wandered around the huge venue in groups. Gu Jianing and Xing Zishi took Yaya, Tuanchuan, and Grandma Sang with them. Grandma Sang didn't want to go with her husband because she wanted to look for her daughter with her grandson. She wasn't here to sightsee. As for Xing Xinhao, he wandered around on his own. He thought, maybe fate would let him run into a Wang? Maybe, just by walking around, he'd bump into her? Meanwhile, Sheng Zishi kept glancing at the watch on his wrist, but ever since he put it on, there had been no reaction. Don't worry, I believe you'll definitely meet her, Gu Jianing comforted him. At this moment, Wang and Henry were on their way to the Canton Fair by car. A dozen minutes later, they arrived. Henry held Wang's hand as they walked in. Almost the moment Wang entered the venue, the watch on Xing Zishi's wrist lit up. But Xing Zishi was holding Yaya's hand. Yaya saw her dad's glowing watch and exclaimed, "Wow! Daddy, your watch is glowing!" Yaya cried out in surprise. Her shout immediately caught Xing Zishi and Gu Jianing's attention. Xing Zishi quickly raised his hand and saw the glowing watch. When the light faded, a red line appeared on the watch face. One end of the red line was at his location. The other end was a small dot about a kilometer away. That dot was moving. The instant he saw the dot, Sheng Zishi's heart started pounding. Ning, she's here. She's here. Honestly, Sheng Zishi had been feeling uneasy since the mother-son tracker hadn't lit up before. If it didn't light up, it could be because the distance was too far, over a kilometer. Or maybe Wang wasn't really his mother, and since they weren't mother and son, it would never light up no matter the distance. But now it was glowing. That meant his mother was still alive, and she was now within a kilometer of him. Is it Wang? Is it really her? Grandma Sang asked anxiously. Grandma, it should be. This time, it can't be wrong, Shang Zishi replied. Good. Good. Let's hurry and find Wang. Grandma Sang couldn't wait any longer, her eyes already red with tears. Okay, let's go now. So, Shang Zishi picked up the child and, with Gu Jianing and Grandma Sang, headed toward the location of the red dot on the tracker. Meanwhile, Grandpa Sang and Xingxing were wandering around the venue. Xingxing was fascinated by all the electronics. But Grandpa Sang, perhaps because he worked at a weapons research institute, found these electronics rather basic. So he wasn't very interested and let his eyes wander. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on someone entering, and his eyes widened. He muttered, "Am I seeing a ghost?" Even as he said this, his eyes turned red. He even rubbed his eyes, wondering if it was his failing eyesight or a hallucination. Otherwise, how could he be seeing his daughter, who had been dead for over a decade, not far away? Though she was a bit older now, her appearance was exactly as he'd imagined Wang would look in middle age. Even with age, his Wang was still so beautiful. Now, seeing her, she looked just as he'd pictured. Xingxing, do you think great-grandpa is about to die? Otherwise, why would I see your grandma? Is it because I'm dying, so your grandma has come to take me away? Xingxing, who was looking at things at the booths, shivered when he heard this. Grandma? Great-grandpa saw grandma. Where? Xingxing immediately looked up. He knew that his parents and grandparents had come to Guangzhou this time to look for Grandma. And just as he looked up, Xingxing saw her too. Wasn't that the same Grandma he'd seen at the airport? It was her, definitely her. Finally, they'd found her again. It's Grandma. Great-grandpa, quick, let's go. We can't let Grandma leave again. Xingxing immediately grabbed Grandpa Sang's hand and rushed toward Wang. As he was being pulled along, Grandpa Sang was bewildered. What? Xingxing can see her too? Why can Xingxing see her? Could it be Xingxing is dying too? That can't be. While Grandpa Sang was lost in wild thoughts, Xingxing had already pulled him right up to Wang. Xingxing grabbed Wang's hand as she was about to walk forward and said, Grandma, Xingxing finally found you. Wang's other hand was being held by Henry as they walked forward, but suddenly, Wang felt a gaze on her. Awan looked over. And then she saw an old man. The old man was looking at her, and for some reason, as he stared, his eyes grew red. The moment Awan saw the old man, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. But when she tried to think carefully, she couldn't remember where she'd seen him before. And why were his eyes turning red? She didn't know why, but seeing the old man's reddened eyes made Awan's chest ache with pain. Just as Awan was staring blankly at the old man. At that moment, the old man seemed to be pulled toward her by something. Very soon, her hand was taken, and a cheerful, childish voice rang out. Xingxing? Awan looked at the little boy delighted. You're Xingxing. You're the little boy I met at the airport back then. That's me, Grandma. I'm Xingxing, and this is Great-Grandpa. Xingxing hurried to introduce his great-grandfather to Awan. After all, Great-Grandpa was Grandma's father. On the side, Grandpa Sang stared blankly at Awan, completely stunned. The person in front of him looked just like his daughter, Awan. And not only could he see her, Xingxing could too. She didn't seem like a ghost, but a living, breathing person. But if she was alive, hadn't his Awan already died? Why was he seeing her now? Could it just be a resemblance? But Grandpa Sang's instincts told him no, the person in front of him wasn't just someone who looked like Awan. She was Awan. Are you Awan? Grandpa Sang's voice trembled. Awan's lashes fluttered slightly. Aye. Darling, let's go. Don't talk to strangers. Before Awan could finish, Henry interrupted her. Henry tried to pull her away. He never expected the thing he feared most would happen so soon. Back at the airport, when he saw that boy called Xingxing, whose face looked so much like Awan's son, he'd already suspected that this Xingxing might be Awan's descendant, maybe even her grandson. He never thought that, even after taking Awan away from Beijing, they would still run into this boy called Xingxing here in Guangzhou. And even more, the boy was accompanied by an old man who also seemed to know Awan. Although he didn't really understand the Chinese terms of address, nor could he figure out the relationship from how Xingxing addressed the old man, Henry had a very bad feeling. So, he wanted to take Awan away. His instincts screamed that if he didn't leave with Awan now, he wouldn't be able to leave at all, and he would lose her forever. Bad man. Don't take my grandma away. Hearing the foreign man trying to take his grandma, Xingxing grew anxious. He rushed forward, trying to pry Henry's hand off Awan. You little brat, you. Henry was growing impatient. He was about to say something, but the words died in his throat. He stared in shock. He saw that Awan, whose hand he'd been holding, had actually pulled her hand free on her own. Awan. Henry looked at her, a wave of fear and panic rising in his heart. Awan only gave him a calm glance. Then she took Xingxing's hand. Don't be afraid. I'm not going anywhere. Awan comforted Xingxing. As for Henry, Awan was clever. She'd already had some suspicions about Henry, and now, seeing his reaction, what was there not to understand? Henry was definitely hiding something from her. And it was about her identity and her memories. Henry probably realized that Xingxing and the old man might be connected to her. That's why he wanted to take her away. Just then, Awan suddenly saw a group of people hurrying toward her. She looked at the young man at the front, holding a child, and her eyes widened. In her mind, she suddenly recalled what this young man looked like when he was a boy. That young version of him, calling her Mom. Awan didn't know why, But the moment she saw this man, the emptiness in her heart was instantly filled. In that moment, she understood this young man was the treasure she'd been searching for, the one she couldn't bear to part with. The next second, a figure rushed ahead of the man and threw her arms around Awan. She hugged her tightly, as if afraid that letting go would mean losing her forever. Awan, my Awan, it's really you, it's really you. Why did you come back only now? That's right, the one hugging Awan was Grandma Sang. Ever since Xingzishi had discovered a trace of Awan, she'd hurried over. From afar, she'd seen her husband and Xingxing. And she'd seen the woman Xingxing was holding hands with. That face, those features, wasn't that her daughter, Awan? 10 months of pregnancy, flesh and blood, how could she possibly mistake her own child? Unable to hold back, she rushed forward and hugged Awan. Awan was completely stunned. Awan's mother? This was her mother? Even though she had no memory of this mother still. Being held like this, Awan felt a deep sense of peace, no resistance at all. And the scent from this person felt so familiar to her. As if, long ago, she'd smelled it before. So familiar, so comforting. So, was this her mother? Was it because she was her mother that she felt this way? Hearing her mother's choked sobs and feeling her trembling hands. At that moment, Awan was finally sure. She hadn't been abandoned. There must be a reason behind all this. What was the reason? Awan instinctively looked at Henry. She saw fear and panic in his eyes, and beneath that, guilt. Guilt? Awan vaguely understood something. The next second, she saw someone suddenly rush over and punch Henry in the face. Henry! Damn it, it really is you. When I asked you to treat my wife, you lied and told me she was dead and took her away. Henry, you bastard, I'll kill you. The person who rushed over was none other than Xing Xinhao. He'd just arrived and seen Shang Zishi and the others, and also saw Awan and Henry. His anger toward Henry finally exploded. He strode forward and punched Henry straight in the face. Then another punch and another. He looked ready to beat him to death. The moment Henry saw Xing Xinhao, he was even more terrified. Because he recognized him, this was Awan's real husband. Back then, it was Xing Xinhao who had asked him to treat Awan. On this side, Awan saw Henry being beaten. She instinctively tried to stop it. Xing Xinhao looked up, his eyes full of grievance and hurt. Awan, I'm your husband. He's just a con man who tricked you away and you're still defending him. Awan looked at Xing Xinhao. He felt so familiar to her. There was even a feeling she didn't have with anyone else. Husband? This man was her husband? Awan was stunned. Awan, did you forget me? I'm How. Did Henry do something to you? Awan, my biggest regret now is ever asking him to treat you in the first place. Maybe out of guilt, maybe because he knew he was in the wrong, Henry, despite being beaten, didn't fight back at all. And when he saw Awan looking over, Henry lowered his head. But when Xing Xinhao said he was Awan's husband, Henry looked up and insisted, Awan's husband now is me. We're legally married. Even if he was a thief. But right now, he was Awan's husband. Xing Xinhao was even angrier when he heard this. He could barely keep himself from beating Henry to death. Enough, are you trying to kill him? It was Shang Zishi who stepped in to stop things. Their commotion had drawn the attention of everyone in the venue, and even the officials had arrived. Hearing his son's words, Xing Xinhao had no choice but to restrain himself for now. At that moment, the people who'd received Xing Xinhao's group yesterday, along with the office director, happened to arrive. They were looking for Xing Xinhao and his group, as well as Awan. Then they realized someone was causing trouble in the venue. They thought, who would dare make a scene here? They hurried over to check, and saw Xing Xinhao and Awan's group. The two parties had actually run into each other. After a brief explanation, they were shocked to discover the Miss Xing they'd been asked to find yesterday was actually Aviva, the chairwoman of Yushu Zhiliang from Country A. Aviva's Chinese name was Awan. And Xing Xinhao was glaring at Henry with obvious hatred. Clearly, there was a grudge. Since they were acquaintances, and not people they could afford to offend, this matter had to be handled carefully. In the room, Henry, with his face bruised and swollen, sat next to Awan, but was quickly pushed aside by Xing Xinhao. This was his wife. What right did Henry have to sit next to Awan? Seeing this, Henry wanted to say something, but when he looked at Awan, he swallowed his words. After all, he really was in the wrong. There was nothing he could say. Meanwhile, Awan's hand was tightly held by Grandma Sang, who looked at her with tears in her eyes. Grandpa Sang had already learned the story from Gu Jianing. So, you came to Yangqing to look for Awan? He'd secretly asked Xingxing before, and Xingxing said they were here for the Canton Fair, but also to find someone. He'd thought they were just looking for a friend. He never expected they were looking for Awan. So you all knew Awan wasn't dead, but didn't tell me? Grandpa Sang felt a little hurt. Grandpa, you have high blood pressure. Grandma wouldn't let us tell you, Gu Jianing explained. Grandpa Sang, well, he did have high blood pressure. Just now, when he saw Awan and thought she was a ghost, his blood pressure really did spike a bit. But now he was fine. Nothing else mattered anymore. What mattered was that his only daughter was still alive. That was enough. Awan looked around at everyone in the room. Everyone felt so familiar. Especially Grandma and Grandpa Sang, Xing Xinhao, and Xing Zishi. But her gaze lingered most on Xing Zishi. Just now, she was almost certain. This young man was her child, his name was Xing Zishi. And Xingxing was Xing Zishi's child. Xingxing and Xing Zishi looked almost identical. That's why, when she first saw Xingxing, he felt so familiar. Because of Xing Zishi. This was her child. Could it be that she just felt she should have a child? No, she really did have one. What exactly is going on? Awan pressed for answers. It was this man, he's a thief. He stole you away. Xing Xinhao glared at Henry, wishing he could kill him. I'll explain, Shang Zishi said. Looking at his mother, Shang Zishi began. It was more than 10 years ago, back then. So, we all thought you were dead. For more than 10 years, you never came back. At this moment, Awan knew she should be called Awan again. Even though she didn't have those memories, tears silently streamed down her face. She never imagined the story would be like this. So, she wasn't abandoned by her family because of illness, like Henry had said. She'd been taken away by Henry's scheme. At the time, she was gravely ill, and her husband had asked Henry to treat her. But Henry, though he could have cured her, claimed her illness was incurable. Then he staged her fake death and took her away. He brought her straight to Country A. And then they got married. So, Henry had known everything all along. He knew she had family, a husband, parents, a child, but he still took her away. For more than 10 years, he'd secretly prevented her from returning to China. It wasn't until this year, when he saw her determination, that he could no longer stop her. But why? Why did Henry do this? Awan slowly stood up and walked over to Henry. Henry kept his head down, not daring to look at her. Henry, why did you do this? All these years, you've been lying to me, Awan said, tears streaming down her face. Awan admitted she did have feelings for Henry. After all these years, those feelings weren't fake. Henry had treated her well for more than a decade. Even a heart of stone would have softened. But Awan couldn't accept that the man beside her had deceived her so deeply for so long. Henry slowly looked up, seeing the disappointment in Awan's eyes, and felt a stabbing pain in his heart. Awan, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I just liked you too much back then. You don't know, when I first saw you, it was love at first sight. I couldn't help myself. So I became that despicable thief and stole you away. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Hearing Henry's explanation, Awan only found it laughable. Just because he liked her, he could do this? Completely ignoring her feelings and wishes? Just because of his selfish love? Henry, if I could, I'd rather you had never loved me at all. As soon as Awan said this, Henry froze in shock. He thought to himself, perhaps this is the greatest punishment for me. He lowered his gaze, looking like a criminal, hanging his head in shame. You know why I lost my memory, don't you? Tell me the reason, Awan demanded. Henry pressed his lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. It was Gu Jianing who spoke up. It was hypnosis. I think this Dr. Henry must know how to hypnotize people. Just now, Gu Jianing had used the scanner in her eyes to scan her mother-in-law, and the results showed that her mother-in-law had been hypnotized. Since she hadn't suffered any physical injuries, her amnesia could only have been caused by hypnosis. Besides, wasn't this Dr. Henry supposed to be a psychiatrist? It wouldn't be surprising if he knew how to hypnotize people. Hypnosis? No one had expected this. Even Awan was full of shock. And seeing Henry tremble and fall silent, it was clear that Gu Jianing had guessed right. It was hypnosis? After living together for over 10 years, I never knew you could hypnotize people. All this time, Awan had thought her husband was honest with her. But now she realized just how much he had hidden from her. Henry slowly raised his head and closed his eyes, admitting yes, it was hypnosis. He had no choice. If he hadn't hypnotized her, even if he took Awan away back then, her heart would still have belonged to her husband and child. She would have always wanted to leave him and return to China. So the only thing he could do was use his hypnotic ability to make Awan forget all her previous memories. How could you be so selfish, just taking away my memories like that? Awan was utterly disappointed in Henry, whether it was faking her death, taking her away, or hypnotizing her and erasing her memories. He had never asked for her opinion on any of it. He just did whatever he wanted. Is that really love? It was far too selfish. Such selfish love Sang Yuan would rather not have it. Awan, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Henry actually knew that what he did was wrong. But at the time, he felt it was his only choice. He also knew that with Awan's personality, if she ever found out the truth, she would definitely hate him. But he had no other options. I just want to know, can you restore my memories? Awan didn't know if her past memories were good or bad. But whether they were good or bad, they were hers. Only she had the right to choose whether to forget or not. No one else had that right. And only with her complete memories could she make the best decisions. Unexpectedly, Henry shook his head. I can't. How can you not? Shang Xinhao roared, grabbing Henry by the collar again, wishing he could kill this foreigner. But Henry stuck to his answer. He looked at Awan and said, I can only hypnotize people to make them forget. I don't know how to make them remember. Gu Jianing spoke up, her gaze sharp. So your hypnosis skills are only half-baked? If that's the case, how could you dare hypnotize my mother-in-law in the first place? Don't you know that if you're not careful, you could mess up someone's mind and memories and turn them into a lunatic? Henry's breath caught. Clearly, Gu Jianing had hit the nail on the head. Yes, she was right. In fact, Henry had rarely tried hypnosis on anyone before. He wasn't exactly an expert. Back then, he just wanted to try hypnotizing Awan to make her forget. He hadn't thought about the consequences. He was just lucky it worked out in the end. But now that the truth was out, Henry's selfishness and recklessness seemed even more terrifying. Even knowing that his hypnosis could have driven Sang Yuan insane, he still did it. At that moment, Sang Yuan was completely done with Henry. Her gaze toward him was full of cold indifference. Does that mean Awan's memories can never be recovered? Shang Xinhao still hoped Awan could regain the beautiful memories they once shared. If that happened, maybe there'd be a sliver of hope she'd come back to him. At this moment, Sheng Zishi turned to Gu Jianing. Ningning, do you have a way? Gu Jianing nodded. Yes. I can help Mom recover her memories. Although she hadn't studied hypnosis in depth yet, Gu Jianing was confident. System, bind Sang Yuan as a patient, Gu Jianing said silently to the system. Ding, Sang Yuan has been bound as patient number N. Scan complete. You can view the results in the system space under the patient section. Gu Jianing glanced at the description of Sang Yuan's symptoms in the patient section. She felt quite confident. Once she entered the divine doctor's space to study. After she finished learning, she could hypnotize her mother-in-law and restore her memories. By now, Gu Jianing's medical skills were far beyond what they were when she first bound to the childbirth system. Back then, every time she entered the divine doctor system, there was so much to learn, and it was challenging. Now, her medical knowledge was broad and deep. Learning new things took less time and came much more easily. That's wonderful. We'll leave Awan's memory recovery to Ningning then. Grandpa and Grandma Sang said happily. Owan, come back with us and then we'll return to Beijing together, Grandma Sang said as they were about to leave the room, her eyes full of longing and reluctance for her daughter. Sang Yuan thought for a moment and said, I'll go back with you, but there are some things I need to take care of first. She looked in Henry's direction. Xing Xinhao hesitated, wanting to ask if Awan still had feelings for Henry, but he knew that, given his current status, it wasn't his place to interfere in her decisions. Besides, Awan was no longer the same person she used to be. And he, after more than 10 years, was no longer the man he once was. Time had changed so much. All right. We'll be in Yangqing for a few more days. Take care of your business and then we'll go back to Beijing. Together. Okay. This time, Sang Yuan didn't refuse. In the end, it was Xing Zishi who drove Sang Yuan and Henry back to their guest house. Mom, if you need anything, just contact me. I'll come right away, Xing Zishi said. Okay. Sang Yuan had complicated feelings toward the son. Deep down, he felt familiar and close, but she had no memories of him. It was a contradiction. That was why Sang Yuan wanted to recover her memories. Only by regaining them could she truly reclaim her treasures. Wait for me, son. Sang Yuan reached out and patted his head. Xing Zishi was stunned. Then he nodded and said, okay. It wasn't until he saw Sang Yuan's figure disappear that Xing Zishi slowly turned around. But the moment he turned, his eyes turned red. He remembered that, in the past, his mother always used to stroke his head when she talked to him. He liked it when his mother stroked his head. Back then, he was just a child. At that time, his mother could easily reach out and touch his head. Now, more than 10 years had passed, and he was already much taller than his mother. These days, if his mother wanted to pat his head, she had to reach up high. Still, even after all these years, even though his mother had lost her memory, this habit of patting his head hadn't changed. It was still buried deep in her memory. Just as Xing Zishi was about to leave, he spotted Sheng Xinhao not far away. When he walked over, Sheng Xinhao said, "You're really okay with your mother being alone with that scheming foreigner?" Sheng Zishi raised an eyebrow at him. "Are you going to stop them? And with what status would you do that?" Sheng Xinhao was left speechless. This kid, why is he still so sharp-tongued? But Sheng Xinhao didn't say anything more. He just watched Sang Yuan with Henry, feeling deeply unwilling. That Henry was the one who ruined their family. If it hadn't been for Henry's scheming back then. If Sang Yuan hadn't died, their relationship and family would have been just fine. He wouldn't have married Fang Wanrong, and there wouldn't have been any conflict between him and Zishi. Maybe, even now, they'd still be a happy family of 3. Xing Xinhao knew that he'd made mistakes over the years, too. But the root of it all was Henry. Now, he blamed everything on that foreigner, Henry. He prayed that Yuan would leave Henry and come back to live with him in Beijing. Meanwhile, Sang Yuan and Henry returned to the guest house. Looking at the place, she thought, just this morning, everything had still been fine, and they'd still been a loving couple. But now, everything was different. Yet Sang Yuan didn't feel regret. Even though she had lost her memory, her personality, her values, and her principles hadn't changed. As soon as they returned, Henry tried to take her hand, but she avoided him. Seeing the hurt in Henry's deep green eyes, Sang Yuan would have felt sorry for him in the past. But not anymore. "Yuan, I know what I did is unforgivable. However you want to deal with me, I'll accept it, but..." Before Henry could finish, Sang Yuan interrupted, "When we get back to Country A, let's get a divorce." Henry's heart clenched in pain. "Yuan, is there really no chance for us? These past 10 years, our love was real. It's precisely because of these 10 years that I won't hold you accountable for what you did back then. But there's no way we can be together anymore. Henry, you know this. I hate being lied to more than anything. You're too selfish." Henry closed his eyes, tears streaming down. In fact, when he decided to come to China, he'd already expected this. He knew Sang Yuan's character. But now that the moment had come, he still didn't want to face it. Yet, even if he didn't want to, he knew he couldn't force Yuan. More than 10 years ago, he had forced her once. He couldn't do that again. "Okay, I understand. Whatever you want to do, I'll listen to you. When you took me away back then, did you also take something from me?" Sang Yuan asked. After seeing Shang Zishi today, her son, she vaguely remembered that she used to have something precious related to him. But all these years, she'd never seen it. Henry hadn't expected Yuan to remember. Yes, Henry replied. He opened his suitcase, took out a pocket watch from a hidden compartment, and handed it to her. Sang Yuan's face was cold as she took it. She'd only asked on a hunch, but hadn't expected. All these years, the person she'd thought was the most loving had turned out to be a complete liar. The moment she held the pocket watch, she instinctively opened it. When she saw the photo inside, her tears poured down. One by one, they fell onto the pocket watch. No wonder Henry had always kept this thing so well hidden. If she'd seen this pocket watch before, how could she not have suspected? She gripped the watch tightly and looked sharply at Henry. So, all these years, you've been hiding this from me. You always knew who I was. You always knew how happy my life used to be. But because of your selfish love, you did whatever you wanted. Henry, you really should admit, the person you love most is yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't have treated her like an object. You took her away without her consent. You stole her memories without her consent. This time, Shang Zishi and Gu Jianing came to Guangzhou not only to find Sang Yuan, but also to take the kids to the Canton Fair. On the second day after they arrived, they found Sang Yuan. Now, at last, this matter could be put to rest. So, Gu Jianing and Xing Xinhao took the kids to the Canton Fair for the next few days. Sang Yuan had originally come to the fair as a business guest, so reuniting with her son and parents was an unexpected joy. Although her company was in Country A, since she'd decided to stay with her parents, she planned to move back to Beijing permanently. She'd need to handle things at her company in Country A. If she could move the headquarters to China, that would be ideal. But that probably wasn't possible. The Country A government likely wouldn't approve it. Opening a branch office should be doable, though. As for the business in Country A, she could leave it to someone she trusted and fly over occasionally if needed. The local government in Guangzhou wanted to bring in some production lines. As a Chinese national herself, Sang Yuan wanted to see her country prosper, so she wouldn't refuse. While Shang Zishi and Gu Jianing took the kids to the Canton Fair, Sang Yuan was quite busy. She first flew to Country A and divorced Henry. Once she made up her mind, Sang Yuan was always decisive. She then handled the company's affairs before flying back to Guangzhou. When Xing Xinhao went to pick her up at the airport and saw that she was alone, without that Henry whom he hated so much, and heard that she'd already divorced Henry, he was overjoyed. However, Sang Yuan didn't get particularly close to Xing Xinhao. After all, she still hadn't recovered her memory and didn't remember anything about Xing Xinhao. Besides, she remembered her son saying that Xing Xinhao had remarried. Since she had remarried, her previous marriage with him no longer counted. She didn't need to worry about anything anymore. Xing Xinhao noticed that Sang Yuan's attitude toward him was very cold. Although he felt miserable inside, he didn't dare say much. At least, Awan was no longer with that foreigner. Given Awan's personality, there was probably no chance of her getting back together with that foreigner. But then again, with her personality, it didn't seem like there was any chance for him either. Still, Xing Xinhao pinned his hopes on Sang Yuan regaining her memories. Maybe when she remembered the feelings they once shared, he'd have a sliver of a chance. After spending a week in Yangqing, Shang Zishi and the others brought Sang Yuan, who had settled everything, back to Beijing. After all, with Shang Zishi and Gu Jianing's current positions and jobs, it was impossible for them to take long vacations. Being able to take a week off now had already used up all their accumulated leave. It would probably be a long time before they could take another break. Awan, come stay with me at the old house, Xing Xinhao warmly invited her after they got off the plane. We all used to live there together. If you come, maybe it'll help you recover your memories. I've kept all your things and our family photo albums. Xing Xinhao looked at her hopefully. But Sang Yuan refused. No need. I'll come by and visit when I have time. I want to stay with my parents, she said. Xing Xinhao, all right then. Since Sang Yuan said so, there was nothing more he could say. So, Sang Yuan moved in with her parents at the Sang family home in the compound. Hey, Anning, you're back. Oh my, who is this? She looks just like Awan. On the way, they ran into an old neighbor, an auntie who had always been close with Sang Yuan's grandmother. The auntie's eyes immediately landed on Sang Yuan, and she stared in surprise. She doesn't just look like Awan, she is Awan, Grandma Sang said happily, holding Sang Yuan's hand. Awan didn't die back then. Something happened that made us think she had, but now she's back. Grandma Sang didn't go into too much detail, but since Sang Yuan had returned alive, people were bound to find out. There was no need to hide it. Besides, these were old neighbors who had watched Awan grow up. The neighbor auntie was overjoyed when she heard this. That's wonderful news. I'm so happy for you. She was genuinely moved. Her family and the Sangs had lived in the same compound for many years. When Sang Yuan was a child, she used to come over and play at her house. She'd always liked this sweet little girl. If her son hadn't already found someone he liked, she would have wanted him to marry Awan back then. Later, Sang Yuan married Sheng Xinhao. That seemed like a good match. Sheng Xinhao was promising and handsome. They even had a son, Sheng Zishi. The three of them were a happy family. So when the news came that Sang Yuan had died of illness at the border, everyone was heartbroken. The neighbor auntie had witnessed firsthand how devastated Grandma and Grandpa Sang were at the time. After all, she was their only child, and at such a young age. Over the years, whenever they chatted, no one dared mention Sang Yuan, afraid it would make the couple sad. No one could have imagined that, after more than a decade, everything would take such a dramatic turn. Sang Yuan hadn't died after all. She had come back. What a wonderful surprise. You must throw a big celebration to welcome her home. Yes, of course we will. When Sang Yuan was led into the Sang house, she was shown to her old room. Your room has always been kept just as it was, Grandma Sang said. Later, when Zishi brought Ningning home while she was pregnant, they stayed here for a while, but they didn't change anything. Everything is just as it was when you were here. Take a look. Maybe it'll help you remember something. Grandma Sang held her hand as they entered. Sang Yuan touched everything in the room, running her fingers over each item. It was clear the room had been regularly cleaned. Everything was spotless and tidy. But as she looked around, although everything felt familiar, she couldn't recall a single thing. It's all right. It doesn't matter if you can't remember for now, Grandma Sang comforted her. Once Ningning treats you, you'll get your memory back. Grandma Sang wasn't worried at all about whether Sang Yuan would recover her memories. First, she had faith in Gu Jianning's medical skills. Since Ningning said she was confident, it would surely work. Second, even if Awan never regained her memories, so what? She was still her daughter, and she would love and cherish her just the same. Nothing would change that. When Grandma Sang mentioned Gu Jianning, Sang Yuan realized she didn't actually know much about her daughter-in-law. Even without her memories, she knew that when she left over a decade ago, her son was still a teenager. A year after her death, her husband remarried. Her son's stepmother treated him poorly, always sowing discord between father and son. Sheng Xinhao was domineering and wouldn't tolerate being contradicted, so the seeds of conflict were sown between father and son. Because things were so bad at home, Zishi left to join the army as soon as he could. She could tell that, even now, Zishi's relationship with Sheng Xinhao was only so, better than strangers, but not by much. So, even without her memories, she could sense how hard life had been for Zishi all these years, and how much her parents had suffered. This made Sang Yuan even more eager to recover her memories. Seeing that Sang Yuan seemed to be lost in guilt and self-blame, Grandma Sang quickly changed the subject. Let me tell you about Ningning. All right. In truth, Sang Yuan didn't know much about her daughter-in-law, Gu Jianning. Now that her mother was talking about her, she was happy to listen. It was only through her mother's stories that she learned Gu Jianning was not only beautiful, but also incredibly accomplished. She had achieved so much in medicine. No wonder Ningning was confident she could help her regain her memory. Ningning is truly wonderful. She's even given you 3 adorable, clever grandchildren, Grandma Sang said. Sang Yuan nodded. Yes, I'm very happy with my daughter-in-law. Let alone how outstanding Gu Jianning was, where could you find such a rare daughter-in-law? More importantly, She hadn't even been there for her son's wedding, so what right did she have to complain? Besides, it was obvious that Zishi and Ningning truly loved each other. Their feelings were plain to see. Sang Yuan wasn't the kind of person who begrudged others' happiness, so how could she possibly become a difficult mother-in-law? She murmured, "So this is my memory. This is the life I once lived." Sang Yuan's return inevitably stirred up a wave of commotion in the capital. After all, everyone connected to Sang Yuan was someone of considerable status. Take her ex-husband, Xing Xinhao, for example. Well, it's hard to say if he's really her ex-husband, since technically, Xing Xinhao and Sang Yuan never actually divorced. But Xing Xinhao did later marry Fang Wanrong. Even though Xing Xinhao is retired now, his position and connections are still extraordinary, especially his extensive network of contacts. What's more, despite his age, Xing Xinhao doesn't look old at all. He's taken good care of himself, especially his face. So, after Fang Wanrong was arrested and he divorced her, there were still plenty of people eager to become Mrs. Xing. But now that Sang Yuan has returned, everyone has had to give up on that idea. After all, it's obvious to anyone that Xing Xinhao's heart still belongs to Sang Yuan. And Sang Yuan's son, Xing Zishi, is now a brigade-level officer in the capital's military district. With a bright future ahead of him, he might even surpass his father one day. Her daughter-in-law, Gu Jianing, is a renowned miracle doctor, a professor at Capital University, and a national-level civil servant. And Sang Yuan's own father is the head of a weapons research institute. So, with all these connections, Sang Yuan's own status is already quite distinguished. But when people found out what Sang Yuan is doing now, they were even more shocked. Sang Yuan is actually the chairwoman of Yushu Intelligence in Country A. For those in the upper echelons of the capital, they naturally keep up with international news. They know just how powerful Yushu Intelligence is in Country A. And now, it turns out that Sang Yuan was the founder of this company. I remember Sang Yuan used to be a journalist, didn't she? How did she come back after more than 10 years and become the chairwoman of such a huge company? What's more, Yushu Intelligence holds a prestigious position in Country A. Their electronics and cars are sold all over the world. Of course, the company is also making a fortune. It just goes to show, truly outstanding people excel no matter where they go or what they do. And you know, outstanding people tend to gather together. Isn't that the truth? Every member of Sang Yuan's family is exceptional in their own right. While the people of the capital were busy gossiping about Sang Yuan's return, at that moment, Sang Yuan was in Gu Jianing's office. Today was the day Sang Yuan came for treatment to recover her memories, so Xing Xinhao, as well as her maternal grandparents, had all come along. Shang Zishi wanted to come too, but he was busy with military duties and couldn't get away. When Sang Yuan arrived at Gu Jianing's office, she learned that the doctor she and Henry had once sought out to help them have a child was actually Ningning, Gu Jianing. She thought, if only she had met Ningning back then, maybe Ningning would have recognized her right away. They wouldn't have had to wait until they met again in Yangcheng. But it hadn't been that long anyway. Besides, people who are meant to meet will always find each other, no matter how many times they miss each other along the way. Sang Yuan's respect for Gu Jianing's medical skills rose to a whole new level. Her daughter-in-law was truly outstanding. When it came to medicine, there was nothing she didn't excel at. The more Sang Yuan looked at Gu Jianing, the more satisfied and fond she felt. "Mom, please have a seat. I'm going to start the hypnosis now," Gu Jianing said. "Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, could you please wait outside?" "All right, we understand." They knew that patients shouldn't be disturbed during treatment. So Xing Xinhao and the grandparents left the room. The office door closed quietly behind them. Now, only Gu Jianing and Sang Yuan remained. "Mom, don't be nervous. Just relax." "Oh, right, Mom. Could you lend me your pocket watch for a moment?" Gu Jianing asked. "Of course." Sang Yuan took off the pocket watch hanging around her neck. Ever since Henry returned it to her, she'd worn it constantly. Gu Jianing held the pocket watch in one hand and let it dangle in front of Sang Yuan, swinging it gently back and forth before her eyes. "Relax. Look at the watch. Let your eyes follow its movement." After binding the system to Sang Yuan in Yangcheng, Gu Jianing had found time to enter the system's space and study all the medical knowledge related to hypnosis. Of course, the system even provided a course. Naturally, Gu Jianing passed with a perfect score. So she was confident in treating Sang Yuan. As Sang Yuan listened to Gu Jianing's voice, she felt more and more relaxed, her eyelids growing heavier and heavier. She didn't know when, but eventually her eyes closed. Her eyes were closed, but she could still hear Gu Jianing's voice and her mind remained clear. Then, in a certain instant, Sang Yuan felt as if something flashed across her previously gray and hazy mind. She saw it. She saw scenes from her childhood with her parents, every little moment. She saw how she met Xing Xinhao, how they fell in love, got married, and later had a son named Sheng Zishi. Sang Yuan had adored her son, wanting to give him the very best of everything in the world. Her favorite thing was taking him to have their pictures taken, and whenever she spoke to him, she would always stroke his head. And little Zishi. From a very young age, he knew how to protect his mother. He loved being with her. The three of them, as a family, lived happy and fulfilling days. As time passed, her son grew up bit by bit, until he became a handsome young man. The turning point came when trouble broke out at the border, and Xing Xinhao had to be stationed there for a year or two. As a journalist, Sang Yuan wanted to accompany her husband and also report on the border news. So she went with him. At the time, Zishi didn't want her to go. Her parents didn't want her to go either. Sang Yuan thought, maybe she had been too stubborn back then. If she hadn't gone, perhaps none of what happened afterward would have happened. But what was meant to happen, happened anyway. She contracted an infectious disease. Xing Xinhao sought out countless doctors, but none could cure her. Eventually, he found Henry. In the office, Sang Yuan slowly opened her eyes. They were already filled with tears. She murmured, "So this is my memory, this is the life I once lived." At this moment, Sang Yuan finally felt that her life was whole again. No longer like before, when even though she lived happily with Henry, her heart still felt empty. And her most precious treasure. Sang Yuan gently held the pocket watch in her hand. It was her child. With a click, the office door was opened from the inside. Almost the instant they heard the door open, Grandma Sang, Grandpa Sang, and Xing Xinhao, who had been sitting on the chairs in the hallway, all shot to their feet, their eyes turning expectantly toward the door. Sang Yuan appeared in the doorway. Grandma Sang hurried over. "Awan, how did it go? How was the treatment?" She had just finished speaking and was about to say more when she saw Sang Yuan's eyes rimmed red, brimming with tears as she looked at her. In that instant, Grandma Sang froze, then tears began to fall from her own eyes. "You've regained your memory, haven't you? You're my Awan, aren't you? Mommy's Awan has finally come back." Though Grandma Sang's words were phrased as questions, her tone was full of certainty. Because the way Sang Yuan looked at her was exactly the same as before. Even after more than 10 years, Grandma Sang had never forgotten. Sang Yuan stepped forward and threw her arms around Grandma Sang, tears streaming down her face. "Yes, Mom, I've regained my memory. Mom, I'm sorry. You and Dad must have been so heartbroken back then. I'm sorry for being an unfilial daughter, for not being able to stay by your side all these years." Sang Yuan had always known how much her parents loved her. She was their only child. Back then, her mother could have had more children, but she chose not to. Her mother had said, "One daughter is enough. Sons and daughters are the same. I want to give her all my love." From the moment she was born, she had grown up in a happy, loving family. She knew how much her parents loved her. She also knew how devastated they must have been when news of her death came. Sang Yuan already knew she was wrong. Maybe she shouldn't have gone to the border back then, shouldn't have been so stubborn. If she hadn't, maybe everything would be different now. "Silly child, don't say such things. The fact that you're back is the best thing that could happen." Grandpa Sang quickly chimed in, "That's right. Sometimes, fate just plays tricks on people. But now everything is finally getting better. Perhaps only after losing something can one truly understand how precious it is to regain it." Sang Yuan hugged Grandma Sang, then Grandpa Sang. After letting go of Grandpa Sang, she turned her gaze to Xing Xinhao. She hadn't planned to hug Xing Xinhao. Xing Xinhao, who had been preparing himself to hug Owen. The look Sang Yuan gave Xing Xinhao was complicated. After regaining her memory, she also remembered her youthful romance with Xing Xinhao, all the moments they had shared. There was no doubt that this man was outstanding, and she had loved him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have followed him to the border so resolutely back then. But now, Sang Yuan had to admit that her love for Xing Xinhao had nearly run out. It wasn't just because of the passage of all these years, but also because of Henry and... Sang Yuan slowly walked up to Xing Xinhao and said, "I heard you remarried just a year after I died?" As soon as she said this, it was as if Xing Xinhao's last shred of dignity had been stripped away, and he looked deeply embarrassed. "Yes, Awan, I'm sorry, but Fang Wansong and I have already..." Before he could finish, Sang Yuan raised her hand to cut him off. "Your affairs with other women are none of my concern. Our marriage ended the moment I died." Awan. Xing Xinhao's eyes were full of pain. "So, if you wanted to remarry, I wouldn't blame you." After all, Xing Xinhao was still young then, and held a high position. There were plenty of women who wanted to marry him. She wouldn't blame him for that. But I heard you didn't treat Axie well? You forced him to join the army early, and even suppressed him. Is that true? So it's true, when there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather too. Xing Xinhao saw the disappointment in Sang Yuan's eyes and felt deeply ashamed. Because he knew, on this point, he had no excuse. Back then, he had been too overbearing, not allowing anyone to contradict him. He had even been somewhat dictatorial. It was only later that he realized he was wrong. But by then, the damage was done. All he could do was try his best to make up for it. Xing Xinhao lowered his eyes, not daring to meet Sang Yuan's disappointed gaze. "Yes, it was my fault back then. I know I was wrong." Sang Yuan didn't blame Xing Xinhao for remarrying, only for not treating their only child well. "Forget it. The issues between you and Axie, I'm sure you'll find a way to resolve them and get along. I won't say any more." Though she blamed Xing Xinhao, Sang Yuan also blamed herself. If she hadn't gone to the border back then, if she'd been by Axie's side all these years, he wouldn't have been hurt. So, she was also partly responsible for Axie's pain as an unqualified mother. Just as Sang Yuan finished and was about to leave, Xing Xinhao grabbed her hand. Sang Yuan frowned. Xing Xinhao held her hand tightly, as if letting go would mean losing her from his life forever. "Awan, what happened in the past was fate's doing. If it hadn't been for that wretched Henry, their family would never have ended up like this." So Xing Xinhao truly hated Henry. But the past is the past. You said not to talk about it anymore, so I won't. I just want to ask one thing. Awan, is there still a chance for us? Even though he knew what Sang Yuan's answer would likely be, Xing Xinhao still wanted to ask. What if, just what if there was a chance? But the 1 in 10,000 hope Xing Xinhao clung to was ultimately dashed. "There's no chance," Sang Yuan said clearly. It was like a bucket of cold water poured over Xing Xinhao's heart, instantly chilling him to the core. He lowered his eyes, his lids hiding the redness in them, and slowly let go of her hand. As footsteps echoed, Sang Yuan left with Grandma and Grandpa Sang. It seemed that tears fell from Xing Xinhao's eyes and landed on the floor, but no one noticed. That evening, as soon as his mission ended, Sheng Zishi hurried back to the courtyard. He knew today was the day Ningning would treat his mother and help her regain her memory. He didn't know if the treatment had gone smoothly. Had her memory really returned? Did his mother still remember him? As he was about to reach the door, Sheng Zishi felt a bit nervous. But then he suddenly remembered his mother was staying at his grandparents' house, so she probably wasn't at the courtyard. Thinking of this, he breathed a sigh of relief. He decided to ask Ningning first, then go over to the Sang family's house. Just then, the courtyard door opened. Someone he didn't expect appeared before him. The person who opened the door was none other than Sang Yuan. At that moment, the setting sun cast its golden glow over Sang Yuan. As she looked at Xing Zishi, the tears shimmering in her eyes seemed to be tinged with the colors of the sunset. "Ah, you're back." Sang Yuan smiled as she looked at Xing Zishi. Staring at his mother in front of him, Xing Zishi was momentarily stunned. That look in her eyes. It was so familiar and yet so long lost. Mom's memories have returned. All these years, my Ashi has suffered so much. Sang Yuan reached out and gently stroked Xing Zishi's hair. With just that one touch, Xing Zishi's eyes instantly turned red. In truth, Xing Zishi wasn't a particularly sentimental person. In fact, you could even say that at times, he was rather cold. He only showed emotion to the people and things he truly cared about. He wasn't someone who liked to cry either. Growing up, he could count on one hand the number of times he cried. Even when he clashed with the old man and was punished by family discipline, he never shed a single tear. Even when he was injured on missions, no matter how badly, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, never crying, never complaining, never wanting to give up. But at this moment, Xing Zishi couldn't hold back anymore. After his mother passed away, was life hard for him? Honestly, yes and no. It wasn't all bad, after all. He came from a privileged background. Even after his mother died and he had conflicts with his father, he still had his grandparents to protect him. But it was hard too. He was still just a teenager when his mother passed, and his father remarried soon after. In that house, he felt like an outsider. That woman even tried to erase every trace of him and his mother. But whether you're young or old, a mother's importance goes without saying. Even as an old man, frail and gray, he would still long for his mother's love and protection. With red-rimmed eyes, Xing Zishi looked at Sang Yuan, his voice choked. "I thought you'd never remember me again." "How could I not, my child? My Ashi, you're my treasure." Sang Yuan took out the pocket watch hanging from her neck and opened it. "See? Mom has always worn this and always remembered." Xing Zishi smiled. Even though his eyes were still red, he smiled. "A treasure? How wonderful." Xing Zishi stepped forward and gently hugged Sang Yuan. "Mom, I'm so glad you're back. From now on, I'm a child with a mother to protect me again." "Hey, what are you two still doing at the door? Hurry up and come in for dinner." At that moment, Grandma Sang called from the courtyard. "Coming," Xing Zishi replied, leading his mother inside. It was only at dinner that Xing Zishi learned that today's treatment had gone very smoothly. All of Sang Yuan's memories had returned. Now, when Sang Yuan looked at them, there was no longer any trace of unfamiliarity. Originally, Sang Yuan had been living with her parents at the Sang family compound. But she was so eager to see Xing Zishi as soon as he got off work that Grandma Sang suggested everyone have dinner together at the Sihiyuan tonight. They hadn't planned to invite Xing Xinhao, but the man shamelessly showed up anyway. Considering he was Xing, Yaya, and Tuan's grandfather and had a good relationship with the kids, they couldn't very well kick him out. So tonight, it was as close to a family reunion as they'd had a meal with everyone present. Watching the scene before him, Xing Xinhao wished time could freeze at this moment. At least then, he could pretend he and Sang Yuan were still husband and wife. But he knew that Sang Yuan no longer had feelings for him. Still, Xing Xinhao was determined not to give up. If there's no love, then he'd cultivate it. If Awan didn't like him, he'd pursue her all over again. Back when they were young, he'd managed to win her heart. Why not now? After all, as long as there was even the slightest chance, he'd give it a try. Xing Xinhao's eyes were full of determination and resolve. When he looked at Sang Yuan, his gaze was full of deep affection. He even threw her a flirtatious wink when she looked his way. Xing Xinhao thought, "At my age, I've kept myself in pretty good shape. I'm still a handsome man." In Jing City, who knows how many women, middle-aged or young, are interested in me? Sang Yuan had just picked up a piece of meat with her chopsticks when Xing Xinhao gave her that look. The meat immediately slipped from her chopsticks. She couldn't help but get goosebumps all over. Sang Yuan thought, "I heard his hand was injured before, but it got better. Now, is there something wrong with his eyes?" After that, everyone's life seemed to settle down. They each got busy in their own fields. But just then, Xing Zishi was sent out on another mission. Gu Jianing thought it was just like any other, a routine assignment. Xing Zishi would be back soon. But unexpectedly, half a month passed and Xing Zishi still hadn't returned. At first, Gu Jianing wasn't too worried. After all, Shang Zishi's missions often lasted 10 days or half a month. It was nothing unusual. But this time, a whole month went by and Shang Zishi still hadn't come back. Gu Jianing started to get anxious. She didn't know what kind of mission Shang Zishi was on this time. It was all classified. Even as his wife, she couldn't be told. But before leaving, Shang Zishi had said he'd be back in about half a month. Now a month had passed, half a month longer than he'd said, and there was still no news at all. This made Gu Jianing even more worried. Her intuition told her something was wrong. The children at home were also asking for their dad. In the end, Gu Jianing went to the Xing family's old house to find Xing Xinhao and told him everything. "Dad, can you help me ask? Is Shiji coming back soon?" Xing Xinhao knew that this mission of Shang Zishi's seemed to be taking longer than usual. It was understandable that Gu Jianing was worried. "All right, I'll ask around. I'll let you know if I hear anything." "Thank you, Dad." Although Xing Xinhao was retired, he still had his sources. Soon, Gu Jianing saw Xing Xinhao again, but seeing the slightly grave look on his face, Gu Jianing's heart skipped a beat. "Dad, did something happen to Shiji?" she asked anxiously, her eyes full of worry. "There has been an incident." Xing Xinhao shared what he could. From his account, Gu Jianing learned that Shang Zishi's mission this time was related to a drug cartel. They were tracking and trying to capture a particularly active drug gang at the border. But unexpectedly, the drug lords caught wind of it. They even forced Shang Zishi and his team into the forest. When they realized they couldn't escape, the drug lords poured gasoline in the forest and set it on fire. Now, the raging fire had engulfed the entire forest. Shang Zishi and his team, along with the drug lords, were all trapped inside. Our side has sent people to search and rescue, but so far, there's been no news. "So, you're saying he's missing?" Gu Jianing said in a daze. Her heart sank. Yes, he's missing. When Xing Xinhao first heard the news, he was deeply worried too. After all, that was his own son, still young, with his whole life ahead of him. How could? "Xiaogu, don't worry. No news is good news for now. Aishi is very capable, and the team he leads is strong as well. Maybe they'll find a way out." Gu Jianing fell silent. Her heart was pounding, unsure how to react. At first, when she heard that Shang Zishi and his team were trapped in a burning forest, Gu Jianing was worried. She was panicked. But soon, she remembered something important. The fire-repelling bead. She had given it to Shang Zishi a long time ago, and just like the water-repelling bead, she'd told him, especially when he was on missions, to always wear it. So, did Shiji remember to wear the fire-repelling bead this time? If he did, then no matter how bad the fire was, it wouldn't hurt him. But Gu Jianing knew Shang Zishi well. He valued his comrades deeply. He'd be fine, but what about his teammates? Gu Jianing guessed that this might be why there was still no news about Shang Zishi. Her heart was still worried, but not to the point of panic. "Dad, I understand. I'll wait for him to come back. I believe Shiji will be all right." With that, Gu Jianing left. Watching her go, Shang Xinhao felt she was just putting on a brave face. Who knew how worried she really was inside? Meanwhile, Grandpa Sang, Grandma Sang, and Sang Yuan soon learned why Shang Zishi hadn't returned from his mission. They were all worried too. They knew the person most anxious must be Gu Jianing. Seeing Gu Jianing still busy every day at Jing City University and the first hospital of Jing City, they thought she was keeping herself occupied to avoid overthinking. Who knew how much she was worrying inside? They were afraid she'd wear herself out like this. They couldn't help but feel sorry for her. In truth, Gu Jianing was doing okay, because she'd used the turtle shell to divine the situation. Shang Zishi was safe for now. That day, after asking her father-in-law Shang Xinhao, Gu Jianing learned that Shang Zishi was trapped in a forest fire. The fire had even made international news. As for the cause of the fire, not many people knew. Even though Gu Jianing knew that with the fire-repelling bead, Shang Zishi should be safe, she couldn't help but worry until she saw him in person. So, when she got home that day, she frantically searched the system shop for something that could check if someone was safe or in danger. She finally found a turtle shell for divination. After exchanging for it, she checked, and when she saw the word safe appear for Xingzishi, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Shiji was safe. All she could do now was wait for him to come home. So, during this time, others thought she was keeping herself busy to distract from her worry. But actually, she was fine. Jing City University and the first hospital were indeed busy. Since she had taken on both jobs, she had to do them well. Xingzishi returned 3 nights later. That night, Gu Jianing was half asleep when she suddenly heard the door open. As if sensing something, she opened her eyes and looked over, just in time to see Xingzishi pushing open the door and walking in. Their eyes met at that moment. Gu Jianing slowly sat up and stood. In the dim light, Xingzishi stood at the door, looking at her. "Sorry, Ningning, I'm home late." Almost the instant he finished speaking, Gu Jianing ran to him and threw herself into his arms. She hugged him tightly. Ever since he went missing, Gu Jianing hadn't shed a tear. But now she couldn't hold back anymore. "It's enough that you're back, it's enough." Her tears fell silently onto Xingzishi's shoulder. "Really, until you see someone with your own eyes, how could you not worry?" Now that she saw him, Gu Jianing's heart finally settled. "Sorry for making you all worry." Xingzishi hugged her tightly, easing the pain of longing. Soon, Grandma sang, Grandpa sang, Sang Yuan and the children all came out, having heard the commotion. These days, worried that Gu Jianing might have an accident after Xingzishi went missing, the grandparents and Sang Yuan had all moved into the courtyard house to help look after the kids. Grandpa and Grandma Sang were moved to tears when they saw Xingzishi. "You really made us worry this time. Thank goodness you're back. Be more careful in the future, don't forget you have a family waiting for you." The children all ran up and hugged their father's legs. Although the adults hadn't said anything in front of them, and only told them their dad was on a mission and would be late coming home, Xingxing and Yaya were clever. They could sense from the adults' moods that something might have happened to their dad. But they didn't know exactly what. They didn't dare ask, afraid to make the adults worry even more. But they were worried too. Especially Yaya, who secretly cried with her brother several times. They'd been hoping for their dad to come home safe. Now, finally, he was back. It was such a relief. Even Xingxing, who usually didn't like to cling to Xingzishi, wouldn't let go of his dad. After a long while, everyone finally went back to bed. Xingzishi washed up and returned to the bedroom with Gu Jianing, lying down together. Lying in bed, Xingzishi held Gu Jianing in his arms. "These days, you must have been worried sick?" Xingzishi asked. Gu Jianing replied, at first I was really worried." She shared her feelings and told him about the fire-repelling bead and the turtle shell divination. "Even though all those things told me you were safe, it wasn't until I saw you with my own eyes that I could truly relax." Gu Jianing nestled in his arms. "Shiji, do you think we'll be together forever and ever?" "Of course we will. Not just this life, next life, too, we'll be together. Because you have no idea how much I love you. If only, in our past life, we could have been together. If only, in my past life, I could have saved you from the fire." Yes, Xingzishi had recovered memories of his past life. It happened in the forest. At the very moment the fire came rushing toward him, suddenly, something flashed through his mind. It was the memory of him rushing into the flames to save someone. At first, Xingzishi didn't think much of it. It wasn't until, in that vision in his mind, he saw that the person he'd rushed into the fire to save was actually Gu Jianing, that he realized what was happening. And then, in that very moment, all the memories of his previous life came flooding back to Xingzishi. But the situation was urgent at the time. So, although Xingzishi had regained his past life's memories, he didn't have time to dwell on them. Thanks to the fire-repelling pearl, he was unharmed by the flames. But his comrades weren't so lucky. Later, after Xingzishi had rescued all his comrades and everyone was safe, he finally had time to sort through those memories of his previous life. In his past life, Gu Jianing had undoubtedly suffered. She'd trusted the wrong people, which led to a tragic fate for herself and her family. But Xingzishi also knew that the Gu Jianing from his past life was the same Ningning he loved in this life. With those memories, Xingzishi's love for Gu Jianing only deepened. He felt even more tenderness and pity for her. Just as he'd thought before, his past self had been too weak, too unwilling to fight for what he wanted. When he learned he might be infertile and Ningning rejected him, he simply left. If only he'd fought harder, maybe Ningning's fate in their past life would have been different. Now, Xingzishi understood. This life's Ningning, just as she'd said, had been reborn. She'd learned from her past mistakes and stayed far away from the villain Wen Zhuqing. As for choosing to be with him, just as she'd said at the beginning, it was partly to escape Wen Zhuqing, but also because his past self had loved her. Xingzishi couldn't help but feel grateful, thank goodness, in their past life, Ningning had seen how much he loved her. Otherwise, in this life, would he have even had a chance? He was so thankful that, in this life, Ningning chose him. As for Xingzishi regaining his memories, Gu Jianing truly had no idea. Because Xingzishi didn't seem any different towards her, no, actually, he was even better to her than before. As time passed, the era of reform and opening up arrived. The country's environment improved, skyscrapers rose everywhere, and the neon lights of big cities shone even brighter at night. The children started school, and thanks to their intelligence, they did very well, sometimes even skipping grades. Grandpa Sang fully retired and became Grandma Sang's shadow, following her wherever she went. As for Xing Xinhao, he kept pursuing Sang Yuan, but she remained unmoved. Sang Yuan moved all her company's branches in Country A to Beijing. She even introduced advanced production lines to state-owned enterprises, earning her numerous honors as an outstanding entrepreneur. Even as she grew older, Sang Yuan remained dazzling, well-maintained, and exceptional. She attracted many admirers. This drove Xing Xinhao crazy with jealousy. But Sang Yuan had no intention of remarrying, though she was open to dating. For a while, Sang Yuan even dated a young man in his 20s, which nearly drove Xing Xinhao mad. Still, Sang Yuan never lost her head over love. The moment her young boyfriend crossed the line, she kicked him to the curb without hesitation. Gu Jianing's family settled in Beijing, but every new year, they'd return to Huaishu village to celebrate together. Huaishu village developed rapidly, getting better year by year. Gu Yunan's contracting ventures made him a fortune, and he eventually started his own company, becoming a renowned township entrepreneur in the county. Gu Yunting's family settled permanently in Haiqing. After following Gu Jianing's advice, Gu Yunting bought plot after plot of land, building one apartment complex after another. Eventually, he lost track of how many properties and buildings he owned. Gu Jianing also took the children to visit Haiqing. Gu Yunting's company occupied an entire high-rise. With its stellar reputation and generous benefits, many people wanted to work there. During the layoffs of the 1990s, Gu Yunting's company even hired many laid-off workers. By then, Gu Yunting had already received countless Outstanding Entrepreneur awards. From the 1990s onward, the era of skyrocketing real estate prices began. The land and buildings Gu Yunting had bought and built multiplied in value many times over. Now, as a real estate tycoon, Gu Yunting had become the richest man in Haiqing. After graduating, Yang Man joined the company as CEO and CFO, helping it grow. What no one knew was that, although the company appeared to be Gu Yunting's, it actually belonged to Yang Man. Long ago, Gu Yunting had made this arrangement as a promise and guarantee to his wife. Even though he was sure he'd never abandon his family after becoming successful, he still wanted to give everything he had to the person he loved most. In fact, their family always lived well and happily. Even after becoming a real estate tycoon and facing countless temptations, Gu Yunting never wavered. With his wealth, Gu Yunting gave back to Haiqing and also invested in his hometown, helping to build up Huaishu village. Thanks to everyone's efforts, Huaishu village thrived. Gu Yunzhou went to study abroad in Country A, returning 5 years later. As soon as he got home, he was recruited by the National Research Institute. He threw himself into research, contributing to many new inventions. In the end, Gu Yunzhou's name would be recorded in history as a brilliant scientist. Xing loved airplanes from a young age. Thanks to his intelligence, he skipped grades and eventually got into the Air Force Academy, specializing in fighter jets. Before even graduating, he helped develop a new type of fighter jet, which became a classified project, making him a person of the state. After graduation, he flew the very jet he'd helped design, fulfilling his childhood dream. Yet, after graduating from Huaching University, became a painter and jewelry designer. She loved beautiful things and wanted to design stunning jewelry. As an adult, Yaya started dating Qin Tian. When Yaya brought Qin Tian home, Shang Zishi's face turned dark. He'd always known Qin Tian was up to something. But Gu Jianing comforted her wounded husband, reminding him that Qin Tian was actually a good guy who treated Yaya very well. By now, Qin Tian had also become a leading figure in medicine, following in Shang Zishi's footsteps. The youngest, Tuanchuan, was a carefree child, average in school, average at everything, with no particular interests except eating. Tuanchuan figured, with so many overachievers in the family, they'd never go hungry or want for anything. So he was content to just relax at home. Another spring festival arrived, and Gu Jianing once again brought the whole family back to Huaishu village to celebrate. By now, Gu Jianing was in her 50s, and her parents, though not as robust as before, were still in good health. After dinner, the whole extended family, dozens of people, gathered in the courtyard for a family photo. With a click, the moment was captured forever. Looking up at the clear sky, Gu Jianing thought, "Let this happiness continue on from this moment." She smiled gently. Everywhere she looked, there was love and fulfillment. When Shang Zishi regained his senses, he found himself sitting in an office, dressed in full military uniform. Looking down at the uniform, Shang Zishi recalled that he hadn't worn one in over 30 years. By his 40s, Shang Zishi had already reached the highest position, and he remained in power until he retired at 60. In the decades after retirement, he spent his time traveling the world with Gu Jianing, who had also retired. Together, they visited nearly every corner of the globe. It wasn't until he was 95 that he passed away. After his death, Ningning must have been heartbroken. But what Shang Zishi hadn't expected was that after closing his eyes in death, when he opened them again, he wasn't dead. Instead, he found himself somewhere else. After absorbing the memories of this body, Shang Zishi realized that, after his death, his soul had returned to his previous life. Now he was in his 30s again, already a division-level cadre. In his previous life, after regaining memories of his past, Shang Zishi had always wondered if he could go back. He wanted to save Ningning. He never imagined that after his death, this wish would actually come true. He reviewed the memories of this body. He discovered that so many things were different. For example, in this previous life, he had always thought his mother, Sang Yuan, had died. The fake younger brother, Shang Zirue, wasn't exposed until his 20s, when he was finally caught. The fake Li Shuao was also arrested at the same time, but by then, too many bad things had already happened because of the two of them. In this life, Shang Zishi's relationship with Xing Xinhao had always been bad. Currently, Xing Xinhao hadn't divorced Fang Wanrong, and he still protected her. And the disasters on Huansha Island, which had been averted in the later life thanks to Ningning and the children, still occurred here. And many, many more. Shang Zishi realized that, in the later life, with Ningning's influence, the world had become so much better. But in this previous life, everything was in ruins. Now, Shang Zishi had only one question: where is Ningning? Very quickly, Shang Zishi made a call, ordering someone to investigate the current whereabouts of Wen Zhuqing and Gu Jianing. With his current power and status, the answer came swiftly. They were in Haiqing. Without delay, Shang Zishi boarded a plane to Haiqing. Haiqing in a small Western-style house. Inside, the room was occasionally filled with the sound of coughing. On the bedside table lay a stack of medical books. The house was empty, with only Gu Jianing living there. Gu Jianing looked around at this unfamiliar place. This wasn't her home. She had been forcibly sent here by Wen Zhuqing, who had also confined her, not allowing her to leave even a step. Her gaze fell on a newspaper on the bedside table. On it was a spirited Wen Zhuqing and a young, beautiful woman. The two looked like a married couple, holding a pair of twin sons in their arms. Wen Zhuqing had brought this newspaper to her on his last visit, deliberately showing it to her. He wanted her to know her place. The only reason Wen Zhuqing hadn't married that woman yet was probably because she was still around. Just then, there was a click at the door. The lock was being opened. Wen Zhuqing entered, dressed smartly in a suit. Gu Jianing looked at the man who walked in. He appeared refined and gentle, even warm and elegant, but she knew all of it was a facade, a mask Wen Zhuqing wore to deceive others. She had been fooled by that mask. That was how she had ended up like this. Wen Zhuqing slowly sat down by the bed, his gaze on Gu Jianing cold and appraising, as if plotting something. That look made Gu Jianing shudder inside. Wen Zhuqing, since you want to marry someone else, just divorce me. I can leave, Gu Jianing said, coughing a few times. Wen Zhuqing's lips curled into a smile. Xiaoning, why are you saying such things? Didn't you love me deeply before? You were even willing to die for me. Gu Jianing laughed, tears streaming down her face. Then, for the sake of how much I loved you back then, can you let me go now? The word love felt unbearably ironic to her. I have nothing left. Even my family has been used up by you. What more do you want? Gu Jianing regretted it all. She really did. For Wen Zhuqing, she had sacrificed too much. She had even lost the right to be a mother. Her family, who loved her so much, had been dragged down by her. She had made too many mistakes. Xiaoning, since you've already helped me so much, help me one more time, Wen Zhuqing said meaningfully. What do you mean? You'll find out soon enough. With that, Wen Zhuqing turned to leave. But just then, a commotion erupted outside. A tall figure in military green appeared at the door. Wen Zhuqing frowned at the man. Who are you? But for Gu Jianing, a distant memory surfaced. She remembered this man. She had once saved him, and he had stayed at her house. His name was Xingzishi. Xingzishi announced himself. When he saw Gu Jianing, frail and sickly on the bed, like a withered flower, his heart ached. He strode forward, bypassed Wen Zhuqing, and scooped Gu Jianing into his arms. She was so light it made his heart hurt even more. What are you doing? She's my wife. Wen Zhuqing tried to stop him, but was held back by Xingzishi's men. Xingzishi looked down at the bewildered Gu Jianing. Ningning, I've come to save you. Don't be afraid. I won't let those who hurt you get away with it. Then he turned his gaze to Wen Zhuqing. You'd better be ready for my revenge. Gu Jianing never expected that. Just when she was longing to be rescued, someone would appear like a godsend and save her. Because of Gu Jianing's condition, Xingzishi took her straight to the hospital for a full medical examination and treatment. Thank you. Could you please let my family know I'm safe? She asked. Of course. Xingzishi remembered that in his later life, Ningning had told him that during this period, Gu Jianing was missing from her family's perspective. They had searched for her desperately, and it had ended in tragedy. So, letting her family know she was safe was necessary. In Huaihua village, Gu Jianing's father and Yao Chunhua, upon hearing she'd been found, immediately said they would come. But they needed to take the train, so it would take several days. During those days, besides starting his revenge on Wen Zhuqing, Xingzishi personally took care of Gu Jianing. His care and kindness left Gu Jianing both surprised and grateful. What's more, she noticed that Xingzishi seemed to know her very well, so well, in fact, that it felt as if they had lived together for many, many years. Gu Jianing couldn't understand why Xingzishi was so good to her. Now, because of Wen Zhuqing, she had become wary of anyone who treated her kindly. So, puzzled as she was, she asked him directly. Xingzishi looked at her and said, What if I told you that in the next life, we were husband and wife? We lived happily together for decades and had 3 adorable children. Would you believe me? In the next life, I knew that you had suffered in your previous life. So I thought if I could return to the past, I would find you and treat you well. Next life? Shouldn't normal people talk about past lives, not future ones? Husband and wife? How could she and Xingzishi possibly be married? And children? A flash of pain crossed Gu Jianing's eyes. Ever since she was rescued from the river, she had been unable to conceive. Over the years, no matter how many medical books she studied or doctors she consulted, nothing helped. How could she possibly have 3 children with him? Children were something she longed for but could never have. Gu Jianing simply thought Xing Zishi was joking. But as they spent more time together, seeing how well Xing Zishi understood her, Gu Jianing sometimes wondered, could it be true? Was what Xing Zishi said real? A few days later, all the members of the Gu family came to the hospital. Looking at the Gu family before him, Xing Zishi realized they looked far more worn and weary than when he'd seen them in the next life. Yang Manman hadn't taken the college entrance exam. Gu Yunting had wanted to move to Haiqing, but Wen Zhuqing had stopped him. The couple often argued because they had no children. Gu Yunan's wife, Su Miao, had died in childbirth. Both mother and child were lost. Now, Gu Yunan looked 20 years older than his actual age. Gu Yunzhou's acceptance letter had been taken by Wen Zhuqing. Even when he passed the following college entrance exams, Wen Zhuqing blocked him. Now he was stuck farming at home. Mai Ningning, Grandpa Gu and Yao Chunhua hugged Gu Jianing and wept. Only then did they learn of Wen Zhuqing's misdeeds. Dad, Mom, brothers, sisters-in-law, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I trusted Wen Zhuqing too much, Gu Jianing admitted. But she also knew that admitting her mistake now was too late. Everything had already happened, and nothing could be changed. Unless everything could start over. But was that possible? Even though Gu Jianing had sacrificed her family's interests for Wen Zhuqing, she was still their daughter, still their sister. They couldn't truly let her go. So, they still treated Gu Jianing well. One by one, they all vowed to take revenge on Wen Zhuqing. Xing Zishi immediately revealed his own plans for revenge. In just a few days, Wen Zhuqing, who had once seemed untouchable, was brought down and faced multiple prison sentences. The Gu family couldn't stay there for long, and Gu Jianing needed to recover. In the end, Xing Zishi stepped in and persuaded the Gu family to let him take care of Gu Jianing. Gu Jianing didn't know what Xing Zishi had said, but in the end, her family agreed. After the Gu family left, Xing Zishi resumed caring for Gu Jianing. After she was discharged, he found her a quiet place to live. When he learned she wanted to study medicine, he even found her a teacher. After she moved in, Xing Zishi would visit her from time to time. As the months and years passed, Gu Jianing felt that, except for the lack of intimacy, they lived almost like husband and wife. Just like that, 2 years flew by. Gu Jianing wasn't cold-hearted. After 2 years of care, she was moved by Xing Zishi. She knew Xing Zishi held a high position and was still unmarried, but she also knew she wasn't worthy of him. Just as Gu Jianing was thinking of running away and suppressing her feelings, Xing Zishi proposed to her. Why are you proposing to me? It can't be just because you like me, right? Gu Jianing asked in surprise. Xing Zishi smiled. Other than that, I can't think of any other reason. But you know, my past is such a mess, and I'll never be able to have children. Neither will I. Xing Zishi revealed that he was infertile due to an injury. In the next life, Ningning had already told him about the childbearing system. Gu Jianing was shocked. So, don't you think we're a perfect match? Just say yes. I'll treat you well. In the end, Gu Jianing agreed. Their wedding banquet was held in Huaihua village, and Xing Zishi gave her the dignity that Wen Zhuqing never had. After marriage, Gu Jianing felt her life was simply wonderful. Xing Zishi truly kept his promise and treated her very well. Many times, she felt as if she were dreaming. With Xing Zishi's help, the Gu family's lives gradually improved as well. Yang Man, with the help of Dr. Chen whom Xing Zishi introduced, finally got pregnant. Gu Yunting moved to Haiqing to pursue his career. Gu Yunan, not very ambitious, opened a courier company in their hometown, earning money while taking care of his children. Gu Yunzhou was readmitted to Beijing University, met the same junior wife from the next life, got married, and devoted himself to research. Everyone's life got back on track. Xing Zishi's status continued to rise until there was nowhere higher to go. He still retired at 60, spending his days with Gu Jianing. By then, Gu Jianing had also become a well-known doctor. Not as famous as in the next life, but still quite accomplished. However, in this life, Both Shang Zishi and Gu Jianning's health was never great. At 65, they passed away together. In this life, they never had children. Gu Jianning thought that meeting Shang Zishi in this life was her greatest blessing. Just before she closed her eyes for the last time, Gu Jianning had a dream. She dreamed of the next life, of everything she and Shang Zishi shared, of their children, and so much more. It was as if memories from the next life flooded back. Tears streamed down Gu Jianning's face. She held Shang Zishi's hand tightly and murmured, "So, in the next life, I was so happy." That's wonderful, truly wonderful. This life, for her, was half fulfilled. But in the next life, she was truly complete.